This video gives you free access to half of my 12-hour, 12-module portrait photography course. Why would I give away 6 hours of something I poured so much time, money, and energy into? Well, there's 3 reasons. Number 1, it helps this channel grow. Yeah, I'm just being honest. The more you watch, the more visibility we get, and the more I can keep building this podcast, this platform, and this community. Secondly, it's a lead magnet. It brings people in. This isn't the full course. If you want access to the rest, you can grab it at 50% discount using the link in the description. But I want more people inside my world, learning with me, challenging me, building something real. So I'm happy to give away a lot up front. And third, and last but not least, because I believe the current state of photography education is fundamentally broken, and I want to offer a better way. So if I can give you a glimpse of what that looks like and still find a way for it to support my time, my resources, and my energy, then of course that's a win-win for us both. And if you want more content like this, or even more behind the scenes thinking and more philosophy-driven videos, then of course, just let me know in the comments, and don't forget to like and subscribe. I don't often say that, but it really does help. So before we get into the course, let me give you something more valuable. My honest take on how I would learn photography today if I were to start from scratch. Everything changes so quickly nowadays in photography and of course the world around it. And how we learn has to keep up as well. This is based on my own story, my own lessons, and my own observations. Your path will be completely different, but that's the beauty of it. Anyway, let's crack on. So, you want to learn photography. Maybe it's a quiet curiosity, maybe it's a full-blown obsession. Either way, the pull is real. That desire to make images that don't just look good, but feel like something. But where do you even start? Do you go to photography school? Do you try to teach yourself? Do you just go down a rabbit hole on YouTube? How much gear do you actually need? How much will it cost? How much do you need to save? How much do you need to spend? How do you know you're even doing it right? Well, let me offer you a slightly different lens on this. Yes, pun intended. Let me tell you how I would learn photography today if I was actually starting from a blank canvas, starting from scratch. And I won't tell you just the answer yet. I mean, it's not a simple, quick answer, but I will tell you this. It wouldn't start with a syllabus. And it wouldn't start with a purchase. Yes, I want you to buy my course and join my mentorship and join our community, but it would actually start with a deceptively simple question. Why do you want to learn photography? Because your answer to that question, your real answer, will shape everything else that follows. And that is something I cannot answer for you. All I'd say is this. The reasons need to be genuine and aligned with the authentic version of yourself, not for what you think you want to be, look like, or achieve in life. When I look back at how I actually learned photography, not the story I tell on stage or the bio version that sounds good, I see it clearly. It was shaped by mistakes and by time, a lot of time. I didn't take a course. I didn't sit in a classroom. I didn't really have a roadmap. I said yes to weird and wonderful opportunities. I made terrible images and just kind of figured it out by doing, just fumbling along. And if I had to do it all again, knowing what I know now, I really would not seek out formal education. Not because I want to make the same mistakes again, and not because I don't believe in education. Quite the opposite, actually. I think education is everything, but I think it's broken. Most of us are educated in just the wrong things. We memorize facts we'll never use. We perform to pass tests, not to actually understand. We're sorted, graded, filtered, but not prepared for life. Nobody teaches us how to deal with failure or even respects it as a part of the learning process. Nobody teaches us how to trust our instincts or how to think freely and see deeply. And in photography, it's really no different. Traditional education tells you how to light a scene, but not necessarily how to see one. It tells you how to compose, but not actually how to feel. And how you come out knowing how to follow instructions, but not actually how to originate. And in the end, you become more obedient than, let's say, curious, more polished and performative than personal. Your work becomes really technically sound, even impressive, of course, but it doesn't necessarily haunt. It doesn't question. It doesn't say anything because you were never encouraged to say anything, just to get it right. So don't try to be the best. Just be the only. And in today's world, where AI is evolving by the minute and the photography space is just so saturated more than ever, being that kind of clinical technician doesn't make you stand out. All it does is make you replaceable. The only thing that makes your work powerful is you. So how do you become that kind of photographer, if you even want to? You know, the kind that creates from instinct, not imitation. Well, here's how I would do it. I'd begin by listening, and not in the shallow scrolling type of way, but deeper listening to long-form conversations with artists, thinkers, photographers, people who have been creating for decades and still ask questions. And I'd hone the skill of listening. You know, podcasts like The Candid Frame that's been around for so long, or A Small Voice by Ben Smith, and of course my own show, The Mood Podcast. These tend to not be just interviews, they're more like mirrors. They remind you that even the most seasoned artists still wrestle with doubt, that the path is never linear, that what matters is actually just showing up and practicing and doing it again and again. And from there, I would study the greats with reverence, not by swiping Pinterest boards, but by buying books. There's something sacred about holding a photo book, sitting with one image on a page for minutes, not scrolling past it in seconds. I remember getting lost in the poetic quiet of Alex Soth, the cinematic weight of Joey L., the vibrant humanity of Steve McCurry. I studied the scale and theater in Annie Leibovitz's portraits and the painterly abstraction of Sal Leiter's reflections. And even now, I find myself drawn to the dust and distance in Matthew Genintempo's West Texas, or the weathered truth in Brian Scootermat's American landscapes. There is always something to be found and an inspiration waiting around the corner. And these aren't just images, of course. They're voices. They're philosophies. They show the world and how the artist sees it. And if you sit long enough, you begin to feel their rhythm, not to mimic, but to tune your own rhythm. Be careful though. Inspiration is great. Envy is corrosive. When you measure your journey by someone else's highlight reel, it completely distorts everything, if not implodes it. Healthy inspiration stretches you. Envy shrinks you. So protect your lens. Take what helps and leave the rest. Next, I'd go to more galleries and museums, and not just ones dedicated to photography. I'd stand in front of a Rothko and feel what silence looks like. I'd study the geometry in architectural drawings. I'd observe how tension is created in sculpture, or how light shapes meaning in a Caravaggio. Because visual literacy is not confined to one medium. The more you expand your visual inputs, of course, the richer your photographic vocabulary becomes. You begin to see light, shape, and story everywhere. And your images change, even before you press the shutter. I never did that. I always assumed photography was confined to, well, cameras. And it's not, of course. And don't be small-minded like I was. I'd also find other photographers, not to compare with, but to grow alongside. I'd join photo walks, group critiques, a community, a weekend project. I'd message someone whose work I admire maybe and ask if they just want to meet for coffee. Real learning is relational. You grow so much faster when you're seen by others, when you're challenged, when you're encouraged. And often these types of conversations over coffee or late night DMs or whatever your kind of methodology is, are where you start to hear your own thoughts out loud for the first time. I'm not a club kind of guy, but if that's you, then lean into photography clubs. Community is key to growth. And at some point, I'd look for a mentor, a real person, someone who's a few years ahead of me, not to idolize, but to help me see my blind spots. They don't have to be an expert, but they do have to be someone whose photography I, of course, like and of whom I respect. Someone who will ask hard questions, who will offer honest critique, who will take my work and my goals seriously. Because constructive feedback, especially on, say, your portfolio, is actually one of the most important ingredients of getting better. It's one of the most difficult, but one of the most important. Online platforms like 1x.com or 100ASA can help with this as well. They allow you to curate others, receive feedback for yourselves, and sharpen your eye, not just by making, but by editing and reviewing work critically. That kind of curational practice really trains you in a way few other things do. Of course, I'd still use YouTube. Oh my goodness, I really didn't have it at the time, but yes, don't shy away from it at all. Find the educator on here that resonates with you the most and just binge. It's brilliant for understanding tools, editing, gear, but don't mistake it for transformation. No one has ever found their voice through tutorials online alone. That happens when you apply what you've learned again and again and again and reflect honestly. YouTube can teach you settings, right? Gear, editing, how to dodge and burn, how to do all of your tricks and stuff. But it can't tell you why you want to keep your shadows, your highlights, your frame, your vision. That's your job. And as for gear, well, I'd keep it minimal. 1 camera, 2 lenses maximum, preferably prime lenses. Don't listen to people who rave about their 24-70s. It's just nonsense. It's laziness. Learn to shoot with a fixed box. It'll challenge you more and you'll learn a lot faster. Resist from buying new stuff until you're proficient, because I've been there and done it. Every time I've chased gear thinking it would maybe unlock something new in my photography, I've ended up circling back to just the same truths. Tools are only as good as your relationship with them. Familiarity breeds fluency. Fluency then creates freedom. And the more you simplify, the more you see. And finally, let's talk about competitions. I don't really get them. I don't really enter them. I know that they're tempting. It's just status chasing though. It's some kind of external validation we can pin to our story, to our profile, or even use to try and get jobs. And I get that. We all want vehicles to monetize and we all want some external validation. But competitions are a narrow funnel. They're judged subjectively, often within a closed circle of taste. They can be bloody expensive, exclusionary, and sometimes more about industry alignment than actually artistic merit. I'm not saying don't enter at all. I'll just maybe be careful, test the waters, be mindful, because competitions might push you to refine a project, to edit tightly, to articulate your vision, but don't let a win or a rejection define your worth. In the end, photography isn't about accolades, right? It's not about how many people follow your work or how many awards sit next to your name. I know it's easily conflated with that these days, but at its heart, it's about resonance. That quiet moment when something you made speaks first to you and then to someone else. There's nothing, it's almost indescribable. You don't find your voice by waiting. You find it by making noise. And taste is built by seeing slowly, not by scrolling fast. The more personal your work, the more universal it becomes. So don't ask permission. Just make what only you can. Remember, don't try to be the best. Be the only. So what's the point? Why am I saying all this? Well, I want you to treat photography education not like a system, but like a version of self. It's almost a way of seeing in and amongst itself, of trusting your perspective, of validating your curiosity, and of letting your mistakes, your obsessions, your truth be the work itself. Because you're not behind, you're not too late, you're not unqualified just because you haven't done a degree or a certain course. If you're paying attention to what moves you, you're already on the right path. So just begin. Begin awkwardly, boldly, imperfectly, but just begin, because everything changes once you do. Now, if you're watching the video version of this rant, then just continue watching and you'll see my take on how to take incredible portraits with what gear you already have, preferably gear worth less than $500. But if you're just listening to this episode, then go to the link in the description to see the course. But please remember, this is my take on it, my methodology. It's not the universal truth on how to do photography, right? You get what I'm saying? Anyway, if this kind of message resonated with you, if you're looking for a more intentional, more human way to learn photography, I hold people's hands exactly through that. Not a blueprint, a practice. Not a course, a path. You'll also find the link below to find out more. But whether you click on it or not, just please keep showing up. We need your art. We need your creativity, because this craft doesn't belong to the most technical or the most trained. It belongs to those who keep paying attention and who keep trying, who keep creating. And that can be you. So best of luck. See you on the other side. Happy shooting. I want to begin by laying the foundation of what you can expect and what's required in this course. I know there is a wealth of knowledge out there on other platforms like YouTube, but I've put this together in the hope that I can cut through the noise and provide even more value that pertains to my specific style, my methods, and my lessons learned from being exactly where you are right now. Because there are some things that YouTube just can't show you, and many insights or personal tips and tricks that YouTube can't give you. Furthermore, I have put this course together because I've been you and I know what it's like to get frustrated, stagnated, confused, or overwhelmed with where to go and what to do in order to improve your photography skills, and specifically portrait photography. The idea being to give you everything you need to know without breaking the bank, so that you can get to a point where you can consider the quality of your own photography akin to that of a professional's, even if you're a complete novice. So, first of all, who am I and why me? Well, you should know me by now, hence why you probably bought my course. But just a quick recap. My name is Matt Jacob. I've been immersed in photography for around a decade, specializing in environmental portraiture and fine art portraits. Although I shy away from commercial work, I've worked with many big brands out there, as well as some of the biggest photographers. Here's some of my work, and of course, you can find me on all the major platforms if you want to know just a little bit more. So, if you're here, you're likely seeking to elevate your photography skills and specifically interested in creating world class portraits. Perhaps you felt limited by technical expertise or need more clarity about your artistic finesse. Trust me, you're not alone with this. Testimonials from others like you demonstrate the transformative power of mastering portrait photography. Now, let's outline what you need for this course and what you can expect as you strap in to look and listen to me for the next few hours. We'll start by understanding photography theory and fundamentals, which is the foundation of everything. Then we'll move into the technical side of things with equipment, settings, and lighting. Then we will raise the level by exploring how to transfer an image into art, how to be creative with your camera, and how to tell stories and express emotions. We will also cover some of the logistics and real life issues that you might face with business, portfolios, people management, and much more when it comes to photography. What I'm really here to help you do, though, is to become a better photographer. Specifically, I'm here to help you understand why equipment doesn't really matter and how you can create world class images with just a little bit of knowledge and practice, whatever equipment you might have. We will focus on portrait photography because, well, that's my niche and what I know the best. But it's important to understand that art is subjective and all photographers have their own style. So thank you for trusting me and my style. A lot of this course will be specific to it. But throughout our time together, I hope that your own style will come out of the woodwork if you don't have one yet. And if you do, I hope that you're able to evolve it and try new and exciting techniques that might help with creativity and expressing your voice through your style. So, how you can get the most out of this course. Before we begin, it's crucial to understand how to maximize your learning experience. So, what do I need from you? Well, I'm going to give you the tools to simply learn ways to get better photos. I understand most people that buy online courses don't finish them. I think the number is something like 80 to 90% don't finish. So it's up to me to give you bite-sized chapters, simple dictation, and basic takeaways. In return, I need you to dedicate time to absorb the content and practice the lessons. Practice will mean the difference between staying at the same level and moving onward and upward with your photography skills and career, if that's what you want. One of the first things you can do in order to maximize your learning experience is to follow the course structure. Okay, the flow of the modules and lessons are pretty self-explanatory, but work your way through the order of videos one by one in sequence. The course is to be done at your own pace. I mean, that's the beauty of online courses, right? But I do recommend you don't take too many long breaks in between each module, unless, of course, you are practicing in the meantime. Then go for it. Everyone has their own pace of learning, and you will come into this course at a different level of knowledge and understanding than others. That's just natural. It's important to remember, though, that the structure of this course has been designed specifically to take you through the necessary parts step by step so you can build on what you have learned each time. Each module also has assignments or little bits of homework that you can do also at your own pace, but should be completed before you continue with the next module. The content of the modules are predicated upon having watched, learned, and listened to the previous content, as well as completed all of the assignments. Overall, the topics of the course start with theory, and we dive into the theoretical parts of photography that I think are important to know. There's a lot of faff out there that some people like to think you need to know, especially when it comes to science and highly technical elements. Then we start to learn how to implement this theory with practical examples, practical assignments, on-set techniques, and editing workflows. The flow of the whole course reflects the direction in which you might normally think, perform, and deliver a photo shoot, from theory, ideas, and concepts all the way through to production and post-production of your images and set of images or portfolio. So please familiarize yourself with the layout and make sure you follow the design structure and flow of the course. So what do you need for this course, though? Well, when we're talking equipment, we want to keep things as simple as possible. Based on the reason that I hope you're here, I imagine you have some basic equipment you'd love to upgrade in the presumption that it will get you better photos. Well, it won't, but this course will. As such, I want you to keep whatever equipment you have. We will learn how to use it effectively so you can unleash the power of photography with even just a basic camera. But of course, we need some minimum equipment to implement many of the techniques and competencies I talk about. So here's a quick list for you to make sure that you've got everything you need. Obviously, we need a camera. It doesn't matter what camera it is, just anything that can take a snap. With that camera, we need a lens. Any lens, again, doesn't matter, either whatever lens came with your camera or whatever lens you have right now, or if it's a compact camera, then of course, that's fine. You can't change the lens anyway, which is actually a good thing, and I'll tell you why later on. You do need some space, obviously. You can practice your techniques in a confined space, such as an office or bedroom. Lighting wise, we need a single source of light in the room that you will practice in. This can be sunlight, but preferably just from one side of the room, or artificial light, e.g., a studio light or bedside lamp. It's important that you only have one source of light, not multiple ones. This should be the only light that illuminates a room when turned on. And if turned off, the room must be dark. So don't use ceiling lights or anything elevated from head height when seated unless you don't have anything else. But even a table lamp would be better than ceiling lights. We'll talk more about this later. And if you don't have a room where you can get a constant source of natural light, I recommend you get a strobe light or continuous light. They're pretty cheap. If you're serious about improving your photography, like it or not, editing is a big part of it. And when it comes to editing your photos, one software stands out: Adobe Lightroom. At the time of this recording, Lightroom is about $10 a month. Trust me, if you're serious about photography, it's worth every penny. Now, that's it for the stuff you really need. Obviously, the photography equipment industry is a multi-billion-dollar industry, so we know there's always gadgets out there to buy. But for now, let's keep things stripped back. Whether you're a novice or a little more seasoned, I want us to focus on getting the best out of really simple setups. That being said, one piece of optional equipment you may be interested in is what's called a softbox, and may also be called a modifier. And it's essentially a piece of fabric that fits around your artificial light in order to shape and modify how the light spreads out from the bulb. This is a photographer's dream because it softens the light wherever it is hitting, in our case, probably another human, giving it a more flattering and pleasing look. If you don't have a photography light or a strobe, then you can still diffuse the light from whatever source you're using. It's easy to do with white fabric even, or a specific diffusion fabric, which is cheap and easy to get anywhere online. Placing this over any kind of light will allow a much softer and pleasing look for portraits. We'll talk about this later though, as you may not always want soft light. I don't want to spend too long talking about equipment because, that's not what this course is about. But you do need to have what's required. And if you don't have any of what I've just listed, you can use the links in this module to go and have a look and potentially buy what you need. I've listed the cheapest, or at least the best value for money options. So have a look at those and see if you need to get them. Anyway, I digress. Now that we've covered the equipment, let's move on to what you will get from this course by using this equipment. I will give you the ability to save money and improve your photography skills no end by teaching you how to create professional portfolio photos using your equipment or any equipment worth less than $500. You'll learn how to create professional quality images by understanding why photography is so much more than just what camera you have. So you can save money on equipment and build confidence and proficiency in creating stunning images. These techniques and skills can be applied to all types of photography. So even if you don't want to try and be a portrait photographer, you'll be able to take all of this into other genres and disciplines. Like I mentioned before, and like many things in life, it depends on how you absorb this information, how often you can practice, and how hard you are willing to work. If you get to the end of this course and put into practice everything you learn, you will be able to achieve what I said that I would give you and be well on your way to creating amazing photos and portfolios. Let's break it down into steps as to how I will teach this course and expect you to absorb and implement it. Step one is awareness, reading, educating, and learning. Step two is implementation, test, try, and practice your new knowledge. Step three is to review and learn from your mistakes. Step four is completing the feedback loop. Repeat step two and three forever. Remember as well, manage your own expectations. As a photographer, no one ever is really content with their body of work. This is both a blessing and a curse. On one hand, one wonders how one can be happy if they're never content with their art. And on the other, not being content will always spur you on to improve and keep creating. And that's the beauty of art. Your vision, message, and skill set are constantly evolving. But don't be too hard on yourself. Practice and improvements are incremental. Don't expect to go from 0 to 100 straight away. So I'll see you in the next module and hopefully beyond. You'll see me here, either behind my desk with a laptop or props, or in the studio with a model showcasing how to work with light and composition, etc. So thanks again for buying this course and starting with me what will be an epic journey of discovery. I really can't wait to hear from you and see how you get on. In the meantime, I wish you all the best with this course, and I'll see you in the next module. Welcome to module 2 of the course. And in this one, we are starting to learn, or recap in some of your cases, the history of portrait photography before we move into the theory of photography fundamentals in the next lesson. It's important to understand the basis of portrait photography, why it's important, what makes a good portrait photographer, how to create emotional impact and storytelling, and learning lessons and inspirations from the best in the business. So, what is portrait photography? Well, at its core, portrait photography is about capturing the essence of individuals, both physical and figurative essences, and conveying their unique attributes. Again, physical attributes, emotional ones, or metaphorical attributes. It offers a platform to tell compelling stories, evoke emotions, and showcase the complexity of the human experience. The goal is to resonate with the viewer, stirring some kind of emotion or curiosity in them. To do this, we must capture a photo that appears both natural and prepared to allow the subject's personality to show through. So, what defines a good portrait is rather subjective, or at least should be. But much of the photography consensus focuses on the technical aspects: composition around the face, lighting, location, emotion, genuineness, posing, etc. But the real goal is to stir the viewer. That's it. Well, I hear you say, how will we even know that we will stir the viewer? But don't forget, you are a viewer, even if you might be biased and a little blinded from perspective, and you may have many others around you that can help as viewers. If it provides a little curiosity and impact with you and your close circle, then you know you've got something. Also, seeking mentorship or constructive criticism from audience members or professionals out there can be of great benefit and validation. But we'll get to this a lot later in the course. Obviously, technical stuff is super important, and we're going to focus on this very soon. But if you're able to hone those skills so you don't even have to think about them, and such that your process is elevated where you only need to focus on creativity, intent, and purpose, you'll start to make some incredible images. For example, what or who the portrait is for, who the person is, what the image will be used for, or expectations of the subject and the model, and what your vision is as an artist, as well as your mood and creative vision on the specific day that you're shooting. All these factors will shape what will go into your process, and often the technical stuff just comes after, or you don't really even think about it. So why is portrait photography important, and why should we care? Well, there's a reason why huge commercial brands, magazines, and publications want portraits. They evoke emotions, persuasion, and curiosity in a viewer. They stir the essence of a human soul. Portrait photography allows us to immortalize moments, preserve stories, and celebrate the human diversity of expression. It allows us to connect through the lens to an audience. And that connection is what's so powerful when done well. So, what actually makes a good portrait photographer? Well, we have an understanding of what makes a good portrait, but what makes a good portrait photographer is also quite subjective. How do we as humans implement all of the elements that make up a good portrait? It's one thing knowing the theory, but how do we implement it and excel at it? Well, that's why I'm here. And like we mentioned before, it's not just about technicalities. And just like the quality of the image itself, the same goes for the human behind the camera. While technical skills and equipment are essential, what truly sets apart a good portrait photographer is their ability to connect with their subjects, evoke genuine emotions, and to notice and capture captivating and subtle contexts through their imagery. Don't worry, anyone can do it. Does it help that you're a people person? Well, yes, maybe. That might make it a little easier when managing subjects and teams, but that doesn't mean the photos will be any better. All this means is that your style might be slightly different, more reflective of who you are as a person. And that's excellent. It's really what we want. Some of the best portrait photographers I know are more reserved, thoughtful, and introspective. Before we look at some examples though, let's root our knowledge in the history of portraits and how it all started. Portrait photography traces its roots back to the early 19th century with the invention of daguerreotypes by Louis Daguerre in 1839. This groundbreaking technology allowed photographers to capture intricate details and immortalize human likeness in still images. As the popularity of portrait photography soared, pioneering photographers like Julia Margaret Cameron and Lewis Carroll emerged, experimenting with the medium and pushing artistic boundaries. Their contributions laid the foundation for the artistic potential of portrait photography. In the late 19th and early 20th centuries, portrait photography was integrated into the fine art movement. Visionaries like Alfred Stieglitz and Edward Steichen elevated the craft by infusing emotion, symbolism, and narrative into their images, blurring the lines between photography and painting. As the 20th century progressed, portrait photography continued to evolve alongside technological advancements and cultural shifts. The advent of more portable cameras made it increasingly accessible to amateur photographers, democratizing the medium and allowing for a wider range of styles and subjects. In the mid-20th century, iconic photographers such as Irving Penn, Richard Avedon, and Diane Arbus revolutionized portrait photography with their distinctive approaches. Penn's elegant simplicity, Avedon's raw honesty, and Arbus's exploration of the unconventional challenged orthodox notions of portraiture inspired generations of photographers to push boundaries and explore new creative territories. The digital revolution of the late 20th century and early 21st century brought about seismic changes in the practice of portrait photography. Digital cameras and editing software transformed the way images were captured, manipulated, and shared, opening up endless possibilities for experimentation and creativity. Social media platforms like Instagram and Facebook further democratized and arguably homogenized photography, empowering individuals to share their portraits with global audiences instantly. Influencers and amateur photographers alike embrace these platforms as a means of self-expression, reshaping the landscape of portrait photography in the digital age. Like it or not, that's where we are. In recent years, though, portrait photography has witnessed a resurgence in traditional techniques and styles as photographers seek to reconnect with the craftsmanship and authenticity of analog processes. Film photography, alternative printing methods, and vintage aesthetics have experienced a renewed interest, offering a counterbalance to the ubiquity of digital imagery. With the growing influence of AI on the image generation sphere, people are valuing cottage industries like film and authenticity more than ever. But I don't think portrait photography is going anywhere. It continues to thrive as a vibrant and dynamic art form, encompassing a diverse range of styles, subjects, and perspectives. From documentary portraits that shed light on social issues to conceptual portraits that challenge our perceptions of identity, the possibilities are endless in this ever evolving and exciting medium. To truly master photography, it's essential, in my opinion, to study the works of the masters who have paved the way. By learning from their insights and experiences, we can further refine our craft and artistic style. So I wanted to take you through some of the more well-known photographers who have inspired me so much in this module. We'll explore the techniques and artistic vision of legendary photographers who continue to inspire me and many other people today. First up is Ansel Adams. Ansel Adams is renowned for his mastery of black and white landscape photography, particularly his iconic images of the American West. Yep, it's not portrait photography, but he's a master. His meticulous attention to detail, use of large format cameras, and precise control over exposure and development techniques resulted back then in really breathtaking images that showcase the beauty and grandeur of nature. Adams' work not only captured stunning landscapes and images, but also emphasized the importance of conservation and environmental stewardship, making an impact on society, which I believe is important, not for now, but important for artists to consider when creating a body of work. Next up is Dorothea Lange. Dorothea Lange's documentary and portrait photography during the Great Depression era is really characterized by its empathy, social consciousness, and compelling storytelling. Through her lens, Lange captured the struggles and resilience of people facing economic hardship, displacement, and social injustice. Her most famous image, Migrant Mother, has become an iconic symbol of the Great Depression, but also in the photography arena, capturing the human face of poverty and hardship. Her keen ability to communicate the essential elements of a situation were really what made her portrait photographs truly stand out. Then there's Henri Cartier-Bresson. Henri Cartier-Bresson is very famous and renowned for his pioneering work in street photography and photojournalism. He coined the term the decisive moment, referring to the fleeting moments of everyday life that he captured with his camera. Cartier-Bresson's images are characterized by their spontaneity, composition, and ability to capture the essence of a scene or subject in a single frame. His photographs offer a unique window into the human experience and have influenced generations of photographers, one of which is me. Although we wouldn't classify him as a portrait photographer per se, nearly all of his images encompass some sort of human experience, story, or emotion, and that's why his work is so important to study and understand. Next, we have Annie Leibovitz. Annie Leibovitz is celebrated for her iconic portraits of celebrities, cultural figures, and political leaders. Her distinctive style blends artistry with storytelling, and I love it. It captures raw emotion and vulnerability in her subjects. Her portraits often convey a sense of intimacy and authenticity, offering viewers a glimpse into the lives and personalities of her subjects. Her work has had a profound impact on contemporary portraiture and popular culture, and her editing style and color palettes are often unique and notable above all others. And then we have Steve McCurry. Steve McCurry's powerful images transport viewers to distant lands and cultures, capturing the beauty, diversity, and resilience of the human spirit. His iconic photograph, Afghan Girl, was on the cover of National Geographic in June 1985 and became a symbol of the plight of refugees and garnered international acclaim. McCurry's evocative use of color, composition, and storytelling has made him one of the most influential photographers and photojournalists of our time, inspiring empathy, understanding, and connection across borders and cultures. Again, not necessarily revered as a portrait photographer, but it was a portrait that made his name, and he includes many portraits amongst his work of street, landscape, and documentary images. In his portrait of the Afghan girl, we can see a classic case of how technical prowess and camera settings in an image falls to the bottom of the priority list. What made this image so iconic was everything but. It was the eyes, the expression, the flow of her headdress, the composition, and the color palette, all of which was natural and not set up. To add even more power to the image was the story of the girl and the story of Steve's journey to actually get that image. The technicalities of the image itself and the camera settings just ensure that the image is well exposed and composed, rather like the icing on a cake. Lastly, this image could have been taken on any camera at all, and it would have still been a success. It was actually taken on a film camera, the Nikon FM2, a 35mm equivalent of a low megapixel camera today. Next up is Elliott Erwitt. Elliott Erwitt's wit and humor shine through in his candid street photography and playful portraits. His keen observation of human nature and ability to capture fleeting moments of comedy and absurdity make his work both memorable and timeless. Erwitt's photographs offer a light-hearted and often iconic commentary on the human condition, inviting viewers to see the world through his unique perspective. Next, we have Platon. Platon is renowned for his ability to capture the essence of his subjects with profound depth and insight. His distinctive style combines a keen eye for composition with a deep understanding of human stories and human emotion, resulting in portraits that resonate on both a visual and emotional level. One of Platon's defining characteristics as a photographer is his uncanny knack for revealing the inner strength and vulnerability of his subjects. Whether photographing world leaders, celebrities, or just everyday individuals, Platon's portraits possess a raw authenticity that really transcends superficiality, offering viewers a glimpse into the soul of his subjects. Platon's portfolio boasts an impressive array of portraits that span a diverse range of subjects and themes. From his iconic portrait of Russian President Vladimir Putin to his intimate portrayals of refugees and veterans, each image tells a compelling story that speaks to the complexities of the human experience. Last but not least, we have Joey L. Joey Lawrence, or Joey L as he's known, is a contemporary photographer celebrated for his striking portraits, cinematic style, and storytelling prowess. Renowned for his ability to seamlessly blend elements of documentary, fine art, and commercial photography, Joey is probably my biggest inspiration. His portraits exude such a sense of drama and narrative depth, drawing viewers into the other world of his subjects. Furthermore, the aesthetics of his images are truly mesmerizing, and his mastery of lighting, composition, and visual storytelling has earned him acclaim across various genres, from portraiture to fashion and editorial photography back in the day. But really, it's his personal work and his fine art talents that have really made him into one of the best environmental portrait artists of today and that the world has to offer, in my opinion. His latest work, a 13-year project across Ethiopia, really has cemented his status as legendary in my book. And we will look deeper later in the course as to why his portraits are so striking. They look so simple, subtle, and precise on the outset, but really combine so many nuances and skills that means the final images are always unique and cohesive and aesthetically beautiful, as they are emotionally and evocatively captivating. I did have the privilege of having Joey on my podcast a while back, and I was super lucky to talk to him for a few hours. The link in that episode is in the assignment section. Please watch, learn, and listen. Each of these photographers has left an indelible mark on the world of photography and portrait photography and my photography, shaping the way we see and understand the world around us. Their contributions continue to inspire and influence photographers of all levels, offering insights into the power of photography as a medium for storytelling, expression, social change, and art. So, I invite you to look through their works if you haven't done so already. It's really important, in my opinion, we learn from those that did it best. Inspiration is a huge part of creativity and influence, and there's nothing wrong with that. We should celebrate, but not necessarily emulate. So let's have a look at some portrait styles and subgenres and some of my favorite ways to use portraits. Firstly, let's look at fine art portraiture. Sounds a bit fancy, but let's define fine art first. Fine art refers to artistic creations that are primarily created for aesthetic purposes rather than functional ones. Fine art exists purely for its beauty, emotional expression, or conceptual exploration. It places entire emphasis on creativity, originality, and individual expression. In fine art portrait photography, we use our creative vision and technical skills to compose images that convey a sense of identity, emotion, and narrative. Similar to other fine art mediums, portrait photography allows us, as artists, to explore personal themes, ideas, and concepts. We can use portraiture as a means of self-expression, addressing universal themes such as beauty, identity, vulnerability, and human relationships. Essentially, fine art portraiture is anything but a headshot or a photo that is used for a specific utility. Second genre is environmental portraiture, and it's my favorite one. Environmental portraiture in photography involves capturing a subject within their natural or chosen environment, rather than against a set or staged backdrop. This approach aims to provide context and insight into the subject's life, personality, or profession by showcasing them in surroundings that are relevant to their identity or story. Environmental portraits often incorporate elements of the subject's environment to enhance the narrative and to add depth to the image. Examples of this use may include things like a portrait of a chef in their restaurant kitchen, an artist in their studio, a musician in a recording studio, or a street vendor in a bustling market, say. Some famous photographers who excel with these types of portraits are ones like Joey L., Annie Leibovitz, Steve McCurry, and Platon, to name just a few. Last one I want to talk about is creative portraiture. It's kind of a bland, generic term, but creative portrait photography has flourished in recent years as photographers explore innovative ways to create striking images. It covers a lot of ground, but ostensibly involves using imaginative techniques, unconventional compositions, and innovative concepts to capture portraits that go beyond traditional representations. It often focuses on exploring unique visual narratives, experimenting with lighting, color, props, and post-processing effects to convey emotions, stories, or abstract ideas. Creative portrait photographers aim to push the boundaries of conventional portraiture, infusing their images with artistic expression, surrealism, or conceptual depth to evoke strong emotional responses and engage viewers in thought-provoking ways. Example techniques for this include things like double exposure, light paintings, reflections, digital manipulation, long exposures, etc., all in the aid of trying to create visually striking images. This genre encourages experimentation and artistic expression, challenging traditional norms, and I absolutely love it. Creative portraiture for me is a really exciting subgenre of portraiture because it allows us to experiment and to try things we wouldn't normally try. The boundaries are almost non-existent, and we kind of let down our guard and are able to really express and experiment and try different things. Environmental portraiture is kind of more my comfort, where I go to, and kind of my usual way of shooting. And fine art portraiture I kind of see as a combination of both. Like, I like to think if I do either of those creative or environmental portraits well, they should become fine art in their own right. So whether you're drawn to just fine art portraiture, environmental portraits, or creative portrait photography, or any other type of genre, style, or combination of each, portrait photography as a whole offers an array of challenges and rewards. By understanding the origins, pioneers, and these main genres within portrait photography, we gain a broader perspective and appreciation for this captivating art form. The aim of this module was to inspire and educate you in order to hopefully give you an understanding of what works, why the masters are masters, and where you might fit into the portrait world with the genre and style you might gravitate towards. The purpose is not to confuse you, but hopefully give you clarity about what you like, and therefore how to aim your creativity when learning how to take better portraits and going through this course. So that wraps Module 2 up for now, and I'll see you in Module 3 when we start looking at the big fundamental theories behind photography in general, as we start piecing together the things we all need to know before we pick up a camera. And don't worry, we'll take it slowly. See you soon. Welcome to Module 3 of the course, where we really get dirty with the fundamental principles of photography. Not many of us photographers love theory unless you're a physicist at heart. So I'll try and keep things as simple and efficient as possible, and we won't cover anything that I don't think you need to know. This is a very important module though, so I please urge you not to move past it until you understand it all. We will start by looking at the most commonly understood theory, the exposure triangle. This is at the core of all photography and our understanding of how an image is created. We will then compare it against what I call the artistic triangle, i.e., how we turn our camera settings into art. Before we do start, though, let's think about what photography is in the simplest terms. Essentially, photography is the manipulation of light such that it's exposed onto a material that records that light. This can be film or a digital sensor or others, but we won't talk about those. We measure the amount of light by using what's called exposure, i.e., how much light is exposed onto the sensor or film, directly affecting the brightness and overall quality of the photograph. Exposure is affected, controlled, and determined by three primary factors: ISO, aperture, and shutter speed. Balancing these three factors allows us as photographers to achieve the desired exposure for our images. Generally, and I mean very generally, a well-exposed photograph has balanced brightness and detail throughout the scene, with no areas that are overly dark, underexposed, or overly bright, overexposed. Adjusting one or more of these primary factors will directly change the exposure, but also allows photographers to control the creative and technical aspects of the images. But more on this a little bit later. So let's start with ISO. What is it? Well, ISO stands for International Organization for Standardization. A pointless and arbitrary label, to be honest, but in practical terms, it measures the sensor or film's sensitivity to light. Higher ISO means it's more sensitive and thus better suited for low light conditions, and lower ISO vice versa, less sensitive and better for brighter conditions. ISO settings typically range from around 100 to 6400 or higher on modern digital cameras, and are usually in double increments, so 100, 200, 400, 800, etc. Lower ISO values, e.g. ISO 100 or 200, are less sensitive to light and produce cleaner, less noisy or grainy images, ideal for well-lit environments. Higher ISO values, on the other hand, such as 800, increase sensitivity, making them suitable for low light conditions, but may introduce more what we call noise or graininess into the image. So this makes ISO crucial for controlling exposure. Simply increase ISO for a brighter image and lower it for a darker one. Easy, right? Increasing ISO captures more light in low light, so you can prevent what's called underexposure, where basically your image is too dark. while decreasing ISO prevents overexposure in intense light, where your image may be too bright, like in midday sun or something like that. With each of the primary settings comes associated issues and trade offs, though. With respect to ISO, higher ISO introduces what's called noise, which really means a type of grain, thus reducing the image quality, sharpness, and cleanliness. And conversely, lower ISO produces cleaner images, but in return requires more light coming into the camera, which you may not always have. You can't have it all, so we just got to work with it. With all of these also comes the ability to make creative choices, though, and think outside the box. You might want some grain and noise in your images depending on the style that you're going for and what you're trying to say or do with the image. So, therefore, you don't need to worry too much about cranking up that ISO if that's what you're going for, or dealing with unavoidable low light conditions. Conversely, you might be after the cleanest and sharpest image possible, in which case you'll rely on a good amount and quality of light, which is where your focus should be. High ISO settings may reduce what's called dynamic range as well. That's the range of tones from the darkest shadows to the brightest highlights. We want this range to be as wide as possible, really, to give us as much play with details and quality of image, especially in digital cameras, because the sensor has to amplify the signal from the sensor, affecting the ability to capture details in highlights and shadows. This can result in loss of image detail, particularly in high contrast scenes. Extremely high ISO settings may also cause color shifts or color inaccuracies, affecting color fidelity in images. But I don't think we really need to worry about this right now. It's not that important. So let's look at some of the biggest takeaways that I want you to remember from ISO. As a general rule of thumb, and certainly when starting out, try and use the lowest ISO setting possible to maintain the optimal image quality, especially when you have well-lit conditions. Start with the lowest ISO setting for your camera. This is usually ISO 100, and only increase it when necessary to achieve the desired exposure. Most importantly, experiment and practice. This is really the only way you will truly know how ISO works, how you change it, and how setting and changing it affects your image. I'll give you a little experiment to do in the assignments for this module. Lastly, this is not the only factor that affects exposure, and it directly correlates with two other primary factors, aperture and shutter speed. So we really must learn to balance ISO against the other two to get A, the exposure that we want, and B, the style and look that we want. So with that being said, let's look at the next primary factor that affects exposure, and we'll look at aperture. Aperture is a critical aspect of photography that influences both exposure and creative control over what's called depth of field. Aperture refers to the size of the opening in the lens through which light enters the camera. Understanding aperture is essential for achieving desired levels of sharpness, background blur, and overall image aesthetics. So, what is aperture and how is it measured? Well, this is where many of us get a little confused. Whoever invented this measurement system did not have us laymen in mind, but it does actually make sense. So I'm going to break it down as simply as possible. Aperture is measured in what's called f-stops and are represented as the letter F, then a numerical value after it, e.g. f2.8 or f4, etc. Additionally, these numbers are fractions, hence the dash after the F, with the F equaling the focal length of the lens. So the aperture, the diameter of the opening, is the focal length divided by the number underneath. Still following me? Where the really confusing part is the lower the digits on the bottom, the larger the aperture, and more light enters the lens. I will repeat that. A lower number equals bigger aperture equals more light. This is something your brain might just take a little while to get used to. So just practice using it, practice saying it. The beauty with digital cameras is that you can see the result of changing the aperture instantaneously. So just play with it and try not to worry too much about what the numbers exactly mean, because there is a lot more to the numbers in terms of exposure levels, aperture area, and silly maths. But all you need to remember is, again, a lower number means wider opening in the lens. Now, the bad news: understanding aperture is absolutely crucial for us as photographers to achieve not only desired exposure levels, but also other associated effects that it brings, not only just to ISO and shutter speed. One part of terminology to note with aperture: if you hear me or anyone else saying that the aperture is wide open, that means it's set to as wide as it can go, e.g., f1.2 or 2.8, depending on the lens. This will vary according to the lens, but when we shoot wide open, it means we can't basically get the aperture any wider. As with ISO, aperture also comes with its own byproducts, and the main one is what's called depth of field, which I mentioned earlier. This refers to the range of distance in a photograph where subjects appear acceptably sharp. This is also determined by the combination of focal length and focusing distance, but are driven mostly by aperture itself. Depth of field goes from shallow, where only a narrow plane of the image is in sharp focus, while the foreground and background appear blurred or out of focus, absolutely brilliant for portraits, all the way up to deep depth of field, where a large proportion of the image from foreground all the way to the background appears in focus. An effect of using shallow depth of field is called bokeh, which refers to the aesthetic quality of the out of focus areas in a photograph, often characterized by smooth and pleasing blur produced by the lens optics. As a rule of thumb, we want quite shallow depths of field with smooth bokeh when taking portraits. This is because it helps to isolate the subject from the background, drawing attention to the person by blurring distracting elements in the surroundings. This technique creates a pleasing separation between the subject and the background, resulting in a visually appealing and, quite frankly, more impactful portrait. Additionally, shallow depth of field can also create a sense of depth and three-dimensionality in the image, further enhancing the subject's presence. Those lenses that are capable of wider maximum apertures, such as f1.2 or 1.8, offer enhanced low light performance and greater control over depth of field, and they are more expensive because of it. So don't worry, we will use what we have and we can still create bokeh and stunning portraits. Having the creative control over aperture, though, opens up so many possibilities for us. When we think about creative control and visual aesthetics, try not to think about aperture as just an exposure compensation mechanism. Try to think of it like the visual aesthetic mechanism first. We also have to be very careful of some drawbacks of going to the extremes on your aperture settings. For example, what we call diffraction, from when very narrow apertures reduce the overall sharpness in an image, requiring a balance between depth of field and the diffraction associated with it. On the other end of the scale, wide apertures or extremely wide apertures may exhibit lens aberrations, like what's called chromatic aberration, affecting image quality. I could talk a little bit more about this, but I don't want you to worry about any of that for now because, quite frankly, they're not that important. And if they occur, we can always recover them most of the time in our editing softwares. Okay, so let's move on and explore what's called shutter speed. Shutter speed is a fundamental aspect of photography that controls the duration of time the camera's shutter remains open, determining how motion is captured and obviously light is captured in an image. Mastering this is crucial for achieving sharp, well-exposed photographs and to create control over motion blur. So, what is shutter speed exactly? Well, it refers to the length of time that the camera's shutter is open, allowing light to reach the image sensor or film. It's measured in seconds or fractions of a second, such as 1/1000th or 1/250th of a second, or even 1 second. Faster shutter speeds result in shorter exposure times, hence a darker image, while slower shutter speeds result in longer exposure times, and so giving you a brighter image. Again, there are some trade offs here, or more like secondary byproducts and secondary effects of shutter speed, just like aperture and ISO. For example, with fast shutter speeds, such as 1/1000th of a second or even faster, we use them to freeze motion effectively. They're ideal for capturing fast moving subjects with crisp detail, such as athletes in action or wildlife in motion. Fast shutter speeds prevent motion blur that might be associated with, let's say, our hands moving or the subjects moving, and ensure that the subject appears sharp and well defined in the final image. With slow shutter speeds, such as 1/60th or even slower, we allow more time for light to reach the camera sensor or film. This longer exposure time can result in motion blur if there is movement in the scene during the exposure, because the camera is able to record the exposure for longer and will be able to capture movement of the subject in that time. We love slow shutter speeds sometimes in the creative portrait arena, as they are often used creatively to convey a sense of motion, mystery, dreamy like states, or to capture long exposure effects, such as silky smooth waterfalls or streaking lights in nighttime cityscapes, all of which you may have a subject in the foreground that you can keep sharp. Again, experiment and practice. Use the assignments I give you to practice adjusting your shutter speed to see firsthand what the effects can really do. We must always remember, though, and be cognizant of the fact that changing shutter speed primarily changes exposure and therefore will also interplay with ISO and aperture to achieve the desired exposure in your image. So, now with that in mind, we'll take a look at how they do work with each other and what to be mindful of when you're thinking about all three. Mastering the exposure triangle to achieve your desired look involves finding the right balance between aperture, shutter speed, and ISO sensitivity to achieve the desired creative and technical outcomes. Understanding how changes in one element affect the others is key to making informed decisions in different shooting scenarios. First of all, be mindful. Choose the desired look with which you want to try and attain before you even pick up the camera. Is it a dark and moody and grainy image? Is it an image that you want to convey motion or dreamlike qualities? Do you want only the face of a person to be shown in crisp detail with everything else blurred? Or do you want as much possible in focus in the whole frame? Furthermore, do you even want to freeze motion but have everything in focus? Well, the list is endless, actually, and combinations of what you can do is endless as well. But make sure you understand that in manual mode on your camera, although you have full creativity, by adjusting one setting, you'll likely need to adjust one of the others as well. And when I say setting, I mean one of the primary factors: aperture, shutter speed, and ISO. What I recommend is, when you've got a grasp on this theory, set yourself in a well lit room and put your ISO to its lowest value and keep it there. Play around with your aperture and shutter speed so you get the exposure balance you need. Then choose what effect you want. For example, for dreamy bokeh, you know you need to go quite wide on the aperture, e.g., f2.8 and below. Then adjust your shutter speed accordingly to maintain that exposure at that aperture setting. Or you can do it the other way around. You might select a wide aperture, let's stick with f2.8, and then adjust the shutter speed to freeze motion or prevent camera shake, and then adjust the ISO sensitivity to achieve proper exposure without introducing excessive noise or grain. But notice in both examples, you are setting the primary factor that would drive the look you want. There is intent there, and that dictates what setting you will set. The other two factors can then be adjusted accordingly. As a photographer, experimentation and practice are essential for honing your skills in managing the exposure triangle. By understanding how aperture, shutter speed, and ISO sensitivity work together to control exposure and creative effects, you can unlock your creativity and confidently capture stunning images in any lighting conditions with any camera. Some footnotes here, though, when it comes to practical considerations of ISO, aperture, and shutter speed. First one would be motion blur. Higher ISO settings allow for faster shutter speeds because with high ISO, you're introducing more light essentially, and therefore can have the shutter open for less time, reducing the risk of something like motion blur when capturing fast moving subjects. This is particularly useful in sports photography or when shooting in dynamic environments where a quick shutter speed is necessary to freeze motion, or in my case, when you've got a shaky hand. Another thing to think about is auto ISO functionality. Many cameras feature an auto ISO mode that automatically adjusts ISO sensitivity based on predefined parameters such as maximum ISO value and minimum shutter speed. While convenient, be cautious when using auto ISO in critical shooting situations to ensure it aligns with your creative vision. I use auto ISO quite a lot actually. It allows me to not really have to think about it. I can set a minimum ISO and a maximum ISO so the camera never goes above that. And then we're good to go. And this is kind of like a semi-automatic mode. Okay, these modes aren't manual, but these do help when starting to understand the theory. In AV mode, aperture priority, you're prioritizing aperture, so that's the one you set. And then the camera will do the rest of the work for you when it comes to shutter speed and ISO. And it's the same with shutter priority mode. You set the shutter speed for your desired effect, and the camera will adjust aperture and ISO for you. I would deter you, though, from trying any other automatic or semi-automatic modes. Please just don't. Try and stick to manual mode, or if you have to, the semi-automatic modes of aperture priority and shutter priority. Now, let's explore how mastering the artistic triangle complements the technical aspects of photography. Coupled with the technical aspects described in the exposure triangle, mastering the artistic triangle takes your photography really to the next level. It's about combining technical and artistic skills to create compelling images. And the three important facets to consider are light, composition, and moment. So let's begin with light. Lighting is the cornerstone of photography. Understanding light is crucial for capturing stunning portraits, especially in our field. Whether it's natural or artificial light, it shapes the mood, emphasizes features, and conveys emotions in your portraits. Now, the subject of light can be a little bit daunting and overwhelming, so we have a special module attributed to lighting all by itself. Different lighting techniques such as soft light, hard light, or side lighting produce various effects. Soft light creates flattering portraits with gentle shadows, while hard light adds drama and contrast. Experimenting with light allows you to sculpt your subject's features and create a desired mood for your portraits and images. Light is so important, it has its own module all in itself on this course, so I won't cover it too much here. But there are a few factors that dictate how light is used, which I will mention. Quality of light. Soft, diffuse light creates gentle transitions between highlights and shadows, which really are ideal for portrait photography. More harsh, directional light can produce dramatic contrasts and textures suitable for emphasizing shapes and forms, maybe more used for different creative styles of portraits. Direction of light is important. The direction from which light illuminates the subject can really influence the mood and visual interest of the image. Front lighting provides even illumination and clarity, while side lighting adds depth, texture, and dimension. Backlighting creates silhouettes or rim lighting effects, adding drama and atmosphere to the scene. Then there's intensity of light. The brightness or intensity of light affects the exposure settings, of course, required to capture the image accurately. So, managing exposure through the exposure triangle with aperture, shutter speed, and ISO ensures proper exposure while preserving the desired mood and atmosphere. The second part of the artistic triangle is all about composition. Now, composition is the art of arranging elements within your frame to guide the viewer's eye and communicate your message effectively. Mastering composition techniques really do enhance the visual impact of your images and can make the difference between a good image and a truly great one. Now, there are some well known rules of composition that photographers often talk about, and I use inverted commas because I don't really like the word rules here. I mean, they're just guidelines and principles that photographers often follow in order to enhance the effectiveness of their photograph. But they are guidelines that have been proven to work within the natural eye of a viewer of a photograph. So we should try and use them and take note of them. First one is the rule of thirds, as one of the most well known composition guidelines. It involves dividing the frame into a grid of 9 equal sections using 2 horizontal and 2 vertical lines. Placing key elements of interest along these lines or at the intersections of them creates some more visually balanced and dynamic compositions. Most digital cameras are able to overlay this grid on the image. Second guideline is leading lines, and they are lines within an image that draw the viewer's eye towards a focal point or subject. These lines can be actual lines in the scene, such as roads, fences, or rivers, or implied lines created by patterns, shapes, or shadows. Utilizing leading lines helps to guide the viewer's gaze through the image and adds depth and visual interest. Another guideline is the use of symmetry and patterns. Symmetry and patterns can create visually striking compositions by providing a sense of balance and order. We often seek out symmetrical subjects or scenes with repeating patterns to create harmonious and aesthetically pleasing images. Breaking symmetry slightly can add an element of surprise or tension to the composition. And then we have framing. Framing involves using elements within the scene, such as archways, doorways, or natural elements like branches or foliage, to frame the main subject. This technique adds depth and context and layers to the image while drawing attention to the subject by enclosing it within the frame. Then we have the rule of odds. The rule of odds suggests that compositions with an odd number of elements are often more visually appealing and balanced than those with an even number. This principle is based on the idea that odd numbers create a sense of asymmetry and dynamic tension, making the image more engaging to the viewer. For example, 3 people in the frame, not 2 or 4. We also want to utilize negative space. Negative space refers to the empty or unoccupied areas in a photograph surrounding the main subject. Real strategic and creative use of negative space can help to emphasize the subject, evoking a sense of solitude and tranquility, and to create a more minimalist and impactful composition. I love the use of negative space. Then we have point of view and perspective. It's often a good idea to change your point of view or perspective because this can dramatically alter the composition and visual impact of an image. Experimenting with different angles, heights, and viewpoints allows photographers to create kind of unique and compelling compositions that convey their intended message or story. While these guidelines can be helpful in creating strong compositions, it's really essential to remember that photography is also about creativity and individual expression. Breaking or bending these rules intentionally can lead to innovative and memorable images that stand out from the crowd. Ultimately, the best compositions are those that effectively communicate the photographer's vision and evoke an emotional response from the viewer. So don't let these rules constrain you. Okay, finally, let's talk about the importance of moment. The moment refers to the precise and often fleeting instant when all elements combine perfectly to create a compelling and emotionally resonant image. Capturing the right moment for what you want to show is really about recognizing and seizing the correct opportunity to tell a story, evoke an emotion, or convey the unique experience. Many people think that the moment only applies to genres like street photography or sports photography or even travel photography and others, where you can have dynamic elements in the frame, for example, people, fast moving subjects, changing environments. But really, moment applies to all photography. It may not even be the moment with regards to your subject, but the moment of your own internal and external decision making, just as important. In portrait photography, it's really both. It's about finding the right moment for yourself to feel comfortable and happy with the setup, the angles, distances, settings, lighting, etc., and the complex and dynamic human in front of you. If you're asking them to make poses and movements as you shoot, then even more so. The moment is truly about noticing when everything feels good to go. This is an intrinsic quality one can attain with really just practice and experience and patience. But here are some key aspects of the moment in photography. Well, timing, it's obvious. Timing's crucial when it comes to capturing the moment. It involves being prepared and ready to press the shutter button at precisely the right instant. Often, these moments are brief and may never repeat themselves, so a photographer must anticipate and react quickly to capture them. Second thing to think about is emotion. The moment in photography often involves capturing subjects' genuine emotions, expressions, or reactions. It could be a genuine smile, a tear of joy, a look of surprise, or any emotion that adds depth and authenticity to the photograph. These moments can reveal the human experience and connect viewers with the subject on an even deeper and emotional level. Then we think about action and movement. Many moments involve action or movement. These can be dynamic scenes, like a sports player scoring a goal, a dancer mid leap, or a bird taking flight. Capturing these moments freezes time and allows viewers to appreciate the skill, energy, or beauty of the action. What is important is narrative and storytelling. The moment often contributes to the storytelling aspect of photography. It can convey a specific narrative or imply a larger story within a single frame. This storytelling element engages viewers and encourages them to imagine what happened before or after the captured moment. What about unique events? Some moments are unique, one of a kind events that cannot be replicated. Thinking less portrait photography now. For example, a solar eclipse, a comet passing through the night sky, or a rare celestial alignment. Photographers may wait patiently for years to capture these extraordinary moments. In street photography, moment is very important. Often, the moment involves capturing the essence of a scene or the interaction between people in an urban environment. It could be a fleeting glance, a gesture, or a juxtaposition of elements that create a thought provoking image. This could be really valuable when combining portraits in a street environment and thinking about the elements that go into both. And then there's the decisive moment. This concept was popularized by renowned photographer Henri Cartier-Bresson. It emphasizes capturing an image at the exact moment when all elements align perfectly to create a visually striking and meaningful composition. Really skilled photographers often pre-visualize the moment by anticipating events or situations and positioning themselves for the best vantage point. Pre-visualization involves planning and predicting when and where the perfect moment might occur, also applicable in portraits. In essence, the moment in photography is about recognizing the unique and significant instances that unfold before the camera. It requires a keen eye, anticipation, patience, and often a deep understanding of the subject matter or context. Capturing the moment is an art form that transcends technical skills and equipment. In portrait photography specifically, it's really about setting the scene to encourage the right moment to appear in front of you and being mindful enough that when the moments arise, You're fully aware of them. So let's put all of this together and consider a real life scenario. Let's think about capturing a portrait of a friend at sunset on a beach. Don't worry, this is all hypothetical and can be transferred into any environment and scene that you wish. Okay, let's set the scene. Light. As the sun sets, the light becomes softer and more golden, casting long shadows and warm hues across the scene. The quality of light is crucial for creating a flattering portrait, as harsh direct sunlight can create unflattering shadows on the subject's face. To utilize this beautiful golden hour light, you may want to position your friend with the sun behind them, providing a soft, diffused backlight that illuminates their hair and creates a warm glow around their silhouette. I personally love this look. Let's think about composition then. For the composition, you may want to position your friend slightly off center using the rule of thirds, with the vast expanse of the beach and the colorful sky serving as the backdrop. By incorporating negative space around the subjects, which we talked about before, you emphasize their presence and draw the viewer's eye to the main focal point, which is the person's face. Additionally, you may use leading lines created by something like the shoreline or the horizon to guide the viewer's gaze towards the subject, adding depth and visual interest into the composition. Okay, so what about the moment? Well, in terms of the moment, you're probably going to be given a lot of them. You wait for the perfect expression, though, or gesture from your friend, a genuine smile, a playful glance, or contemplative pose that captures their personality and the mood of the scene. Anticipating these moments and reacting quickly ensures that you capture authentic and emotive portraits that really resonate with the viewers. So, artistic stuff kind of aside, let's think about our technical aspects and how this affects the exposure triangle and how they interplay with the artistic elements. Okay, well, let's start with shutter speed. With the diminishing light at sunset, you might want to adjust the shutter speed to maintain proper exposure while freezing any potential motion blur. A slower shutter speed might introduce blur due to camera shake or subject movement, especially if the wind is blowing in their hair or something. To counter this, then, you choose a moderately fast shutter speed, such as 1/125th of a second or faster, to ensure sharpness in the image while still allowing enough light to reach that sensor. With aperture, we want to achieve a shallow depth of field and create that beautifully blurred background that isolates the subject. So you select a wide aperture, a low f-stop number, such as f2.8. This not only helps to separate your friend from the background, but also enhances the overall aesthetic of the portrait by creating a dreamy and cinematic look. Then there's ISO. As the sun sets and the light diminishes, you may need to increase that ISO sensitivity to maintain proper exposure without compromising shutter speed or aperture settings. However, you want to stay mindful of keeping the ISO as low as possible to minimize noise and preserve that image quality. So you may start with a low ISO setting, such as ISO 100 or 200, and gradually increase it if necessary to achieve the desired exposure. So now we have low ISO, a medium shutter speed, and counteracted with a wide aperture. The exposure should be pretty well balanced, but you can adjust ISO, if anything, to ramp up the amplification on that sensor if it's just a little underexposed. And there we have it. By being mindful and intentional and carefully adjusting shutter speed, aperture, and ISO to complement the changing light conditions, composition, and moment, you end up capturing a stunning portrait that not only showcases your friend's personality, but also encapsulates the beauty and mood of the sunset scene on the beach. We're thinking outside the box and across all different facets, and this is where you will get to by the end of this course. And this scenario situation can be applied to any environment. It can be applied to whatever room you're sat in now. All you need is to replace the sun with another light source, and you need a subject, a willing subject, and then you have a playground to do what you want with. You can have props, you can change backgrounds, you can change angles, compositions, you can even diffuse the light, and you can play with your camera settings until your heart's content. Then the icing on the cake is your subject. They're willing, they're able to do different poses, different looks, different expressions, and you've got all of this variability and creativity that you can use until your heart's content. And with that, we end this module. Don't forget to practice. Please do your assignments, and I'll see you in the next one. All right, welcome to module 4, and we've kind of done with all the boring theory now. We're starting to get a little bit more hands-on. Before we start actually taking photos and talking about technique and art and tips and tricks and kind of practical examples in the studio actually taking photos, we have to understand what we're taking photos with and how they work. So with that being said, I'm sat here at my studio desk, and this is where you'll find me for the next couple of modules, because we're going to talk about cameras, lenses, and other types of equipment before we move on to the functions and settings of them in the next module. Okay, so this is probably a module that's, in my opinion, of relatively little importance, but nonetheless absolutely necessary. And additionally, one of huge popularity with many beginners out there, because it's about equipment. After I walk you through some equipment knowledge in this module, you should gain a deeper appreciation for the role of equipment in photography, and also understand how to leverage various tools to understand your skills and creativity. Let me get something straight. More expensive and better cameras do not make better images. Yes, they can help if you know what you're doing. So I just want to get that straight and get that out of the way before we move on. Having a good camera is great. Knowing how to use that camera is more important. And that's what the next few modules are all about. So in this one, the aim of the game is for you to develop an ability to understand what a camera and lens does, and in the future, choose the right camera and lens for your specific photography needs. Because yes, it's pretty subjective and dependent on what you're going to use that camera for and what you want to get out of it. My aim is to also make you understand the technical aspects of digital cameras and lenses, including image processing and the storage of those images. Also, I want you to be able to harness the power of artificial lighting to control mood and atmosphere as much as natural lighting in your portraits. Additionally, we want you to incorporate essential accessories into your photography toolkit for the main purpose to streamline your workflow and enhance your results. And we want to build a budget-friendly photography kit, really tailored to your preferences and shooting style as much as possible and within your budget. We then apply universal principles of photography to achieve desired results across different genres and settings using that equipment. Now, the purpose of this course is really to not spend too long on equipment. And there are a few assumptions I'm going to make so that we don't make this a deep camera manual or user guide for all manufactured cameras out there. We want to get on with the fun stuff. First assumption is that we will use and focus on digital cameras. The principles remain the same, but equipment and settings do vary. So we really have to just choose one, and seeing as, well, A, the majority of people shoot digital, and B, it's easier for me to teach digital because you can see live feeds and the screen when I use the camera. That being said, film is something I do encourage you to learn one day because it's such a beautiful medium and a different challenge altogether. The second assumption I'm going to make is just a basic level of knowledge. After the previous modules, I'm going to assume you are now comfortable with how to use basic camera functions like changing modes, using manual functions with ISO, aperture, and shutter speed, viewing your images, changing focus methods, inserting your SD cards, and really just basic usability functions. But like I said, this isn't a user guide on how to use cameras. So if you are unsure of any button, setting, or function, I highly encourage you to read your manual or check out YouTube for easy explanations. We will go through what some of the main functions mean in the next module, but I have to assume that you have a fundamental understanding of how to get a photo with your camera. Furthermore, I can't teach you about all of the different cameras, lights, and equipment and everything else. So all I aim to do is cover those universal principles and settings of all digital cameras that are pretty much on the market today. Any differences and nuances between each manufacturer and model, I'm not going to get bogged down in. So even though I may cover settings on the camera that I use, they should be able to be applied to your camera as well. Additionally, I will assume you already own a camera with a lens, so I won't spend too much time explaining different purchase options. But if you don't have a camera and/or lens yet, then you'll find some recommendations later on, so we'll get to it then. I want you to remember that if you already own a camera, keep it and do not upgrade it until you've completed this course. Please, you need to practice a bunch and feel comfortable moving to a higher gear level. If you're on a budget and already have the basics, then you don't need to spend any more on equipment, I promise. Okay, so let's start with the camera. When it comes to cameras for portrait photography, both what's called DSLR and mirrorless cameras are very popular choices. We like to prefer cameras with high resolution, I'm going to explain this later, good low light performance, we like good dynamic range, also covered a bit later, and we like the ability to shoot in what's called RAW format for maximum flexibility during post-processing. What does all that mean? Don't worry, we're going to cover it all, but I just wanted to cover maybe a couple of definitions before we start. The first one is resolution. Resolution is basically how sharp your pictures are. Imagine your photo is made up of tiny dots. These dots are called pixels, and the more pixels you have, the sharper, more vivid your picture will be. It's all about detail. And resolution is measured in width by height, usually in pixels, e.g. 6,000 times 4,000. Resolution like 6,000 times 4,000 would equal a total of 24 million pixels or 24 megapixels, just timesing the width by the height. More pixels mean more detail, but also larger file sizes because they are recording and storing more data. Dynamic range. Now, I touched upon this in module 3, but here's a quick recap. Dynamic range is about how much detail your camera can capture in different light situations. So if you're taking a picture with really bright parts and really dark parts in it, a good dynamic range means you'll still see details in both areas. It's the range of tones a camera can record from the darkest shadows to the brightest highlights. Better dynamic range means more detail in both these areas, and that's good for us. It gives us more quality and better versatility across all concepts of a photo shoot. If we know our camera has good dynamic range, we can get away with more varied conditions and create a wider range of different looks. Okay, what does RAW mean? Well, RAW is a special type of photo file that keeps all the original data from your camera. It means what it says. It's a naked image without any synthetic processing, enhancement, or compression. It's like having the raw ingredients before you start cooking. It's unprocessed data straight from the camera sensor, containing all the information captured. This format gives us way more control and flexibility in editing, but requires more storage space and specialized software. Always shoot RAW. Okay, I hope that makes sense. We will, of course, be deconstructing a lot of technical jargon as we go, but that was just a little taster before we get into the really technical stuff. So now we have that out of the way, let's talk about the most important thing that allows us as photographers to be photographers. The camera. A camera is a device used to capture and record images. It consists of several components working together to capture light and convert it into a digital or analog image. Cameras are the primary tool used in photography to capture images. They come in many different types, formats, and specifications, each catering to different needs and preferences of photographers. So here's a detailed overview of cameras. Well, let's talk about types to begin with. DSLR, or digital single lens reflex cameras, feature a mirror mechanism that reflects light into an optical viewfinder, providing that direct view through the lens. They offer versatility with interchangeable lenses, i.e. you can take a lens off and put another one on. They have manual controls, optical viewfinders, and many, many more features, making them popular for professionals and enthusiasts alike. You don't see that many DSLR cameras getting made anymore, as the popularity and efficiency and cost of mirrorless cameras increases even further. Mirrorless cameras do away with the mirror mechanism found in DSLRs, resulting in a more compact and lightweight design. They use electronic viewfinders or rear LSD screens, often both, for composition, and offer features such as advanced autofocus systems, high-speed shooting, and 4K video recording. Point-and-shoot cameras are often a great place to start out with photography. They're compact, lightweight, and very easy to use, making them ideal for casual photographers and everyday shooting. They typically feature fixed lenses, not interchangeable ones, automatic shooting modes, and built-in flash units, offering just convenience and simplicity. Some of the ones that you have out on offer today, I'm thinking like the Fujifilm X100V, are truly stunning in what they can capture for what they are. Then there's my favorite, medium format cameras. Well, medium format cameras are essentially larger sensors than DSLR. Then there's film cameras. Film cameras use light-sensitive photographic film to capture images, not a digital sensor, offering a more nostalgic and authentic shooting experience. They come in various formats, including 35mm, medium format, and large format. We're going to talk about formats later, and are valued by enthusiasts and artists for their unique aesthetic and tactile nature. They often don't have nearly as many functions and technical specifications as digital cameras do, but nonetheless are a huge challenge and lots of fun. So what key features and specifications should we be looking out for and knowledgeable about when it comes to cameras? Well, the first one is sensor size. The digital sensor is what records the data from the image, and the size of that sensor affects image quality, low light performance, depth of field, and many other things. Common sensor sizes in order of size are medium format, full frame, APS-C, micro four thirds, and any number of smaller sensors that you would find in things like phones and drones and older devices, all offering different advantages and trade-offs. Second thing we want to know about is megapixels. Megapixels determine the resolution of images captured by the camera. While higher megapixel counts can result in greater detail and flexibility for cropping, they may also lead to larger file sizes and increased storage requirements. Right now, any resolution for you above 12 megapixels is okay as a starting point. In the future, you might want to be getting towards 20 megapixels, 30, 40, and beyond. Then we want to think about the autofocus system. The autofocus system determines the speed, accuracy, and tracking capabilities of the camera's focusing mechanism. There are three main types of focusing. We have manual, single shot autofocus, and continuous autofocus. There are other variations of this, but we only want really to be concerned with these three fundamental types, as you will find them on nearly all digital cameras. Manual focus is all down to you, and usually done by moving a ring around the lens, so you should be able to see what's in focus through your viewfinder on the LCD screen. Many cameras will have assisted manual focus, which will help you determine exactly what parts are in focus, but we won't go into that quite yet. Okay, so here we have a button on my lens that gives me the option of autofocus or manual focus. If I switch that to manual focus, I now use the speed ring or this focus ring here to focus, and I will look through the viewfinder or LCD screen and move this ring so that I get the picture in focus. Then there's the single shot autofocus, denoted usually by the letters AF-S. Imagine you're taking a picture and you want the camera to focus on a specific subject. With single shot autofocus, you press the shutter button halfway down and the camera focuses on that subject once. It's like taking a quick snapshot of the focus. But if that subject or you move forward or back outside the plane of focus that it's locked on, then you will lose focus on your subject. Often something to bear in mind. Now, continuous autofocus is a bit different. You'll likely see this written as AFC. On my camera, it's called servo, which is just Canon wanting to be different. It's like having the camera constantly adjusting focus as you move or as your subject moves. This is great for things like sports or fast-moving subjects. The camera keeps tracking the subject and adjusting focus to keep it sharp. Often many cameras have different tracking options as well for that autofocus continuous. And other advanced autofocus systems may feature things like phase detection, autofocus, eye detection, great for portraits, and subject tracking, ensuring sharp and well-focused images in a variety of shooting conditions. Like I said, eye detection is fantastic these days, especially when we're thinking about our portraits. The next thing to know about is burst rate. Burst rate refers to the number of consecutive shots the camera can capture per second. Higher burst rates are beneficial for, again, fast-moving subjects like sports, wildlife, and action photography, allowing photographers to capture fast-moving subjects with precision and ease. Well, then we have drive mode. Drive mode is related to burst rate in a way. It's a setting that dictates how many photos and how fast those photos are taken when you hold your finger down on the shutter button. Usually we have single shot, low speed continuous, and high speed continuous shots. You can always set a time delay after you press the shutter as well. This is great for self-portraits when you need to get in position. We also want to think about connectivity. Most modern cameras these days feature built-in Wi-Fi and or Bluetooth for wireless file transfer, remote shooting, and seamless integration with smartphones and other devices alike. This enables us photographers to share images instantly, control the camera remotely even, and streamline our workflow no end. I don't use this too much unless I'm on location and I want to share an image with my subject who I've taken a photo of, but usually I'll wait until I get to my laptop and use the SD card directly into the computer. Nonetheless, many people I know use these functions and they're super great. Okay, so what about considerations when choosing a camera? Well, you have to think about your photographic needs, of course. Consider your specific photography needs and preferences, such as what genre you shoot, the style that you shoot, and intended use of the images. Choose a camera that aligns with your creative vision and offers the features and capabilities necessary to achieve those desired results that you're looking for. Then, of course, we have to think about money and our budget. Well, this is a big one for me because I'm a huge believer in that you don't have to spend too much money to get amazing images, hence why I made this course. But we obviously have to buy something, we have to use something. And this industry is endless in what we can get, and what we get sold to is what's going to improve our photography. So set a realistic budget based on your financial constraints, of course, and research cameras within that price range. I've done a lot of research before. I've made a lot of mistakes before. I've bought wrong things before. But for this course, I've done a lot of research and given you 3 kit lists that at the end of this module will show you what you can get for $500. And there's a $750 and $1,000 one, depending on your budget as well. If you've got more budget than that, then great. You probably don't need my help with a kit list. Okay, so consider not only the initial cost of the camera body, but also any additional expenses for, of course, lenses, accessories, and software. Remember, try and stick to your budget. I know it's not easy, not the camera that you want. I truly believe you can get any setup for less than $500 and still take great photos. I'm going to prove that to you later on as well. Then we want to think about ergonomics and handling, which is really important for me. You want your camera to look good. I mean, we're all about visuals, right? But it's really important that it feels comfortable to carry, hold, and use in general. If you're serious about photography, then you'll be wearing this camera a lot. So you really want to be okay with it. Each manufacturer has its own way of creating the body, as well as the type of software it puts into it, and of course the lenses. For instance, I'm not a big Fujifilm fan, not because they don't make good cameras, they make incredible cameras. I just don't really like the menu functions nor the feel of the buttons. Pretty similar with Sony as well. So pay attention to factors such as button layout and design, menu navigation, as all of these can greatly impact your shooting experience. Something I think gets overlooked quite a lot, especially with beginner photographers or with people making the decision to go a little bit more serious with their photography, and that is brand ecosystem. You want as many options and support available for your camera in the future. For example, you may want to add a few different lenses, you want decent build quality, you may want wide range of usership and secondhand markets, good worldwide support and accessibility, etc. So consider the ecosystem of your lenses, accessories and support services offered by different camera brands. Choose a brand that offers a wide selection of lenses and accessories compatible with your chosen camera system, as well as reliable customer support and service options. Easy ones to go with here are Sony and Canon. Cameras are the essential tools of the trade for photographers, offering a wide range of options and features to suit diverse needs and preferences. So, by understanding the different types of cameras, key features, and considerations for choosing a camera, we as photographers can make much more informed decisions and select the best camera to bring our creative vision to life. Okay, so lenses. Lenses are arguably twice as important as the camera itself. Now, if you have a compact camera, then awesome. I use a compact often. But unfortunately, you don't have the option of what's called an interchangeable lens, meaning you can't take the lens off the camera and put a different one on. If you have the luxury of a mirrorless camera with interchangeable lenses, then you must understand that what sense you use this lens with will play a crucial role in determining the composition, perspective, and overall aesthetic of your images. So, understanding the different types of lenses, their characteristics, and their applications is essential for photographers looking to achieve their creative vision. So here's an overview of lenses in general. First of all, types of lenses. Well, there are two main types, really. We call them prime lenses and zoom lenses. Okay, so I'd like to show you as many different types of lenses in person, but I don't have like a broad range myself, and I'm shooting on two of them right now. So I'll do my best to be putting clips of different types of lenses on the screen for you as we talk. So firstly, prime lenses. Prime lenses have a fixed focal length, meaning they cannot zoom in or out. They offer superior image quality because they have less moving parts and less glass, meaning better optical performance, including sharper images, less distortion, and fewer aberrations, etc., etc. They also have wider apertures and compact designs compared to zoom lenses. Prime lenses are favored for their sharpness, low light performance, and ability to create shallow depth of field effects. So why would we choose zoom lenses then? Well, zoom lenses have a variable focal length, allowing photographers to adjust the framing and composition without changing lenses. So they're versatile. They offer convenience as well for a wide range of shooting situations, making them very popular choices for travel, events, and just everyday photography. If you have a choice, I would recommend starting with a zoom lens, such as the very popular 24 to 70 millimeter type lens. We'll talk about focal length soon, because this will give you enough room to play with and just practice. It also means while you learn, you don't have to break the bank with different lenses or worry about changing them all the time. Great for beginners. Again, we're looking for budget-friendly, quick, and easy options right now. You can spend money later if you do want to upgrade after you find your style, niche, voice, and just general comfortable nature with your camera. Okay, so within these two main types, we have various subtypes, all of which you can find as prime or zoom lenses. First one would be wide-angle lenses. Wide-angle lenses have a shorter focal length than standard lenses, typically ranging from 14 to about 35 millimeter. This means they can capture a broader range of view, making them ideal for things like landscape, architecture, and interior photography. Wide-angle lenses can exaggerate perspective and create dynamic compositions with more of a sense of depth and scale. Then moving up, we kind of have standard lenses. These can also, of course, be prime or zoom. Standard lenses have a focal length that closely matches the perspective of the human eye, typically around 35 to 50 millimeter. They offer a natural field of view as such and are well suited for everyday photography, street photography, documentary work, and of course, portraits. This right now is being shot on a 35mm and its angle of field of view would be similar to what you would be looking at through your eyes in person. And lastly, we have telephoto lenses. Telephoto lenses have a longer focal length than standard or wide lenses, typically ranging from the 70mm mark to 400 and more. They magnify distant subjects, making them ideal for things like wildlife and sports photography. Telephoto lenses can what's called compress a perspective, where distant objects appear closer together and the scene in the frame appears flatter. Because of the compression and telephoto nature of these lenses, it allows much isolation of subjects from the background with a shallower depth of field. So why not use them? I can't show you any because I don't have any telephoto lenses because, well, I'm not a wildlife photographer or sports photographer or photographer that's in any need of telephoto lenses. Past that, I'd argue you're not close enough if you're doing portraits, travel, or street. What was that quote from Robert Capa? If your pictures aren't good enough, you're not close enough. Well, this should be interpreted literally and figuratively, but we can talk more about this later. For now, I recommend you don't buy a telephoto lens unless you're going to specialize in something that needs it, like wildlife photography. Then maybe you're watching the wrong course. Lastly, we have macro lenses. They are designed for close-up photography, allowing photographers to capture intricate details and textures with high magnification. Most lenses that aren't macro lenses have a minimum distance at which they can focus on the subject from the end of their lens. Macro lenses bring that focus distance closer to their lens. They offer that minimum focusing distance that enables subjects to reproduce at life size or greater, making them ideal for capturing small subjects such as insects, flowers, and products. Thinking portraits, some really creative opportunities open up here. That's for later. Okay, so what accessories come with lenses? Well, nearly all lenses come with a lens hood and a lens cap. A lens cap is quite obvious in what it does. It's there purely to protect the valuable and fragile glass that is at the end of your lens. The lens hood can also help with that, but its main functions are the following. Number one, it blocks unwanted light. A lens hood prevents stray light from entering the lens, reducing lens flare and what's called ghosting, which can just generally degrade image quality. So therefore, it also improves image quality by maintaining accurate color reproduction, enhancing contrast by stopping that unwanted light, and shielding from adverse weather conditions. A lens hood contributes to better overall image quality in general. But it also protects the lens, like I said. It serves as a physical barrier, shielding the lens from accidental impact, scratches, and debris, thus prolonging its lifespan. And we're all in favor of that. Okay, so let's think about some key features and characteristics that we want to know about when it comes to any lens out there. The first thing we want to think about is focal length. And we've mentioned this a couple of times before. Focal length determines the angle of view and magnification of the lens. The measurement of focal length is typically expressed in millimeters and denoted on the lens in just its numbers. This refers to the distance between the lens's optical center and the image sensor or film when the lens is focused at infinity. But just don't worry about these maths or physics of it right now. Just know that shorter focal lengths capture wider fields of view, for example, 16mm, 24mm, while longer focal lengths magnify distant subjects, for example, 85, 200, 400mm. You'll hear focal lengths banded around willy-nilly, but usually with portraits, a good place to start is in the 35 to 85mm area on a full-frame camera. I say full-frame camera, and I don't want to confuse you, but focal length is standardized for full-frame sensors, the equivalent of 35mm film. Now, don't get confused with sensor size and focal length, even though they're both expressed in millimeters. But once you drop down to crop sensors or go up to medium or large format sensors, the same lens will give a different looking image. Let me explain a little bit. If you have a bigger sensor, it captures more of the scene, making everything look wider, even with the same focal length lens. And conversely, if your sensor is APS-C or micro four thirds, i.e. smaller, then it'll be able to capture less of the scene. So without getting too bogged down, let's think about 55mm lens. That's considered a moderate field of view, neither too zoomed in nor too wide on the full frame camera. Now, putting that on like an APS-C camera will effectively crop the image by about 1.5 times. So it will be the equivalent of a 75mm lens on the full frame camera. It will make your subject appear closer and give you a narrower field of view compared to using it on the full frame camera. It's a bit like zooming in a bit without physically changing the lens. Make sense? Let's move on and talk about another consideration. And that consideration is aperture. Aperture is to do with the lens, and as we know, controls the amount of light entering the lens and affects depth of field. Lenses with wide apertures, e.g. f2.8 or 1.4, allow a shallower depth of field and better low light performance. The wider the maximum aperture means that we call the lens faster because they can allow faster shutter speeds due to the wider opening, and is considered much better quality and of course more expensive. If you can, though, go prime lens with wide maximum aperture. Now, we're only talking about the makeup of a lens. Just because a lens can go to f1.2, say, doesn't mean you have to shoot it at that. Remember, that will give you very shallow depth of field and may make your image look a bit weird, depending on the distance to your subject, lighting, and other factors, which we'll talk about later. Okay, the third consideration would be image stabilization. Some lenses feature built-in image stabilization technology, which helps reduce camera shake and blur when shooting handheld at slower shutter speeds. Amazing for me, I'm a bit of a shaker, but especially if the lens is heavy or it's hot or I'm in a difficult position, remember, you have to plan like you're going to be all over the place with the camera. You might be lying on the floor, on your back, shooting with one hand, upside down, whatever it takes. Okay, another consideration is autofocus. We've touched on this a little bit already, but the autofocus system is inherent to the lens and determines the speed, accuracy, and the performance of the lens's focusing mechanism. It is important, but just makes life easier, to be honest. All digital cameras have autofocus, so don't worry about it too much. Advanced autofocus systems do offer features such as fast and silent focusing, eye detection, and subject tracking, though, all of which can come in handy. Okay, let's think about considerations when choosing a lens. Well, photographic needs obviously are important. Consider your specific photography needs, such as what genre you're shooting, the style at which you shoot at, and the preferred subjects. We want to choose lenses that complement your shooting style and enable you to capture the images you envision. It's important that you have a series of photos that look cohesive. If you shoot some at 28mm focal length and others at 200mm, they're going to look non-cohesive with each other and will deter the audience from seeing any kind of consistency or style with your series of images. Also, get to know a lens and camera combination like the back of your hand. It will become intuitive and means it's one less thing to think about, and we love an easier life. Focus on one lens and master it. For portraits, I always recommend 50mm. It works. It feels like you're right there. And if you can get as wide an aperture as possible, even better. Of course, we have to think about budget. lenses are expensive and can sometimes be more than your camera in some cases, but they don't have to be. Again, I've given a kit list that might work within lower budgets, and you can find this at the end of the module. But many cameras come with a kit lens included, or your compact camera or just your phone will work absolutely fine as you learn photography. Have I repeated this enough yet? Okay, we also have to think about compatibility. This is quite important. An example might be if you had a Sony camera but wanted to attach a Tamron or Canon lens, say. Well, most digital cameras and lenses these days will provide compatibility, but there are also adapters out there. So you just need to ask the manufacturer or seller, wherever you might be getting them from, what best practice is. This is a common issue though when trying to choose better value for money lenses, e.g. Tamron, it's a great example. By wanting to put a different lens on your camera that's a different make. So if you're starting from scratch, just try your best to ensure compatibility between the lens and your camera system. Otherwise, you'll be in a world of pain. And don't forget to include the mount type and sensor size when you're choosing your lens. Choosing your lens that are fully compatible with their camera to maximize performance and functionality is often overlooked, but very important. So there we have it, some essential tools for photographers when talking about lenses, and arguably more important than the camera body itself, offering a wide range of options and capabilities to suit diverse needs and preferences. When talking about quality of light, quality of sharpness of the image, that's largely down to your lens. So think about it, consider your budget, and make the right decision. Okay, so let's look at some lighting equipment. As it's one of the most critical elements in photography, light that is, influencing mood, atmosphere, and visual impact of an image, we have to pay light a lot of attention, especially when using artificial light. But whether natural or artificial, remember, understanding how to manipulate and control light is essential for creating compelling and visually striking photographs. Don't worry, we have a whole module on light, so we're going to get to it. With artificial light, i.e. a piece of equipment that shines light in the direction that you want, and usually at the same time as you press the shutter button on your camera, we have the luxury of being able to own more control over it if we really want. While natural light is wonderful, soft, free, and forgiving, in a confined setting or with bad weather, etc., you might not have the luxury of having great natural or golden light. You want to have as much control over light as possible, especially when you're practicing. And that's why I always recommend investing in some kind of lighting setup, and it doesn't have to be expensive. Just like cameras and lenses though, there are plenty of options. And again, I recommend my budget-friendly go-tos in the kit lists at the end of this module. The problem is, once you start thinking about artificial light, it's just another thing to add to your repertoire and kit bag. So it does start to increase those costs as well. Anyway, let's have a look at some of the general bits of a lighting equipment. Okay, so artificial light sources can be either continuous or flash. Let's think about continuous lights to begin with. These are lights that stay on all the time. They can be simple desk lamps, floor lamps, or professional studio lights, just like the one that's on me now. Continuous lights are great for beginners because you can see exactly how the light falls on your subject before taking the photo. I still use them to this day, not just for video, but for photography as well in the studio. And you'll see me using these in the future modules when we do some practical exercises. Problem with them is they're not practical when outside on location. Most of them have to be kept plugged in because continuous light requires a lot of energy and will absorb batteries very quickly and/or aren't powerful enough to begin with. So what we can do, we can think about flash units. These are lights that flash for a brief moment when you take a photo. A lot of cameras, especially compact ones, can have flash units built into your camera. But these aren't ideal. You don't have much control over the direction, intensity, or quality of flashlight. So often we want to use something like this that is separately attached. This is an example of one that we can remotely connect to what's called a trigger. The trigger sits on your camera hot shoe. then when you press the shutter button, it will trigger the flash. There are various types, of course, and various powers attributed to the burst of light. The more power, the more expensive and heavier. But try and get at least 250 watt seconds. That's the unit at which they measure the power. So an example here is a Godox AD300 Pro, great value for money. And like I said before, it connects wirelessly to a trigger on top of the camera, which I'll show you in a minute. This has just general features in terms of how to set the remote with the light itself. And we can attach things on the end here, which I'll get to in a minute. But it essentially flashes, and this is what you'll see, when you use it and press the shutter button. Or you can have a modeling light, which is a continuous light. It's just not very bright. It's not as bright as a professional continuous light. Okay, so all I have to do then is make sure my trigger is synced to the flash, and then I can put my flash anywhere. It's infrared and wireless signal. Then all I need to do, take my shot, and you'll see the flashlight go off when I press the shutter button down. Simple as that. So I recommend if you're going to be shooting outside as well as inside, get a flash. It's more versatile, more light, will be smaller and less cumbersome. If you're going to be shooting inside all the time though, try and find a way to get some kind of continuous light. You can try and get the most powerful one you can, but if all you have is a table lamp or floor lamp, then try and get as bright a bulb as possible, or even better, a variable switch so you can fade the light up or down, or just add more lamps if you can. So you can have the choice of 1, 2, or even 3 lights. If you can afford a continuous photography light, then get one. It will help your photography no end if you're going to be more studio-based, because you get to see live where the light is actually falling. You will need a stand though, and some other things that we'll talk about next. Okay, so whatever light you do have, you will want to look at modifiers. You might have heard the term softboxes before, which is a type of modifier. Modifiers are attachments on the end of a light that diffuse the light, so it's not as harsh. Think of a torch or flashlight and how it creates a very sharp light that shines in a very narrow cone, and where the highlights and shadows are very sudden in their difference. I'm going to show you an example. If I turn this main light off that's on me right now, just bear with me. And then I have a continuous light here, which I'm going to turn on. And you can see that on the end of the continuous light, there is no modification. There's no modifiers. It's literally just a big torch or a big flashlight. Okay. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to place this at the end of my desk. You can't see it, but you're able to see the light on the other camera. And I'm going to bring this kind of bust statue, which is good for practicing light on, into the center of my table and basically shine the light on it. Now you can see the shadows here, difference between the shadows and the light. See, we've got this strong kind of sharp light coming across to the bust. Gets a little bit softer as we get closer, but generally speaking, that's pretty kind of harsh. Okay, so we have strong light and then a strong shadow. Now, if I was to put this diffuser on the end of the light, and it's literally just a cone with a bit of white paper on it. Now, watch the bust and the light going onto the bust. Okay, so, we've still got shadows, which is great. We love shadows. But you can see the light. I'm going to take it off without, with. Okay, watch the light on where my finger is here. Okay, you can see the shadows, where the shadows start on the top of the head, are now softer. So the difference, it kind of merges. The highlights and shadows merge a little bit easier. Now, this is really great for portraits because it makes our faces and the subjects we're shooting more flattering. It's kind of a nicer, kind of soft look. So, and this is just a this is just a small softbox. I mean, it's tiny. It's still essentially a cone, but we're just adding some what's called diffusion, right, that I talked about. Just diffusing, just kind of breaking up those rays of light and allowing us to create this kind of soft illumination of the subject. Okay? As I get further away, the light becomes a little bit harsh. As I get kind of closer, those gradations between the highlights and the shadows get a little bit less. We're going to talk a lot more about this in the light module and in the practical exercises in the studio, so don't worry about it too much. But essentially, this is what modifiers do, and I would suggest any flash or any light that you do buy that's going to work with your camera, get a modifier or a diffuser or a softbox, whatever they want to call it. Usually comes with the light itself. Get that with it. You can find really cheap ones. Again, there's on my kit lists at the end of this module, you can find really good and cheap, good value for money ones on Amazon. Usually when you buy a light on Amazon or one of the websites like that, it will give you an option to buy a modifier or a diffuser or a softbox with it. Get it because you need it. You can always take the softbox off. If you want to get creative, and again, we're going to talk about this a lot later. If I can get the softbox off, here we go. You might want to get creative and have that harsh light. I mean, look at how harsh that is, right? We've got really black shadows, blown out, what we call blown out highlights, really, really bright. That might look cool. You might be doing some creative portrait stuff. So the beauty of softboxes and modifiers is you just take them off and take them on when you want. Also, with these modifiers, you can add more and more layers of diffuser on. Even with the professional ones, you can just add layers, add layers, add layers. That will dampen the light, so you probably have to pump up the power of your light, depending on the conditions. So if you really want like really, really, really soft light, you can add more diffusion. Or, and again, we're going to talk about this later, you can get bigger softboxes. So the bigger the softbox is, the more the light will spread out. If that makes sense. So the more the light will spread out, the softer it becomes, and you won't get these sharp hotspots. Okay, so let's recap on modifiers, just because they're super important and I want to make sure you understand what they do. A modifier diffuses light and spreads it more evenly over a given area, therefore providing softness and a more pleasing look to the light. The most popular modifier form is a softbox, which I'm showing you now, but you can find many different ones that give different shapes of light and looks. Don't worry too much about them for now though. Consider finding any modifier that you can afford. And like I said, usually when you buy a light, you have the option of a modifier as well. You can make modifiers though at home, like a sheet of white paper or white fabric. But it's good to know that modifiers enable you to manipulate light intensity, direction, and quality, resulting in more professional and visually appealing portraits. That's what we're after. Just something to bear in mind, with lights and modifiers, you will need a light stand. You can find these anywhere and will allow any type of photo light to be attached to the top, so you can angle it however you need, either down, up, left or right. And we'll show this in the light module later on. Another important tool I want you to think about are reflectors. Reflectors bounce light onto wherever you want, usually the subject, filling in shadows and creating more even and flattering light distribution. For example, suppose your shadows are just very black, you've got harsh light, and the image overall has too much contrast, the difference between light and dark. In that case, you want to try adding light to the shadows to reduce that contrast and maybe expose some of the details in the areas. These are fantastic and inexpensive ways to supplement whatever lighting setup you might have to stick with for now. Reflectors come in various shapes, sizes, and colors, allowing you to experiment and achieve different effects. And I'm going to show you exactly what they do right now. Okay, so with me, I've got essentially a bit of silver cloth and a white notepad. Now, the white notepad is, modeling as our model, essentially. So I'm going to position it to a point where, well, not, the light's coming right here. I'm not going to position it right in front of the light because it's getting 100% of the light. What we want to try and emulate is something that's in a bit of shadow. So you can see here, like if I angle it like that, it's a little bit gray, not quite as bright as that, right? So it's a little bit gray. And all we're going to do is angle this silver reflector, which just reflects light, onto the white sheet. And all we do is play around to a point where we get the light. So you see there, that's with reflection, that's without. That's with, that's without. without. So really subtle, but imagine a really big light and a really big reflector. These come in different colors and different sizes. And if you get it even closer, look, bouncing that light, right? It's called bouncing that light. See the white on my fingers? Gray, white, more darker white, white, off-white, white. Hope you can see that on the video. We're obviously going to cover a lot of this in the lighting module. I just wanted to give you an idea of exactly what reflectors do. Okay, so the last bit of equipment really to think about are tripods. Tripods are great tools for photographers seeking stability and precision in their shots. I personally don't really use them, only for recording video in the studio for my podcast or for videos like this. And I nearly always shoot handheld because I want the freedom, especially important when shooting portraits. But on the occasion I need to capture low light conditions and maybe a wide environmental portrait, or indeed landscape shots, all of which I do sometimes, I do use a tripod. They provide a solid foundation for the camera, allowing for longer exposures, sharper images, and creative flexibility in composition. So here's a very quick overview of tripods and their importance in photography. Well, like I said, tripods offer stability and support, reducing camera shake and ensuring sharp images, particularly in low light conditions or when using telephoto lenses. They eliminate the need for handheld shooting, providing a steady platform for capturing clear and detailed photos. And we love clear and detailed photos. Tripods also enable photographers to experiment with different shooting techniques, and we love experimenting with different techniques and compositions, such as long exposures, panoramic shots, and low-angle perspectives. They provide stability for capturing those intricate details, minimizing vibrations, and allowing for precise framing and focusing. Tripods, again, though, are weirdly expensive, so I really wouldn't recommend getting one yet. But if you want to transition more to landscape photography, this definitely needs to be part of your kit without doubt. I wouldn't go cheap here either because they need to be strong, durable, and reliable, and maybe light if you're traveling with it. Okay, let's kind of get away from equipment and talk software. Let's talk editing software and post-processing software. This is the first time I've mentioned post-processing or editing, because I'm a big believer in getting as much right in camera first, i.e. the photo should be a winner on its own when seen through the camera before you even get it in your editing software. But editing software plays a crucial role in the digital photography workflow, allowing us to really enhance and refine our images to achieve the desired aesthetic and creative vision that we're after. In my opinion, it's the difference between a great image and a world-class one. It's a beast of a subject, and it's a very important one. So much so, I've dedicated a separate module to this. But it's good to give you now an insight as to what we use it for and what to expect, and generally what your options are. So generally speaking, from basic adjustments to advanced editing techniques, post-processing software offers a wide range of tools and features to take your photos to the next level. Here's an overview of post-processing software and its importance in photography. Okay, so what types of post-processing software are there? Well, only a few really. The first major one is Adobe Lightroom. Lightroom is the most popular photo editing and management software designed specifically for photographers, and there is good reason for that. It offers what's called non-destructive editing tools, meaning that when you make editing adjustments to your photos, such as, changing your exposure, your contrast, color balance, the original image file remains untouched. Instead, Lightroom saves these edits as a set of instructions or what's called metadata associated with the image. This means that you can make as many changes as you like to your photos in Lightroom without altering the original image at all. You can always go back and revert to any adjustments or start over from scratch. And this non-destructive editing workflow is advantageous because it preserves the integrity of the original photos and allows for experimentation and refinement without the risk of permanently altering or damaging your image data. Additionally, it saves storage space. since Lightroom only stores the instructions for the edits rather than creating multiple versions of the image itself. Adobe Lightroom has a huge array of editing functions, too many to even know, to be honest, let alone talk about. So I do understand how it can be a little bit daunting. Things such as sliders, presets, masks, adjustment brushes, and organizational features we will cover in the editing module, so don't worry too much about it. Now, just understand this is also not a Lightroom video course, and when we get to the editing module, I'll only discuss the techniques and functions that A, I think you need or are essential, and B, that are able to be used in other editing softwares as well. There are many other functions that we won't cover though, because, well, that will be multiple courses in themselves. So what I do recommend is that once we finish that module and you still have questions, just maybe jump onto YouTube, as there are so many good videos that will explain a specific function, question, or issue you might be having with Lightroom. Okay, the sister software of Lightroom is Adobe Photoshop. Photoshop is a hugely powerful and versatile image editing software used by photographers, but also designers and other artists worldwide, often supplementing Lightroom when thinking about photographers' use of it. It offers a comprehensive range of tools for retouching, compositing, and creative manipulation, including layers, masks, filters, and blending modes. I use this as maybe 20% of my editing workflow and really just scratch the surface with what it can truly do. It's above the level of my technological intellect. I can only just about say that. So in my opinion, when starting out, don't really worry about Photoshop. Only when you are competent with your camera and Lightroom would I suggest you start having a poke around Photoshop. Then there's Capture One. Capture One is essentially the same as Lightroom, just made by a different company. There, you have it. I don't use it, so I'm not going to teach it. We have other softwares and add-ons and plugins such as Topaz Labs or Evoto, both of which are great for images and great for portraits. And I'll cover them. I'll give you a glimpse into those in the editing module. Unfortunately, you have to pay for all of these softwares. So I wouldn't recommend getting all of them unless you can afford them comfortably. And even then, maybe you don't want to be playing around with too many bits of software. They're all nice additions to have, but by no means essential. And we'll take a look at them in the editing module anyway. For now, I have to say you need Lightroom. It's about $10 a month, but absolutely essential for your photography life. Okay, so what are some key features and tools of Adobe Lightroom? And I'm only going to talk about Lightroom because if you understand how to use Lightroom, then really you need little else. Plus, it's widely used amongst the majority of photographers. Okay, so what can we do with Lightroom? So many things, but here are the basics. First of all, we have to bring our photos into the software. We have to import the photos. Lightroom allows you to import the photos from your camera, memory card, or computer into your Lightroom library for organization and editing. The organization part is super helpful. Lightroom offers these powerful tools for organizing and managing your photo library. You can create folders, add keywords, tags, star ratings, and use collections to group related photos together. Without this, I think I'd be lost. When you get to editing, you've got basic adjustments. Lightroom provides tools for making basic adjustments such as exposure changes, contrast enhancements, highlights, shadows, whites, blacks, etc., etc. You can also adjust white balance. You can crop your images, straighten your images, remove red eye, etc., etc., etc. So much. One thing as well that's cool is the tone curve. The tone curve panel allows you to finalize the tonal range of your photos by adjusting the brightness and contrast of specific tonal ranges and colors. Speaking of colors, you can adjust any different color you want, really. Lightroom enables you to adjust these by using things like the white balance tool, and many other color tools like hue, saturation, luminance panel, color grading panel, and other methods. You can also enhance your details. Lightroom includes tools for sharpening and reducing what's called noise in your photos to enhance detail and clarity. We talked about noise in a few modules ago. You can also compensate for lens corrections. And what we mean by this is some lens distortions, chromatic aberrations, and vignetting that might come with any type of lens, but often the budget-friendly ones. And presets. Everyone loves presets. Lightroom offers a range of built-in presets and also allows you to create, import, and save your own presets for applying a consistent look to your photos with a single click. I'm not a huge fan, but we'll talk about that later. Once you have finished editing your photos, you can then export them in various formats and sizes for sharing online, printing, or further editing in other applications. So there we have it, just the high-level overview. This is what some of the basics you can do with photos using Lightroom. The software is truly amazing. It offers a wide range of features and tools for organizing, editing, and enhancing your photos to achieve your desired creative vision. And of course, I will show you some of these functions as well as how I use the software later in the course. I'm really excited that you get to play around with that, so go and get it. Okay, last but not least, we're going to think about accessories that we might want to add into our photography bag. We might think about ones that can complement our gear and help us achieve better results in various shooting conditions and scenarios. From protecting your equipment to expanding your creative possibilities, accessories do actually play a crucial role in enhancing your photography experience, and we all kind of love them. Great little gadgets. Anyway, here are some photography accessories. Well, the biggest one's probably the camera bags. Camera bags are designed, of course, to store and transport your gear, most importantly, safely, conveniently. They come in various styles, including backpacks, shoulder bags, and sling bags, with customizable compartments and padding to protect your equipment from damage and weather elements. Lens filters. Lens filters attach to the front of your lenses and serve various purposes, such as reducing glare, reflections, enhancing colors, and protecting the lens from scratches and dust. These are really important. Common types of lens filters include UV filters, polarizing or CPL filters, and neutral density or ND filters. We also want memory cards because memory cards are used to store digital images and videos captured by your camera. They do come in many different formats such as SD, CF, and micro SD with varying capacities and read and write speeds to accommodate different shooting needs and file sizes. So get whatever cards you need that your camera and budget suggests. The faster and more storage you can get, the better. Okay, what about camera straps and harnesses? Well, camera straps and harnesses do help distribute the weight of your camera gear comfortably across your body. Reducing strain and fatigue during extending shooting sessions is really important. They come in different designs, including neck straps, shoulder straps, and cross-body harnesses with adjustable features for a custom fit. I like the handheld straps and one shoulder strap, which I can move the camera quite easily. Okay, earlier we talked about how important your lens is and likely that it's expensive. Therefore, you want to keep it clean and safe. Lens cleaning kits include tools and supplies for maintaining the cleanliness of your lenses and camera sensors. They typically include lens cloths, lens cleaning solutions, air blowers, and sensor swabs, which help remove dust, smudges, and fingerprints from not only your lenses, but maybe your camera sensor as well. Okay, for portraits, we like battery grips as well. They attach to the camera body and provide additional battery capacity for extended shooting sessions, especially useful when shooting events or in remote locations without access to power outlets. Power accessories include AC adapters, battery chargers, and portable power banks for charging camera batteries on the go. Okay, what about wireless transmitters and remote control systems? Well, wireless transmitters and remote control systems allow you to remotely trigger your camera shutter, adjust settings, and transfer images wirelessly from your camera to a smartphone, tablet, or computer. They offer convenience and flexibility for remote shooting. I use it a lot. Time-lapse photography and studio setups. Okay, that's about it. So congratulations on getting through to this module. We covered a lot and we're starting to cover even more now, and generally in quite shallow detail. Of course, if you want to know more specifics about all of these models and lessons and tips, then I recommend you go onto YouTube, searching for something specific, And I know there will be a deeper dive into a lot of this equipment stuff because it's just a minefield. Be careful though not to get yourself confused or overwhelmed. Easier said than done. I'm deliberately not going too detailed with things like theory and equipment because, well, anyone can find that out. What we want is to get a basic understanding of it all, arming you with a basic set of gear, then start talking about how to really use it with the most artistic and creative effects possible. Remember, the gear is merely a means to an end. The real magic happens when you infuse a unique vision, passion, and creativity into every image you capture. So get the assignments done, grab a camera and a lens, and start familiarizing yourself with what they are and how to handle them. Happy shooting, and see you in the next module where we will go through some of the major settings on your camera. And the next module will be pretty much the last of the bulk of the theory and of the equipment stuff. After that, we'll really start diving into practical exercises and practical examples of stuff. So, see you in the next one. Welcome to Module 5, where we're going to discuss some basic and universal camera functions that you can use to create your own vision and express yourself through photography by making informed decisions about exposure and, of course, camera settings. Whatever camera you're using, the principles covered in this module are universal, ensuring that you can apply them regardless of your equipment. So by the end of this module, you will not only have a firm grasp of the basic camera settings, but also hopefully the confidence to experiment creatively and unleash your artistic vision. You will gain practical skills for diverse situations. You'll learn how to adjust camera settings to achieve proper exposure in various lighting scenarios, from bright, harsh midday sun to low light environments. Additionally, I want you to come away from this module with some kind of creative control and definitely some problem-solving abilities. In it, you'll develop the ability to manipulate exposure and camera settings to achieve your desired artistic effects, as well as just overcome exposure changes. And trust me, there are always challenges that you have to overcome when you're on set or on location. And knowing your camera settings inside and out allow you to not have to worry about them much, or at least know through instinct what you should or should not be doing. So let's dive in and unlock the mysteries behind all of these dials, buttons, and menus of your camera. Like I inferred, I can't teach you all camera settings across all cameras, but what I can do is cover the basic functions that you'll find on pretty much every camera. And what I'm going to use to do that is my Canon R5. Forget the lens for the moment. We're just going to be talking camera settings. And what I'll do is I'm going to pull up on screen as I go through these settings and talk about them, exactly what you're going to see, certainly on Canon software. But like I said before, a lot of these softwares, especially the major ones, your Canons, Fujifilms, Sonys, Nikons, and the rest of these bigger names, most of the general and basic functions will either look the same, say the same, be spelt the same. And if not, you just need a bit of kind of intuition and follow your nose regarding the menu. You will be able to do pretty much everything that the basic and the most normal kind of digital cameras can do today. So I'm going to use this to take you through each function and each setting, which you'll see on the screen as I do talk about it. So hopefully that will give you a better idea, certainly visually, of what we're looking at and what all these kind of acronyms and settings and words mean. Okay, so having mastered, I hope, the adjustment of ISO, aperture, and shutter speed, as well as their interplay with each other, you might wonder about the various modes available on your camera. So let's start with what's considered by some erroneously as the hardest mode on the camera, and that's manual mode. Now, when you turn on your camera, I don't know what screen you're going to be presented with because various manufacturers give you a different screen, but hopefully you'll be presented with a live view or a menu screen or even a quick menu screen. Now, when I open my camera, it automatically goes into shooting mode. And you can see here that I'm basically pointing away from my desk and focusing on a cable. You see this little focus box that I'm moving around is where my camera is focusing, or my lens, should I say. Now you'll see functions across the top, numbers and confusing things. And you'll see again, more numbers and confusing things along the bottom. Most digital camera screens look similar to this. You'll have some of the basic and most important information available, which is why they put it there, because it's really useful. So when we're talking about manual mode, you'll see top left on my screen, M. That means manual mode. Now, I have a button that says mode, and I press it, and now I can change to different modes on my camera. Because we're at the moment talking about manual mode, I'm going to press enter, and now we're back in manual mode. Mastering manual mode in photography is akin to discovering the holy grail of creative control, in my opinion. I highly recommend investing time and effort into mastering this mode until it becomes second nature. While it may seem daunting at first, especially with the multitude of adjustments to consider and how they may affect other ones, perseverance will yield immense results, elevating your creativity and artwork to really amazing heights. Manual mode represents the epitome of creative freedom in photography. Here you have direct control over essential settings such as ISO, aperture, and shutter speed, allowing for maximum creativity. Here you can see on the bottom left, I might even get the box on it. Here you go. Bottom left, you can see my shutter speed, 1/200. Now, this little dial here represents the dial on the camera itself, and I'll give you a view on the other camera here. The dials and the buttons, which will be able to change that shutter speed. So if I just turn this dial, you'll see the shutter speed change and my picture become brighter. As this is a mirrorless camera, and we'll talk about this a little bit later, you can see essentially a live feed of your image as you change your setting, which is obviously amazing, really, really useful. So here, bottom left, we have shutter speed, simple as that. We always want to know what that is. Now, because we're in manual mode, changing the shutter speed will not change any other setting. We want to only change the shutter speed. Okay, and as we know from shutter speed, it gets brighter. The slower the shutter speed, we can even go to like 1/6 of a second. We'll get somewhere like here, which looks pretty well exposed, not too bright, not too dark in the shadows. And here we can see some of the signatures on my desk from the podcast. Okay, so then we think about manual mode as essentially 3 functions, right? I don't want you to think about anything else other than aperture, shutter speed, and ISO. So once we've done shutter speed, here is aperture. Again, it's showing me the dial at which I can change aperture. I'll show you that on the camera here. It's just one of these top dials. I'm not sure how well you can see that. But as you can see, I'm pointing at my chair here. As you can see, I changed this lens is maximum f2. I can't go any further, so I keep pushing the dial. I can't go any further. As I come back, and then the minimum shutter speed, say minimum because it's the narrowest, it's f22. So you can see the effect on the image. So this is amazing. We're already now controlling 2 factors manually, right? We want to be able to get whatever look or whatever desired effect we want from either of these. So that's aperture. Then across the bottom right, actually says it for you. We've got ISO. Obviously, and it tells me the dial at which I can change. I'll show you that on the screen as well, just on my thumb here. As I'm changing that, ISO is going down. So what happens when we decrease ISO? When we decrease ISO, we get darker. So when we decrease ISO, what do we need to do? We need to maybe change one of the other ones. Well, we're already at maximum aperture, f2. It's called wide open. It's as wide as we can get. So we can't get aperture any wider. We can maybe do a slower shutter speed, but that's going to what we call drag the shutter, because it's going to be slow and we're going to get any moving objects in that scene, or if my hand is moving, we're going to get a blurry image. Again, sometimes blurry images are cool, but all we want to do at the moment is learn how to take sharp, well-exposed images. So that means I'd probably go for something like, let's say, minimum 1/125. My hands shake. I drink too much coffee. So usually I would start somewhere around 1/200 and then see how I go. Now, 1/200 is personal to me because I know that I'm a little bit shaky, even though this has image stabilization built in. I want to start at a base note. I want to start at a base level, 1/200, and then just see how it goes from there. Usually I like, especially with portraits, we want to get really nice shallow depth of field and smooth bokeh. The quality of your bokeh will depend on your lens, but you know you're going to get it if you go at more of a shallow depth of field. So I will set the aperture, excuse me, that's the shutter speed. I'll set the aperture, maybe, let's start with f3.2. That's kind of wide, maybe even 2.8 for portraits. Now, really, it's up to ISO. You will learn how your lens and how your camera deal with low light, because we're quite low. I mean, I'm pointing pretty much into the darkness right now. So I'm having to ramp that ISO quite a lot just to get some kind of exposure. Let's have a look. This is my wall, and that's still a little bit dark. Okay, but I'm at ISO 4000. I generally, personally, don't like to go above 1600. Just because I know the R5 is not great in low light. As soon as I go above 1600, I know I'm going to get like really ugly grain and noise. Now, grain is cool for portraits sometimes, give it that filmic, antique, artistic look, but that's a different grain we add in post-processing and it looks different. Noise is really artificial, synthetic, and just clunky. It just looks messy. So I try to avoid that as much as I can. Now, I'm pretty much wide open on the aperture, f2.8. I'm as far as I want to go on the ISO, and I'm about as far as I want to go on the shutter speed. So I'm kind of stuck. What do? I need more light on the situation, essentially. Or I'm going to accept underexposed shot if that's the look I'm going for. Where I would probably go from now, if I really, really wanted to, is to get a slower shutter speed. And I would maybe, I don't know, take some deep breaths when I take the shot, maybe put it on a chair, or maybe have the subject as still as possible, depending on what I want to do, okay? It's completely dependent, completely variable, completely subjective about what you're trying to do. But I hope that kind of gives you an understanding of manual mode. That is it. Just think about 3 things. Don't care about anything else right now. We don't care about anything else right now. All I want to get is a well-exposed image, and I want to be able to shoot with it. So manual mode gives me the tools to be able to make up for things I might not be able to get in real life. So mastery of this mode is a hallmark of professional photographers, and it's achieved only through consistent practice, to be honest. However, it is important to note that manual mode may not always be the go-to choice. Other modes discussed in a minute may offer convenience in certain situations. Back to manual mode though, it's denoted as M on the camera's mode dial, and it empowers us with complete control over the 3 main elements: aperture, shutter speed, and ISO, as well as other stuff. Unlike semi-automatic modes like aperture and shutter priority, where the camera adjusts one setting based on our input, manual mode requires independent adjustment of both aperture, shutter speed, and ISO to achieve the desired exposure. That's why we like to do it for the maximum creative output. While it does offer flexibility, proficiency in manual mode demands a deep understanding of how aperture, shutter speed, and ISO interact to produce proper exposure and desired artistic outcomes. So get practicing, make sure you know the theory, make sure you know how to set these, and just monitor their interactions and play around with it. Okay, so let's recap on the 3 main settings and how we want to use them. In manual mode, you wield complete authority over aperture, just like aperture priority mode, which we'll talk about in a minute. Here you can pick the ideal F number according to your artistic vision and the desired depth of field. It is important to note that a large aperture such as f1.8 permits more light, right? Resulting in a shallow depth of field as well, characterized by that blurred bokeh background. Conversely, a smaller aperture like f16, which I showed you, results in less light intake, resulting in a deeper depth of field and more focus across the whole scene. Then we think about shutter speed. Well, in manual mode, you of course exercise complete authority over this as well. And it's crucial to understand that shutter speed dictates the duration for which the camera's sensor or film is exposed to light. This parameter can be tailored to suit various factors, such as the desired amount of motion blur. Opting for fast shutter speed freezes subjects in action, while slower shutter speeds introduce more pronounced motion blur. Additionally, your choice of shutter speed is influenced by the prevailing lighting conditions, of course. We want that light, and it allows you to adapt to varying levels of brightness effectively. Just remember, it will affect the entire image, and therefore you may need to change the other two factors. And then there's, of course, ISO. Well, in manual mode, again, you retain full authority over the ISO sensitivity, enabling manual adjustment to regulate the camera's sensitivity to light. Elevating this ISO value proves really great in low light scenarios, albeit potentially introducing undesirable noise or graininess to the image. Conversely, opting for lower ISO values is usually advantageous in well-lit environments, facilitating nice, crisp and clear image capture without compromising quality. It is important to note, though, the ability for your camera to process ISO and the graininess and noise that may be attributed to it will be representative of the camera itself. I also want to touch on what's called exposure metering. The camera has a built-in light meter and continues to assess the brightness of the scene, albeit without influencing it. This feature really aids you in manually configuring both aperture and shutter speed and ISO to attain optimal exposure. So if we come back to the example on my camera, I haven't changed any of the settings. We've got shutter speed 1/200, aperture f2.8, ISO 1600. Now, if I focus somewhere and just press the shutter button halfway down, you'll see in the middle there with the numbers -3, 2, 1, and then a dot, and then 1, 2, +3. And I'm going to go over it with my focus button here. So what the camera is doing there is telling you how well exposed your frame is. So we'll talk about metering and different types of metering later on. But to put it simply, the camera looks at all the light coming into the sensor and tells you, is it dark? Is it bright? Now, again, you might want it a little bit darker generally for the majority of the frame, or you might want it a bit brighter for the majority of the frame. All this is doing is basically like a manual light meter, and will give you an indication like here that I'm underexposed by -2.5, and those units are what's called stops. Exposure is measured in stops. I don't want you to think too much about it. They're basically integers and index numbers that we just measure light. So if something is -1 stop, it's basically one level of exposure underexposed, and vice versa, and so on and so forth. So here on this scene, the camera's telling me you need to brighten it up a bit. So if I now drop the shutter speed, increase it to 1/50 maybe, and I look at my metering here, it's almost balanced, almost in the middle. Okay, so this is not a rule to live by, but it's a really, really just great indication of what the camera is telling you and what your frame and the image that you're trying to put within this box is telling you with regards to exposure. So use it, but don't rule by it. So use it in terms of, okay, what I'm seeing with my own eyes and maybe with the brightness of my screen is not relative to what the sensor is capturing. This is great because often in bright conditions or low light conditions, your screens may be too bright or too dark relative to the ambient light and what you're actually experiencing in the room or outside. And so it's really good to kind of get an idea of your exposure levels. We don't want anything too bright. We don't want anything too dark unless you're deliberately going into the shoot with that kind of intent. So for now, as beginners and as intermediates, this is just a really, really great tool for us to be aware of. We don't want it at either extremes or either end of those spectrums. I would say anywhere between -1 and +1 you're fine, you're good to go. You can recover those kind of underexposure problems or overexposure problems in the editing software, which we'll come to a little bit later. Okay, so let's talk about some non-manual modes, and specifically aperture priority mode. We call it a semi-automatic mode. It's commonly labeled as A or AV on a camera's mode dial and offers a semi-automatic shooting mode found on nearly all digital cameras. In this mode, what you do is you specify the desired aperture value, the f number, and the camera then autonomously adjusts the shutter speed to achieve accurate exposure based on both the selected aperture and the camera's light meter readings. This mode proves invaluable when aiming to manipulate just depth of field in your images. We focus on depth of field, and then whether we want to create a softly blurred background for portraits or to ensure uniform sharpness across the frame, maybe for something like landscapes. What it does, it strikes a balance between manual control and automation, granting us as photographers the freedom to focus on our creative vision while entrusting the exposure and the technical side of things, the camera. Okay, so how does that work practically? Well, let's go back to my camera here and I'll press my mode button and come to AV. It says here aperture priority. AE means auto exposure. So what it's going to do is automatically expose the image for us based on our inbuilt light meter here that I just showed you. So what I'll do is I will focus somewhere, and you can see at the moment it's taken away our shutter speed down here in the bottom left. We'll get it back in a minute. What we do have is our aperture and our ISO, and if I press the shutter button halfway down, I'll see that now I have the shutter speed available to see, but not a dial that says, oh, I can change it now, right? So all we're focusing on really is our aperture. As I change the aperture, watch the shutter speed, it will change for us, and the exposure compensation in the middle there is bang in the middle. So it's basically saying, I'm going to get you a well-balanced exposed image, and I'm going to change the shutter speed in order to do that as you change the aperture mode. Now, obvious limitations here, right? Maybe we don't want a slow shutter speed. Maybe we want that ISO changed. A lot of cameras work a little bit differently. Here on my camera, it still allows me to change the ISO. So it's 2/3 manual, if that makes any sense. It just takes one thing away from us. So if you don't care about shutter speed and you're using an R5, you can just change the aperture. Now, there are functions to change this where it also changes the ISO. It will give you an option of what you want to prioritize in terms of what you're going to change when you change the f number, the aperture. That's it. I hope that kind of makes sense. The same can be said for shutter priority mode, which we'll talk about next. Okay, so then we come on to shutter priority mode, often indicated as S or TV on a camera's mode dial, or sometimes as T for time value. It is a semi-automatic shooting mode, just like aperture priority, and it empowers us to dictate the shutter speed, while the camera automatically adjusts the aperture to attain optimal exposure. This mode proves invaluable for controlling the depiction of motion in your photographs while maintaining a well-exposed photo. It grants you the freedom to prioritize either freezing fast-paced action or deliberately introducing motion blur, sometimes great for portraits, but it depends on your creative vision and the specific context of your photography. Shutter priority mode finds frequent use in sports, wildlife, street photography, and other scenarios where precise control over this is crucial for capturing your desired image. So let's have a little look at shutter priority mode on the camera. Well, similar to aperture priority, I'm just going to go to TV mode here. And you see top left, it says TV. So now this is blinking at me, basically saying my aperture can't go any wider. So as I change the shutter speed, the aperture changes as well. It's really, really just that simple. It just, again, takes one element out of the equation for you. You can focus on just one thing you want to think about and let the camera do the rest for you. Okay, so what about fully automatic modes? Well, I can only speak in general terms about these modes, as different cameras may have their own automatic modes or variations in their icons and terminology. However, it is important to note that these modes represent pretty much a departure from any creative control that we as photographers want to seek. Nonetheless, I'll provide a quick explanation so you can recognize them, though I advise against relying on them heavily, if at all. While these modes may be helpful for absolute beginners, over reliance on them can really hinder your understanding of photography and impede your growth as a photographer. They're more suited for individuals who really aren't necessarily interested in the art of photography, but simply just want to capture quick family snapshots or something like that without really delving into technical details. Automatic modes on a camera are designed to streamline that photography process, really by allowing the camera to handle almost everything on your behalf. So here you can see on my mode, we've got program mode, flexible priority, we've got an intelligent scene mode, we've got bulb mode, and then we've got modes that we can program ourselves. That's pretty much all I'm going to say about these. Do not use them, stay away from them, learn how to use aperture priority, shutter priority, and of course, the manual mode. I do want to touch on ISO a bit and talk about auto ISO mode. Many cameras do have this function, and in this mode, the camera automatically adapts the ISO sensitivity according to the available light and your chosen aperture and shutter speed settings. This really proves convenient when you aim to uphold a particular depth of field and, of course, the motion control with your shutter speed, while forgetting about the ISO, generally speaking. I do frequently use this mode actually, especially since it can be employed within full manual mode on most cameras. And the way it works, or at least something to think about, if I go to my menu settings on my Canon, here under ISO speed settings, I can set the ISO obviously, but it's easier to do that on the quick menu on the screen. I can set an auto range here. So what this means is minimum and maximum. I don't ever really, like I said earlier, don't really want to go above 1600. So you can set this maximum here, depending on, what your maximum, what you want to be is. I would suggest 1600, maybe even 3200. It really depends on your camera, like I said before. So this really helps me. I know that I have this kind of stop limit that the camera won't go past. And if it tries to, it's probably going to shout at me and say, change something else, change one of your aperture or change your shutter speed to make the image a little bit brighter. So we're going to talk about metering now, and we touched on this a little bit earlier on the screen, but let's explain it a little bit more. Metering in a digital camera involves the camera measuring the amount of light present in your frame to determine the optimal exposure settings or to tell us when it's not optimal. What it's doing is basically comparing it to what the camera manufacturer defines as a well-exposed image and then tells you where you are in relation to that. Like I said before, by comprehending how your camera's metering system operates and effectively utilizing various metering modes, you can enhance your photography skills and exert greater control over the final results. But I wouldn't worry too much about it. Anyway, we're going to look at the key aspects and key settings or key terminology. Cameras' metering systems employ sensors or meters integrated into the camera body to basically gauge the intensity of light in the scene. These sensors assess the brightness levels across different areas within the screen or within the frame, aiding in determining the appropriate exposure settings for capturing well-balanced photographs, or at least well-balanced according to the manufacturer. We have different modes. Many digital cameras provide a range of metering modes, each tailored to accommodate diverse shooting scenarios, pretty much. The most prevailing metering modes include the following, and I'm going to take you through some on my camera and the universal kind of terminology. First, the most common one is matrix or evaluative metering. The camera divides the frame into multiple zones and assesses the brightness level of each zone individually. Subsequently, the camera calculates an overall exposure that takes into account the entire scene, ensuring a balanced representation of highlights and shadows. Then we have center-weighted metering. In this mode, the camera prioritizes the center of the frame while also taking into account some of the surrounding areas. This is particularly useful for portraits and scenarios where the subject is often positioned centrally within the frame. That's not a hard and fast rule, though. Then we have spot metering. Well, spot metering enables you to designate a small specific area within the frame, typically represented as like a spot or crosshair, for the camera to meter. This mode proves invaluable for capturing subjects with high contrast against the background for exercising creative control over exposure. Then we have what's called partial metering. Similar to spot metering, but with a slightly larger metering area, partial metering is advantageous in scenarios where you aim to emphasize a specific subject without concentrating on a very minute spot. Following the measurement of light in the scene, the camera's metering system computes the suitable settings for aperture, shutter speed, and occasionally ISO sensitivity to attain a harmonious exposure if you're in an automatic mode. The objective is to prevent both exposure, the bright areas, and underexposure, dark areas of the image, ensuring balanced exposure across the entire frame. Of course, you're in manual mode, you're only going to get an indication of where the camera says you are. It's not going to change any settings for you. Okay, so what about you and what you should choose? Honestly, I wouldn't worry about this too much. If you go with evaluative or matrix metering, you're pretty much going to be fine. And all it's going to do, especially if you're using manual mode, is just tell you what it thinks anyway. It's not going to change anything for you. What you can do as an artist and as a photographer is look at the image. You don't need a light meter. You don't need a computer telling you what it thinks. You look at the image, you work out whether it's what you intended or what you desired. And if not, you make the necessary changes. Really, it's just an add-on and a supplemental indication of what the camera and what the sensor is telling you in terms of overexposure or underexposure. Okay, let's talk about the next big thing, and that's focus modes. Focus modes on digital cameras dictate the behavior of the autofocus system when attempting to achieve sharp focus on your subject. Self-explanatory, right? Your choice of focus mode can significantly affect the accuracy and speed of focusing, making it a crucial factor in capturing sharp, well-focused photographs. Your selection really depends on the specific shooting scenario and, more importantly, the nature of your subject. For stationary subjects, for example, single autofocus or manual focus is typically suitable, while for moving subjects, what's called continuous autofocus is preferred. Mastering the effective use of each focus mode and knowing when to switch between them can really greatly enhance the sharpness and precision of your photographs and save you a lot of time and frustration. So here are the main common focus modes typically found on digital cameras, and you will likely see on yours. First, we have what's called single autofocus. It's often denominated by AFS or one shot on your camera. In single autofocus mode, the camera initiates focusing on the subject when you half press the shutter button. Once focus is established, it remains fixed at that distance until you fully press the shutter button to capture the photo. This mode is ideal for stationary subjects or when you require precise control over focus. Okay, so you can see so if we go into one shot, make sure we're in one shot autofocus here. Now, if I focus on this part of my tripod, that's going to just focus on that plane. I can move it, and anything in that plane of focus will be plane of field will be in focus. So if I'm holding the shutter button down, halfway down. Now, if I move forward but maintain focus on that box, it will become out of focus. So even though I'm still pointing at the same thing, the focus is locked in that specific plane. So actually, you're kind of thinking the focus is somewhere around here behind that now. So I'd have to come back out, kind of get it back in focus like this. So this is good when I want to recompose. So I might focus on him and then I can recompose as I've got the shutter button pressed down. Then we have what's called continuous autofocus, or AFC, or servo. Continuous autofocus mode is tailored for capturing really moving subjects, particularly in scenarios like sports or wildlife photography. In this mode, the camera continuously adapts focus as long as you half press the shutter button. It's also great for portraits in certain scenarios. What it does, it anticipates the subject's movement and endeavors to keep it in focus, whether it's moving closer or further away. Remember, we're talking on a depth basis here. Continuous autofocus mode excels in tracking moving subjects and ensuring focus continuity during burst shooting. So a little demonstration. I'll keep this guy again here. I'll change to autofocus mode called servo on my Canon. And now, if I'm going to move forward and back in single shot focus mode, remember, I can demonstrate that again. If I half press the shutter button now and I move close to him, he's going to be blurred because it's locked that plane of focus. Now, if I go to continuous or servo and I put it on him again, now I move forward, it's continually getting his focus. I'm a bit close now. It's not going to, the lens doesn't get that focus. So now I move back. See, it's still got him in focus, 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 still got him in focus. Then I move forward, still got him in focus, still got him in focus, still got him in focus. Then, of course, we have manual focus. Manual focus mode grants you the ability to manually adjust focus by usually rotating a focus ring on the camera lens. This mode offers complete control over focus, making it well suited for situations where autofocus may encounter some difficulties, such as, just like we saw, macro photography or low contrast scenes. Autofocus relies on contrast most of the time or phase detection. If we think about contrast in low light or low contrast situations, often the autofocus is just going to have trouble kind of seeking that point of focus. And especially on older cameras or medium format cameras, it's often better and easier just to go straight into manual focus mode, and you can adjust it as necessary according to what you see. Okay, so now if we come to the image we just shot, and if I switch my mode into manual focus using the button on the side of my lens, it should come up on the screen, MF, here we go. And then this kind of focus assist, which we can still move. I mean, these digital cameras are incredible. But let's just put it in the center of the screen. What I'll do is I'll center my subject and I will move the ring on my camera until it becomes green. And then I know that point in the box is focused. But if you didn't have this focus assist, you basically just look through and see your subject and basically make sure your subject is sharp. About there, right? Okay, so let's dive into some specifics and sub-genres of autofocus. First one is face detection and tracking. Certain cameras incorporate advanced focusing capabilities, such as face detection, eye detection, and tracking. Face detection functionality identifies and focuses on human faces present within the frame, guaranteeing you sharpness in portrait photography. It's truly amazing, especially with today's technology. Meanwhile, tracking mode continuously tracks and maintains focus on a moving subject, typically a person or an animal, as it maneuvers through your frame. So on the screen here, I can go to my autofocus and see here, I've got tracking and enable eye and disable an eye tracking. That's about it. You know, not all lenses, not all cameras have this function, but I'd say most mirrorless digital cameras today do have it. So if you're doing portraits, definitely useful. Okay, now I'm going to talk about image formats. Digital cameras offer a range of image file formats, each with distinct characteristics and benefits tailored to different needs and preferences. Your choice of format depends on factors such as your intended use and desired image quality. For example, JPEG is commonly used for everyday photography and social media sharing, owing to its smaller file size and convenience. However, for maximum image quality or extensive editing and post-processing capabilities, what's called RAW or TIFF formats may be preferable. Always consult your camera settings, though, and its capabilities to determine which formats are supported. The primary image formats encountered in nearly all digital cameras include JPEG, that stands for Joint Photographic Expert Groups. JPEG stands as the predominant image format in digital photography because it's known for its widespread usage, utilizing lossy compression as it's known. JPEG effectively reduces file sizes, albeit potentially leading to some loss of image quality, especially with higher compression levels. Despite this, though, JPEG files remain ideal for everyday photography and online sharing due to their compact file sizes without compromising overall image quality. Moreover, many cameras provide various JPEG quality settings, such as fine, normal, or basic JPEG, enabling us as users to adjust image quality and file size according to their preferences. I don't use JPEG, I only use it to export after I've shot, and I'll tell you the reasons why we always shoot in RAW. RAW images stand as superior uncompressed image format that preserves all data captured by the camera's sensor. Unlike JPEG, RAW files undergo no in-camera processing, granting unparalleled flexibility in our editing and post-processing workflows. They're rich in color information and dynamic range, and are favored by us as professional photographers seeking extensive editing capabilities. However, due to their substantial size, RAW files demand so much more storage space and necessitate specialized software for viewing and editing. We can combine the two, RAW plus JPEG. And RAW plus JPEG settings refer to a common feature found in digital cameras that enables simultaneous capture of both RAW and JPEG images. This functionality provides us as users with the flexibility of RAW for comprehensive post-processing capabilities, while also generating JPEG files for convenient and rapid sharing purposes. However, there are several other file types encountered in digital photography that aren't necessarily native to your camera, but more software-based, and it's beneficial to be aware of them because you will come across them. Primarily, the two main formats to focus on are RAW, unaltered, suitable for editing, and JPEG, the final image ready for use. These formats encompass the majority of your photography workflow, so focus on them because they offer distinct advantages and applications. But there are some others that you'll see around. And the first is what's called TIFF, stands for Tagged Image File Format. TIFF formats represent a lossless image as well, renowned for preserving all image data without compression, a little bit like RAW. They're praised for their exceptional quality and are commonly employed in professional photography, archival purposes, and high quality printing, especially when image fidelity is paramount. Similar to RAW files, TIFF files boast large file sizes, rendering them less practical for everyday use or sharing on the internet due to their storage requirements and essentially slower transmission speeds. Then we have PNG images, which stands for Portable Network Graphics. PNG format stands as a lossless image format, initially crafted for web usage. Esteemed for its ability to preserve image quality without compression, PNG supports transparency, making it ideal for images featuring sharp edges and text like logos and graphics. While PNG files are larger than JPEG, they maintain a more compact size compared to TIFF or RAW formats, striking a balance between quality and file size suitable for various online applications. PNG files are great. You might also see HEIF formats, which stand for High Efficiency Image File Format. And HEIF format represents a kind of contemporary image format characterized by exceptional compression efficiency without necessarily compromising image quality. Notably, HEIF supports innovative features such as the inclusion of multiple images within a single file, facilitating storage for both photos and video clips. Additionally, it boasts advanced color profiles and other enhancements. And given its benefits, HEIF is gaining popularity, particularly among newer cameras and mobile devices like our iPhones, as it offers a versatile solution for modern imaging needs. Okay, so now we've covered kind of the general basics of the settings on your camera. I wanted to touch on a few other settings and functions you will see on your cameras most likely that I think you should know about. First one is white balance. White balance is a crucial setting that adjusts what's called the color temperature of your photos, ensuring that your whites appear neutral across various lighting conditions. Essentially, your whites want to look white, not like a bluish or yellowish tinge of white. So by setting and fine-tuning white balance, you can eliminate unwanted color casts, resulting in more accurate and natural looking images. And that's what we're all about. Typical white balance presets include daylight, cloudy, tungsten, fluorescent, and auto, among others, offering versatility to adapt to different environmental lighting scenarios. For me, I either use auto if I know the white balance isn't going to change too much, or I'll manually set my white balance completely in camera. So on my camera here, you can see I have a white balance option on my quick menu. And if you watch the screen, the bust, actually, let me just get him in focus. It's a little bit easier for you. And I'll move away a little bit. So just monitor the color of the image as I change the white balance. So this is kind of auto white balance. I often use this, and we can even change that according to what we want to do. The auto, the ambience priority, is going to basically use the camera meter to sense what the white balance should be. For me, this looks a little bit cold, so a little bit blue, which is okay. You can always change it in your editing software, but you might want to kind of set your white balance according to what conditions you have and just see what it looks like. At the end here, I have a manual setting where, okay, if I go back to that, I can change. So I would make it a little bit cooler. This is measured in kelvins, color temperature. Somewhere maybe there. Yeah, maybe there. The white is white. I mean, it's not a pure white figurine, but even if you see my skin tone, if I put my finger here, that looks pretty realistic. If I start playing around with the white balance, you see my finger gets really purple and blue if I go too cold, and vice versa. If I go too warm, i.e. too orange and red, my skin tones become a bit too orange. So somewhere I would say there might work. Another function is high-speed shooting. High-speed shooting, commonly known as burst mode, enables you to capture multiple frames rapidly with just one press of the shutter button. This feature proves invaluable for seizing fast action, sports, or any other scenario requiring a series of shots within a brief time frame. I do use this quite often, especially if my model or subject is moving quickly and I just want to kind of scatter approach the photo. Generally, though, I don't really like this mode because it doesn't keep us mindful of our intention and what we're trying to do with an image. I call it kind of the spray and pray mode, where people just spray, just press the shutter button and go, kind of takes the artistry for me out of photography altogether. So I generally don't use it unless I'm short of time or I'm asking someone to do really fast moves and I want to choose one image in amongst maybe 20. I'll show you what that's like on screen. If I go to my drive mode, if I go to high speed continuous, you can probably hear that it's taken like 20 shots all in one go. Conversely, if I come back here and go to, a self timer, you can press the shutter button and then wait 10 seconds. You can change the amount of seconds. Or if I just go low speed continuous, it'll still be continuous, but at a slower pace. And then there's exposure bracketing. Well, exposure bracketing is not something I use all the time, but it's a photographic technique wherein the camera captures multiple shots of the same scene at varying exposure settings. This method then ensures that at least one of the shots achieves optimal exposure. Subsequently, photographers can select the best exposed image, or even better and more creative, merge them to give you a stunning high dynamic range photograph. If we have one that's underexposed, one that's medium exposed, and one's overexposed, if we merge them all, we're going to capture details in the brighter image as well as the details in the darker image. Put them all together, and we have a really nice kind of high dynamic range. So loads of details in the shadows and loads of details in the highlights. We can do something similar with focus bracketing. Focus bracketing entails capturing a sequence of shots with subtle changes in focus distance. This method finds frequent application in macro and landscape photography to guarantee sharp focus across the elements of the subject or scene. We rarely use this in portraits. Subsequently, photographers can merge these images using specialized software, Adobe Lightroom, we'll get to that. Something that's quite important for me is image stabilization. Image stabilization technology mitigates the impact of camera shake, enhancing your ability to capture sharper images, particularly in low light conditions when you might have a very slow shutter speed. And drive modes. Well, drive modes regulate how your camera captures photos, offering various functionalities to suit different shooting situations. Typical drive modes include single shot, continuous burst mode, self-timer, and time-lapse. These modes provide control over the camera's ability to capture multiple images in succession upon pressing the shutter button. This then allows you to adjust the number of shots taken and the intervals between them. One thing on screen I want to show you as well is the histogram. Mastering the ability to interpret and analyze what's called the histogram displayed on your camera's LCD screen or editing software is essential for achieving accurate exposure, preventing overexposed or underexposed images. If we look at the screen here and I choose what I want to display, you can see here, top right is my histogram. These white bars are basically saying, I'm just going to sort the focus out. These white bars are saying on the left are the shadows, midtones, and on the right are your highlights, so your really bright parts. All it's saying is what I'm showing at the moment in my screen, or what I'm pointing my lens at, and the frame which the sensor is capturing light from, is giving me, well, a lot of shadows by the looks of it and no highlights. Now, if I increase the exposure by just dropping the shutter speed, you can see now I've got some highlights. All the way to the right of my histogram, I've got some really bright areas, and all the way to the left, I've still got dark areas. So this is a high contrast image. What we want to do is create a mountain peak, essentially in the middle of the histogram, so that we have a well-balanced image. Another thing you'll see on my screen are grid lines. Grid lines or overlays are visible on the viewfinder or LCD screen and serve as helpful tools to compose your shots, ensuring level horizons, but also seeing the rule of thirds grid, as discussed in the composition section, which can aid your framing of the subject to this widely accepted guideline. You can see here on the screen, I'm just going to get rid of some of this data to not confuse you. Here on the screen, if I wanted to focus him and put him on the rule of thirds corner here, I know exactly where to do it. Even his eye, right? I can put that bang on the cross there, and therefore conform to our rule of thirds, I guess, guideline. Another setting or function you may not know about is the anti-flicker shoot setting. And this helps your camera avoid problems caused by lights that flicker and that are unnoticeable to our eyes. A lot of bulbs actually do flicker, we just don't know about it. But the camera does notice and can mess up your photos. Anti-flicker shoot setting makes sure your camera takes pictures when the lights are brightest so your photos look better. For example, let's say you're shooting a sports game indoors under bright fluorescent lights. Without the anti-flicker shoot setting, the lights might flicker without you even knowing about it, causing your photos to look different from shot to shot. But with this setting turned on, if your camera does have it, your camera adjusts to capture photos when the lights are brightest, giving you consistent and better looking shots. Take a look at these two photos from my studio ceiling lights. They are LED and quite frankly hideous, and I need to change them. But not changing any settings at all on my camera, look at the two shots I got straight after each other. Now look at the two shots I got with the anti-flicker shoot setting turned on, and you'll see these images are exactly the same. Another setting I want you to be aware of are cropping factors. Cropping factors allow you to crop your image in real time. Cropping in photography refers to the process of removing parts of an image to improve composition or the shape and structure of your frame. It also allows to remove distractions or change the aspect ratio. So you can change the size and dimensions of the frame within which your image will be shot. We can do this with our editing software, but you can also do it in camera if you wish. And lastly, I want to touch on something quite important, and that's the difference between electronic or mechanical shutters. Many digital cameras, especially mirrorless ones, feature electronic shutter instead of the normal mechanical blades that function as the shutter, or they incorporate both. The shutter, whose speed of opening and closing is determined by what shutter speed you set, can be limited in different ways according to whether it's mechanical or electronic. So it's really good to know what you need and when to use it. Okay, so let's look first at the basic mechanical shutter. These are physical curtains or blades that control exposure. They are durable, but they can be noisy because they're mechanical elements. They handle fast-moving subjects well. Compared to an electronic shutter where you have no moving parts, they control exposure electronically, almost like a snapshot. Because there are no moving parts with electronic shutters, it's silent and there's less vibration. This is great when in quiet settings and wanting privacy. They can achieve faster shutter speeds as well because it's limited only by noughts and ones of software, not so much by actual parts. But they are prone to distortion due to the way the exposure is recorded on the sensor from this imaginary shutter. So there we have it, a very basic overview of the camera settings that I think you need to know like the back of your hand in order to feel comfortable and know enough to master your camera, so much so that you shouldn't even need to think much about it. Now, the way we use these settings, we will talk about when showing practical examples. But for now, I just want you to know where to find the settings within just a matter of seconds, and even practice some of the major settings in the dark. Practice taking your lens on and off if you have interchangeable ones. Also practice removing things like the SD card and changing your batteries. Practice knowing how to focus and so on and so forth. So that when you want to think about how to use these settings, you don't need to worry about where to find them or what to do with them. See you in the next module. Welcome to module 6, and this is a big one. We're talking about light. Light is really the fundamental essence of photography, and this module serves as a guide to understanding light, manipulating it, and harnessing both natural and artificial light in order to elevate your photography to new heights. Through these lessons, practical examples, and exercises, you'll be able to demystify the complexities of light and hopefully develop a keen eye for its nuances. Now, I can't give you the solution and answers to light and lighting in just one online course module. Much of it will come with repeated learning, the assignments, and of course, as much practice and experimentation as possible. This is where you really need to be patient. Light is not a technicality that you can learn by rote or get in a day. It's not a camera setting and it's not an editing technique. It takes time. But from now on, light will be part of everything you learn for the rest of this course and for your photography journey. And specifically, you can expect to learn the following in this module. You'll be able to develop a comprehensive understanding of the fundamental principles of light, including its behavior, characteristics, and impact on photography. You'll also be able to acquire practical skills in manipulating both natural and artificial light sources to achieve desired effects and enhance the visual appeal of your photographs. You should also be able to master various lighting techniques, including soft and hard light, one light setups, and advanced techniques such as key lighting, rim lighting, and backlighting. You should also be able to cultivate a discerning eye for light, enabling you to recognize and leverage different lighting scenarios to convey mood, atmosphere, and emotion in your images. And with all of that together, hopefully be able to have the confidence in your ability to creatively interpret and utilize light to enhance your storytelling, composition, and visual impact in your photography. So let's get cracking and let's dive into it. As photographers, light is at the center of everything, shaping the mood, storytelling, aesthetics, and visual impact of our images. Through this module, then, we will demystify and simplify the complexities of light empowering you to understand and see light in new ways. From the natural radiance of, say, sunlight to the creative possibilities of artificial lighting, we're going to explore how different light sources influence the atmosphere and narrative of our photographs. I'm going to explain soft versus hard light and discover how each type conveys unique stories and moods. I'll also convey the artistry of one light setups and DIY lighting kits, as well as how to master essential lighting techniques. Light in photography can often seem like a complex and daunting subject. Trust me, I know. Often it's filled with technical jargon and calculations. However, it doesn't have to be intimidating. In this module, we're going to demystify and simplify the concepts of light, allowing you to focus on creativity rather than complex calculations. So rather than relying solely on technical knowledge, we'll adopt a practical approach to understanding light. Through observation and experimentation, what we want to do is learn how to see light in its various forms. By observing how light falls on different subjects and surfaces, you'll develop an intuitive understanding of its qualities and its effects. And as such, this hands-on approach encourages you to trust your gut, trust your instincts, and make informed decisions based on visual observation rather than mathematical calculations in your head. By embracing a mindset of experimentation and discovery, you'll then gain the confidence to manipulate light intuitively, relying on your visual instincts to guide those creative decisions. This approach, in my opinion, fosters a much deeper connection with the artistic process, freeing you to express yourself authentically through your photography. And I'm going to repeat this because I want to make it clear. Ultimately, the goal of this module is to empower you to harness the power of light as a tool for creative expression. By mastering the fundamentals and developing a keen eye for its nuances, you will be able to unlock new possibilities for storytelling, mood setting, and visual impact in your photos. Whether you're capturing the soft glow of a sunrise or sculpting dramatic shadows in, say, a studio setting, the ability for you to be able to manipulate light with confidence and creativity is essential in achieving your artistic vision and becoming a professionally confident photographer. To truly master the art of photography, one must develop the ability to see and understand light in all of its forms. So, what the hell is light? Well, essentially, light is electromagnetic radiation that illuminates the world around us. It encompasses a vast spectrum of wavelengths, from the invisible infrared to the dazzling ultraviolet, each carrying its own unique properties and characteristics. In photography, though, we primarily work with visible light, the portion of the spectrum perceivable by the human eye. This visible light interacts with objects in our environment, reflecting, refracting, and scattering or diffusing to create the myriad of colors, textures, and contrasts that form the basis of our photographic compositions. So let's start with a few definitions of some key terms that you need to know. Number one is source. In photography, the source of light refers to the origin point from which the light emanates and illuminates the subject. Common sources of light in photography include natural light, such as sunlight, and artificial light, such as studio lights or lamps. Understanding the source of light is obviously crucial as it determines the direction, intensity, and quality of light falling on the subject, which significantly impacts the resulting photograph's appearance. The second thing we want to define is what is meant by quality of light. Well, the quality of light includes characteristics of the light that affect appearance, mood, and overall feel of a photograph. So it can encompass various aspects such as intensity, direction, color, and softness or harshness of that light. We'll get to that a bit later. So what's good quality light? Well, the first thing is to do with softness. Soft light produces gentle transitions between highlights and shadows, resulting in more flattering illumination with slightly reduced contrast. This type of light is often preferred for portraits and still life photography, as it minimizes harsh shadows and highlights on the subject's features or objects. Another thing with good quality light is evenness. Even lighting ensures that the entire scene or subject is well illuminated without any significant variations in brightness or shadow intensity. So it helps to maintain detail and clarity through the photograph, making it visually appealing and easy to perceive. And then we think about warmth. Usually warm-toned light, such as that found during golden hour, the hour before sunset or after sunrise, can create a pleasing and inviting atmosphere in photographs. The golden hue adds a sense of warmth and nostalgia, enhancing the overall mood and emotional impact of the image. And the last factor we think when it comes to good quality light is directionality. Light with directionality adds depth and dimension to the photograph by casting distinct shadows, albeit subtle, and highlighting texture and form. Controlled directional light, such as side lighting and backlighting, which we're going to get to, can create visually compelling compositions and also emphasize a subject's shape and contours. Okay, another definition we want to clear up is reflection. Reflection in photography refers to the process where light bounces off a surface and changes direction. We use the term bounce quite a lot when we describe how we see the light interacting with our surroundings. When light hits a reflective surface, such as a mirror or water, it can be redirected. In photography, understanding reflection then is essential for controlling the way light interacts with the subject and the overall composition of the image. We also want to define what refraction means. Refraction occurs when light passes through one transparent medium to another and changes direction due to the change in speed. In photography, refraction can produce various effects, such as bending of light rays, distortion or dispersion of colors. Lenses often utilize refraction to focus light onto the camera's sensor or film, forming a sharp image. Creatively, us as photographers may intentionally use refraction to create artistic effects in our photos. And the last thing we want to define is what's called diffusion. Diffusion refers to the scattering of light as it passes through a translucent or semi-transparent material. In photography, diffusion is commonly achieved using tools like what we call softboxes, umbrellas, or diffuser panels to soften any harsh light and reduce contrast. Diffused light produces soft shadows and gentle transitions between highlights and shadows, which is often preferred for portraits and still life photography, as it creates that good quality light and a flattering and natural looking illumination. We're going to get to some practical examples of all of these definitions in a bit, so don't worry, you'll be able to see them on screen in real life and the effects of what we're talking about. Okay, so all of this theory is great, but how do I actually see light? And what can I do practically to get better at understanding where it is and what it's doing? Well, it sounds ironic, but the first step in learning to see light is observation. We as photographers want to train our eyes to carefully study the interplay of light and shadow in our surroundings without even really thinking about it. You can do this throughout all of the waking hours of each of your days, even without your camera. Just start to pay attention and notice how light falls on different surfaces, creating highlights, shadows, and gradients of intensity of light. I do this a lot with people's faces and notice how the light is shaped around their features. Sounds creepy, I know, but always keeps me thinking in a photographic mindset. Okay, but what are you looking for specifically? Well, this is where I bring in my trusty bust called Jerry. He's a little mean, but he's a great tool for playing with light and showing how light falls on a face. I also have my continuous light here that I can change in intensity, color, and of course, move around until my heart's content. So we're going to take a look at Jerry and lighting now. Okay, so the first thing you want to look at and try and observe is the direction of light and the number of lights you think are in play from that direction or from another direction. Is the light coming from above, below, or the side, or all of it? Well, how do we actually know? For me, I'm shadow heavy, so I'll always notice the shadows and go from there. So in this instance, we have Jerry here. He's looking straight onto the camera. You'd always probably want to start with someone looking straight onto the camera, so you get your lighting set, and then, we'll talk about this in the next few modules, but then you can move them and play around with it a little bit more. At the moment, the light is, I have it here, so I can move it, and we can see the effect of the light on Jerry's face. So if I was to leave the light here, I'm going to look at the shadows on this side of his face here, which are the darker areas, right? So I'm going to look at the darker areas and then go from there. Okay, well, if the dark areas are on this side of his face, so his left-hand side of the face, that means the light is likely coming from somewhere on the right-hand side. Now, where exactly on the right-hand side, we don't quite know, but I now know that at least I've got 50% of the frame to play with in terms of guessing where the light is coming from. There is no light coming from here, maybe a little bit of bounce, we'll talk about that later, but I can see most of the light is hitting from this direction onto his face. I obviously know that, I have the light in front of me, but this is how I would go about assessing where a light was coming from if I was to look at someone's face without any idea about exactly where the light is, or what type of light it is, or what intensity, etc. So now we know that there is a light coming from the right-hand side of his face, where my hand is now. We need to try and discern exactly if it's coming from high up, if it's coming from below, if it's coming from in front of him, or if it's coming from, the side of him, or even behind. Now, we can rule out behind straight away because I don't see it as a silhouette, right? If you had the light behind, and I'll move that now, if we had the light behind here, you see it's much darker, right? It's much more of a silhouette. Now, I've got the light that is my key light in my face, which is coming, so it's not a great example. But if you were to put the light kind of behind him, you see that light on top of his head, right here. That's when I know, okay, well, there's probably his face is darker than his head, which means there must be some light coming from behind, okay? So we know that straight away. We can also see, if I put the light back to where it was, we can also see where the light is hitting his face, right? And it's hitting straight on, almost straight on. We see a lot of his face and his neck has light on it. It's white, not black, right? So we see light also kind of shaping over his head a little bit. We also, very importantly, see a little bit of light on the other cheek here, okay? So we've got shadows on this side of the nose. We've got shadows on this side of the face, shadows on his neck and shoulders here. And then kind of, if you look at the background as well, we've got shadows here and we've got more light here. So that to me says that the light is probably coming from kind of a 45-degree angle. If it was side lighting, and I put this directly, and you can even see it, we know then with side lighting, i.e. light coming directly from the side at 90 degrees to a person's face, not much of the other side of his face will be lit. And that just makes sense, right? There's no light hitting it. This side of the face is blocking any light getting to his other side of the face, okay? So now we know if there is any light on the other side of his face and on slightly on his head the other side and on his neck the other side, we know that there must be a little bit of forward lighting as well to reach that side of the face. Now, is it straight on? Well, if the light was straight on, we probably wouldn't see any shadows at all. I'll attempt to demonstrate this. So that is straight on lighting. And actually a lot of portrait artists do this, especially for fashion and in big studios, because it illuminates a lot of the features of the model's face, but it doesn't provide much in terms of depth expression or mood because it's just flat. We call that kind of flat lighting. Flat meaning that there are no shadows to provide the depth and the contrast. Depth of lighting really means you have both brighter areas and darker areas mixing together and playing with each other to create a more of a complex and 3D face and 3D image. So we've ruled out backlighting, side lighting, and front lighting, which means it's kind of in an angle within a kind of 30 to 40 degree angle laterally. I'm just talking laterally now, to the face. So immediately, like when you start learning to see light and see faces and light on faces, you'll know that once you kind of get that shadow on the other side of the nose and a bit of light on the other side of the face, you know you're kind of at a 45 degree angle with that light. So there's some kind of light at a 45 degree angle to the face, which is illuminating subject. And quite frankly, this is some of the best lighting you're probably going to work with. And it's always a go-to of mine to kind of get that 45 degree angle. And just laterally, I haven't talked about above, below, kind of vertically yet. But as soon as you get that 45 degree angle dialed in, you can really then play from there and just adjust slightly, because it will allow your model to feel more ease if you get that light dialed in quite quickly, and then you can start being more confident about the look that you want to go for. Okay, so what about the vertical position of the light? Well, I can tell you right now, the light is completely horizontal and level with Jerry's face. Because I'm on a table, I can't really go underneath. I'll show you that in the studio on the next modules. But for now, just to keep things basic, what I want you to think about again is shadows. So we've thought about shadows laterally. Now we want to think about shadows vertically. Where are those shadows hitting or developing on Jerry or your subject's face? Practically, we're thinking about shadows in the eyes. So if you don't have a laterally level light coming through to the eyes, which will illuminate the eyes, if you start going up with that light, your eyebrows, and obviously everyone's face is different, but your eyebrows and the bone of your eyebrows will cause shadows in your eyes because the light can't get past it, right? Your eyes are kind of behind your eyebrows. So there's that. Then the same concept with your nose. Your nose sticks out. So again, some people have bigger noses than others and will cause greater shadows and therefore greater depth, depending on what you want. So we're looking for shadows under the nose and also under the chin. Same concept. If you have light coming, it's going to hit the chin, but not necessarily under the chin. Whereas if you have level light, horizontal light, there is going to be some light that reaches under the chin, right? And even, of course, if you have light beneath, it's going to hit a lot under here and not so much up here. So it's quite self-explanatory, but it's easy to do when you have a light and you can watch it and you can play with it. And we'll get to practical kind of assignments and examples later. For now, I just want to show you what happens if you look at the shadows on underneath Jerry's chin. And all I'm going to do is keep the light in the same lateral position. I'm just going to raise it. And you're going to watch just what happens to the light on his face, but also the shadows underneath his face. Okay. So you can see, if we zoom in a little bit, you can see the light and the shadow playing with each other and just, wrapping around his face. And you see the shadows now getting a bit deeper on the chin, or under the chin, I should say, and less so. Okay, so all I'm going to do is move the light up and angle it down. So obviously, if I move the light up without angling it, we're going to lose all the light and subject. So when I say vertically, we're kind of thinking three-dimensionally. We want lateral, vertical, and angular, right? So that kind of goes without saying, but what I'll do is want you to watch, I'm going to raise the light and I want you to watch the shadows under his chin specifically, because that's a really good indication of the height of the light. So here is level with his face, and I'm going to raise, I'm going to raise, I'm going to raise, I'm going to raise. Now, obviously, the shadows on the other side of his face have changed as well, but I don't want to focus on those so much because we can always adjust that, right? We can move the light to adjust it. I want you to check out the shadows. I'm going to move the light back down, check out the shadows underneath his chin. There's down and there's up, okay? So that's a really good indication of assessing the vertical position of the light. And really that's about it, apart from maybe thinking about the number of lights on the subject's face. Now, it's very difficult and it takes a really trained eye to really understand how many light sources are shining within a frame and where those light sources are coming from, because some of the other peripheral light sources, let's say using more than one light source, this could be artificial light or this could be natural light like sunlight. Some of that light may be reflecting off surfaces, okay? So it's very difficult to tell whether that reflective light is reflective light or if it's coming directly from another source. And that doesn't really matter. What you really want to be concerned about is, okay, there is more than just one single light source here. There is maybe one original light source and then some light being reflected off a surface, or there could be two light sources or three light sources or whatever. So don't get too worried about that, too bogged down about it, but it's important to practice and understand, okay, is this just one light or is this multiple lights? Or is this just one light or multiple sources or variations of light? Because I can see maybe there is light coming on the other side of his face. Okay, next thing I want you to think about is the quality of light. Try and assess the quality of light. You remember we talked about the quality? This is so important and will also play into your dynamic range as well, which we'll touch upon later. So think about soft versus hard light. Is it harsh and direct, casting sharp shadows and pronounced highlights? Or is it soft and diffuse, gently wrapping around objects and creating a subtle interplay of light and shadow? Or is it somewhere in the middle, or don't you know? Well, don't worry if you don't know. It takes time, it takes practice, and we're gonna have a look at quality of light now with our continuous light and Jerry. Okay, so we've got the light back in the same position as it was when we first started. It's kind of at a 45-degree angle to him, but in a level field, okay? So what I want to discuss now is the harshness or quality of the light. Okay, so is the light, the difference between the bright parts and the dark parts, i.e. highlights and shadows, are they quite stark? Are they quite sharp? Or are they very gradual? Is there a gradual gradient of tones and light between the brightest parts and the dark parts? Well, to kind of showcase what this actually means, the light on Jerry at the moment is kind of average. It's not too harsh, but it's not that soft either. Now, the way we can make it soft, certainly with artificial light, is with what's called diffusers, and I've talked about these before. Okay, so this is my continuous light that I'm shining on Jerry. It's not shy, I've turned it off. But what I've put over the light is some fabric to make it a little bit softer. So I'll show you what it looks like with this. I'll show you what it looks like without it. And then what we can do is add even more fabric on top, even more diffusion layers on top to make it even more soft. One thing we want to look at when we're trying to assess the quality of light is, again, shadows. And are those shadows really deep and black compared to really bright highlights? Or are they a little bit soft and more difficult for you to kind of notice? Sometimes with really soft light, you're kind of inspecting the shadows and the highlights. Are they actually there anywhere? But they are. You just have to train your eye and practice. So when we come to Jerry here, I would say this is kind of average quality of light. You know, it's quite a harsh light source. I've only put one diffusion layer over it. We're quite close to Jerry, but we could get a little bit closer. The more distance you create between the light and your subject is going to create harsher light, okay? But we're going to talk about that in the studio. What I want you to think about is just how harsh this light is. And I don't need to think about calculations. You don't need to think about, you know, is this on a gradient of 1 to 10 or anything? You just need to have a rough idea. Okay, would you call this hard or would you call this soft? Well, ironically, I would say this is kind of somewhere in the middle. Probably a bit of both. So what we're going to do now is just see what hard lighting looks like. So I'm going to take this diffusion layer off. If I can get it off. Okay, now think about a flashlight. Think about your iPhone flashlight. Think about a torch. Think about a headlamp. Think about a spotlight. Think about a table lamp that you use to work on a desk. They're all kind of harsh lights because they're quite small in source. They don't have any diffusion or panels that might adjust that harshness. So I've just taken the panel off. You can see already if I point it at the camera, it's really kind of harsh. Looks like just a flashlight, right? If I put that on Jerry here, now his face is kind of overexposed. It's too bright, and you can see like the brightness is really white and the darkness is really black. So we've got this really prominent shadow, and we had a shadow on his nose, but it wasn't as prominent. It wasn't as dark. It wasn't as black. And it's kind of taken a different shape. It's got a very harsh edge to it. This shadow here is a complete giveaway because it's got a really kind of defined line where it goes from shadow to the brightness on the other side of his face. So immediately you can say, look, this is quite harsh lighting. Now, if I put this back on, and now we shine it in the same position, it looks a whole lot better, right? It's still quite bright. It's not exactly soft, I would say, but it's softer. Now we look at the shadow on this side of the face, and it's a little bit more gray. There's a little bit more of a blurred line between the shadow. Now, if we want to make it even softer, I've got some diffusion fabric. I mean, you can buy this anywhere off any kind of marketplace. It's super cheap. It's just fabric, but it has a kind of opaqueness, but also some transparency to it. So what it does, this white diffusion, it modifies the light. It scatters the light, making it less pinpointy, making it less hard, okay? So you can add layers and layers and layers until you get such a level of softness that you're going to be pleased with. The problem with adding softness and adding diffusion is it's going to decrease the exposure a little bit, because not only does it soften, it kind of scatters the light. So there's going to be less amount of light onto your subject, which means it's going to look a bit darker. This is something you have to just bear in mind when you add diffusion. You can obviously adjust this with your camera settings and your aperture, shutter speed, ISO, all of that stuff. Okay, so all I'm going to do is take one layer of this diffusion and put it over the light, and I want you to watch Jerry. Okay, that's one layer. And I'll take that off. You can see how it's brighter if I take it off, but also more harsh. The shadows are more deep. To make it a little bit more of a prominent example for you, I'm going to add now 2 layers. Fold it over. Now look at it. Okay, it's much softer. Yeah, it's a little bit darker in terms of like the brightness on his face is less bright. But look at the gradient between the brightness and the shadows, the highlights and the shadows. And it's much more of a gradual gradient, okay? I add another 3rd layer. And now look at that. Okay, it's a little bit underexposed, but it's super soft, okay? It's nice and gradual. Now, you can only make this light so soft by placing, a number of diffusion panels or diffusion layers over it, because this is a small light. So the smaller the light, the harsher the light's going to be, because you have less light being spread out, right? So this is coming from essentially like a flashlight. What we want, and we'll show later in the studio, is a big softbox that's going to spread that light out, okay? And then a nice powerful light to be able to compensate for that spreading, so that we get not only a soft light, but a well-exposed light. Okay, so the direction, amount, and quality of light is basically all you need to think about. But something else I just want you to try and observe as you practice is reflections and refractions. So I want you to try and look at whether there's other light that is illuminating the scene or the subject, and if it's potentially coming from a direct source or if it's being reflected. I talked a little bit about this earlier. I'm going to show you now what reflected light means. Okay, so let's start with reflection. And again, you can get these anywhere. They are just simple reflective materials. You don't need to buy a specific reflector for photography. You can use any type of reflective material like aluminium. You can even use a white matte board. Because it's white, it will bounce that light back on. You can use anything that's golden. You can use anything that's silver. You can use a mirror. You can use even water. So many reflective materials that you can use. But I do suggest that these are so cheap. You can just buy them off Amazon or any marketplace, because you will likely need them and you'll want to play with them in your studio or in your room or outside or wherever you might be. These are great for when you're outside on location, because you don't have as easy ability to move lights, to get more lights involved, to, I don't know, be as versatile with your situation, right? You're outside, you're dealing with sunlight, ambient light, maybe an artificial light as well. And so you can rely on these to kind of bounce the sunlight or bounce artificial light from obviously the source to wherever you need to. Whereas in the studio, you might have a bit more of a controlled environment, right? You might be able to have more lights in play. You might be able to just change things at your own pace. So, okay, so if we look at Jerry here, we've got this light on him. I'm not going to move the light, but what I'm going to do is get you to watch this side of his face. So what we're doing with the reflection is essentially filling in or elevating the shadows into a more of a lighted situation. So if we don't want, let's say actually we've got more side lighting here, and we want a bit more of this side of his face lit, because maybe we can't move this light, or maybe we can't move him. So what we can do is have a reflector, and we can just put a reflector here, and now look at the light on his face. We can move it around to get a bit more on the front of his face, to create a little bit softness, right? Harsh, i.e. bright and dark, are very contrasty. They're very, there's a very steep gradient between the bright parts and dark parts. If I put this reflector in play, the closer you get, obviously the brighter you get. If I put it outside of the frame, now we've got this kind of side lighting, but not that harsh side lighting. So it's really, it just adds a completely different element. So it's really difficult to understand and see whether that light is coming from, if I put it back, it's coming from a direct source, i.e. maybe another light over here, or if it's being reflected. Now, often with reflected light, it's going to be not as strong as a direct light source. It's going to be much softer. It's going to be just adding a little bit, adding a subtle little bit of light on the other side of a face or behind someone's head. Or even I've used reflectors before to illuminate other parts of a room because I want more context, I want more of the environment, and I haven't got another light. So if there's a dark corner of the room and there's some interesting stuff there, or even another person, I'll take a reflector and I'll try and bounce as much light as I can from whatever key light I'm using. So there's plenty of ways you can use it. Again, practice, experiment, and we'll be using these and touching upon these in the studio later on anyway. So a little practical example for you now. Put an object or subject in your room or confined space and light it. It doesn't matter how you light it or where. Stare at your object or subject and study the light and only the light. This includes everything from the brightest parts to the darkest parts. Think about mainly your direction and quality of light. Or if you can't do that right now, use me. Use this frame that I have here. Freeze the frame, pause it on me, and think about where the light is coming from to illuminate me and my face. Think about the light hitting the table. I know you can't see much of it. Think about the light hitting my clothes, my face specifically, shadows under my chin, shadows on this side of my face, shadows and brightness on the wall behind me. If there's light on the wall behind me, then where is the light coming from? Well, it has to be in front of me somewhere, right? There's no light behind me. So given that, have a think, pause this frame if you need to. I will stay still. And you can pause it and decide where you think the light is coming from, how many lights are on me, and what the quality and direction of those lights are. Best of luck. Okay, so we're in the studio now as we start talking about different types of light and how we can use them. I want to look at both natural light and artificial light and discuss the nuances and differences and usages of each type. Okay, let's begin with natural light. Natural light is a photographer's best friend. It offers a limitless source of inspiration and creativity and supply. Unlike artificial lighting, which requires additional equipment, money, and setup, natural light is usually available, unless, of course, you're in winter at the northern or southern latitudes where it's going to be dark all day. But we're not. So we can use it to produce stunning results and use it skillfully to do so. So let's explore the beauty and versatility of natural light just by looking at some simple types of natural light. First one would be direct sunlight. Assuming no cloud cover and outside of the golden hours of each day, direct sunlight usually provides very strong, hard lighting with well-defined shadows and strong highlights. It's ideal for creating dramatic contrast and emphasizing texture and shape of your subjects. Actually, this time of the day, we're now in the afternoon, it's kind of strong light coming through the window. If you follow me over, we have a beautiful test subject here, Fee, and I'm going to pull up our blinds and we're going to notice essentially some very direct sunlight hitting her face. Now, obviously, the best way to get direct sunlight is either just by going outside, or if you're in your confined space and you have a window, perfect. You can use the window to get the direct sunlight coming in. Now, one thing we have to be careful of direct sunlight, it can be very harsh. So we have to think about diffusing light. Diffused light occurs when sunlight is scattered or softened by things like clouds, fog, or other atmospheric conditions. And we can simulate it here in the studio rather than take you all outside. We can simulate it here with our sheer blinds. So this acts as kind of a barrier to direct sunlight, but it diffuses the direct sunlight. So we're looking at Fee's face right now. We have direct sunlight hitting her face. You can see on this side of her face, it's kind of hard, it's quite bright. And on this side, you've got mostly shadow, right? So harsh, shadow, and the difference between each is quite strong. There's a very sharp difference between the highlights and the shadows. Now, if we add some diffusion, imagine this is clouds or an actual diffusion panel, such as these blinds. Now we look at her face and it's still lit. It's a little bit darker, which because we're kind of blocking some of the light. But part of that fabric allows the light to be what's called diffused and scattered. So now the light is kind of getting bent in all different directions and dispersed in different directions. So rather than the single point of light from the direct sunlight from the sun, we now have kind of a blend, a much softer kind of array and spread of light. For portraits, this is often better. Photographers like this for portraits because it provides much softer light on someone's face. And if I turn off my studio light here, it will be able to demonstrate it a little bit better on Fee's face. So I'm going to compare again, direct sunlight is this, very bright, but also very dark on the other side of her face. And then we diffuse that, i.e. soften it, and we have a much softer face, much softer light on Fee's face, which is very, very palatable for portraits. Now, like I said earlier in the module, you'll have to compensate the decrease in exposure that the diffusion gives you. You have to compensate for that with your camera settings, right? So you're going to get a slightly darker image, but the quality of the light is going to be much more pleasing, much more flattering with that softness. And you can go to town with your diffusion. Like I said at the desk earlier, you can add multiple layers of diffusion. We're going to be exploring this a little bit more in the studio shoot that we're going to do in a couple of modules' time. But for now, this is just a really, really crude and simple example of direct sunlight and diffused sunlight. So you can still use natural light You don't have to worry about artificial light if you don't have it, and you can still modify that sunlight. Now, a lot of the times, if you're in the UK, where I'm from, for example, you'll have a lot of cloudy days, right? When it's not raining, it's probably going to be cloudy. So that's a real benefit for wedding photographers, say. They don't want harsh, like really kind of dramatic, moody lighting. They want pleasing, flattering, intimate lighting, which is what you get with soft diffused light. Another thing we always want to take into consideration when we're using natural light is the time of day, and specifically golden hour. The golden hour refers to the period shortly after sunrise or before sunset, when the sun is low on the horizon, casting a lovely warm golden glow. This soft diffused light creates a magical ambience and enhances colors, making it a favorite among us as photographers for outdoor shoots. Conversely, we also have blue hour. The blue hour occurs just before morning golden hour and just after evening golden hour, when the sky takes on this beautiful deep blue hue. This ethereal light adds a sense of mystery and tranquility to your photographs, especially when capturing urban landscapes or seascapes. Note though that the light is low at these times, so it can be pretty dark and is more of a challenge to get those really nicely well-exposed images. So how do we practically work with natural light? So firstly, understanding direction. Well, pay attention to the direction of natural light and how it interacts with your subjects. So try different positions with your subject. Remember, you can't move the sun, so you have to move your subject. And try to gain some flattering angles, which would be similar to the light on Jerry that we started with earlier. Try a 45 degrees angle and go from there, depending on whether you want a dramatic look with something like light from the side, or more flattering with light more in front. So let's go back to Fee and check out what we can do in that respect with our window light. Okay, so now we're over with Fee just by the window, and we want to think about the direction first. So as I just talked about, try and understand where the direction of the light is coming from or where you want to put the direction. Now, even though the sun and natural light might be fixed, you can move the subject around to essentially get the same effect as moving the light around, right? So here at the moment, Fee is just standing straight into camera, and we've got pure side lighting. It's called side lighting. We've got light coming from one side and no light coming from the other. So this can create something that's quite dramatic, quite intense, quite moody. It's great. I love it and I use it a lot, but we want to kind of demonstrate how we can maneuver the subject, or at least the face, to emulate the direction of the source of light. In this case, the sun, it's fixed. Well, it's not fixed, it's moving, but you know what I mean. It's pretty much fixed for the next hour or two. We're going to get very, very similar light. So we obviously can't move that, but what we can do is move Fee. So Fee, if you turn your head to your right slightly, keep going. Now you'll be able to notice that because Fee has moved her face towards the light, we have now some light coming on the other side of her face. Now, a couple of things to note here. We've just done literally two movements of Fee's face. One is horizontally, laterally to the side. One is vertically. We've lifted her chin a little bit. So this now exposes a little bit of light under her chin. Put your chin back down, Fee. Whereas before, it's mostly dark, right? So if we lift her chin a little bit, we're grabbing a little bit more depth. We're grabbing a little bit more difference between the highlights and the shadows, which is what creates depth, which is what creates complexity in the image. The same goes for the lateral movement of light. So we're grabbing a little bit, chin up more, please, Fee. Grabbing a little bit of light on the other side of her face. But also, we're grabbing some light in her eyes now because her eyes have also moved slightly more into the light. If we're looking straight at the camera and it's perfect side light, that side light is not going to hit her eyes, just as it's not going to hit the other side of her face. But if she moves her face like she's done and lifts it up a little bit, depending on where the sun is, I mean, if the sun was lower, she wouldn't have to lift her face that much to get these lights in her eyes. All of these combinations, like really, really simple movements, but now we've got a completely different image, right? Compared to what we had before, where Fee's looking straight into the camera and we've got 90-degree side light. So I'm still using direct sunlight here to just give you a demonstration, to give you the example of what I'm talking about. We can also modify this light, which we'll do in a minute. I've already showed you. That makes it a little bit harder for you to notice shadows, to notice depth in a face, because you're softening the light. So it's not as pronounced as what it is at the moment. I mean, other things you can do here to go and face the window completely, please. Now, obviously, Fee is now facing the sun, essentially. So what we're doing is we've got a profile now. If we moved our camera, we can't because we've got the window here. But if we move this camera around to get a portrait, or to get at least a 3/4 portrait, her face is just going to be all in sunlight, right? So it's going to provide quite a flat image. There's no shadows that you can see. It's all just flat and blown out. And like I said earlier, this is kind of a thing that fashion photographers like, magazines like, because it shows all the details. They're not worried about conveying much of the personal intimacy. It's a brand, it's commercial, so they want as much light as possible. This is not for me. It is for some people. I don't really like this form of lighting, but I'm just demonstrating it to you. All you're doing is moving the subject instead of moving the light. So if you face the camera again for me, please. Now, if we keep with the side lighting, Fee, all I want you to do is raise your head as far as you can go up, and then raise your head as far as you can go down. Okay, so as she's moving her head up and down, the different features of her face are hitting the light, right? So we have to remember that as well. You can play with angles vertically as well as laterally, and as well as angular. So we could move her whole body. We could get her sat down. We could get her moving 45 degrees. We could get her lying down. We could get her on her back. You could do so many things that are going to emulate changing or moving the light, right? So if you go up and down again for me. Now, these are really, really subtle changes that not many people really think about or know about. Keep going, please, until you pass out. But just watch the lighting on her cheek as she comes down. Keep going down. You see how now we've got more light on her cheek, just because of the way the light is coming through. Now, you might not be able to know this as soon as you get onto a location or in the studio, but you can just play with the subject. If the subject's willing, you can just play with the model and move them around, get them to do silly things like that, and just watch the light on their face. Okay, so I hope that kind of explains really, really simple methods to adjust the direction of light, even though the source of the light is staying in the same position. Now, if we ask Fee to do a twirl and basically do a 360 degree, what I want you to do on this camera is just really pay attention to the light on her face. So Fee, when you're ready, just really slowly, just move your whole body around in 360 degrees and just watch the light on her face. Now stop here. Now, this is where you can get creative, right? If you're wanting to do something a little bit different rather than a classic portrait, imagine that you've got the light from this side. Fee, take a step towards me. And now, if you're taking a shot now, sorry, take a step back. That's it. Now, if you're just taking a shot straight on and you're getting like a cool side profile, you see her hair is all lit up. This works really well with darker hair, kind of auburn hair, which has kind of a really nice reflective property. So on the camera, you might not be able to see this that well if you're taking a photo, and we'll do this in the studio later. But you can get cool kind of silhouettes and profile silhouettes, right, of the hair. So it's just a way to think a little bit differently about not just classic portraiture, but other types of shots that may go well with some of your other classic portraits. If you just keep moving around for me. Stop there. And you can see there is pretty much no light coming on her face here, but there is a little bit of reflected light, bounced light. So somehow the light here is getting modified from the source here, which we're going to talk about right now. If you go straight back into the camera. So we have 360 degrees to play with in terms of direction of light. So what I suggest to you, like I keep saying, practice, practice, experiment, experiment, experiment. If you don't have someone who can be as amazing as Fee is, like she's just done so many test shots for me over the years, if you don't have anyone that's willing to just be bored and sit there and do that, then you can get a little model like Jerry over there, or you can get any type of object and just monitor the light on that object or subject as you move it according to the natural light. So as I touched upon just now, modifying the light, reflecting the light, bouncing the light, all of the things we want to consider once we understand where the direction and the intensity of that natural light is coming from. Just because it's natural light doesn't mean you can't modify it. So when it comes to modifying light, if you face this camera again, please, we're back to normal side lighting. We've modified, i.e. we've softened the direct light just with this shear. If I bring that up to go back to normal, like raw direct sunlight, we see on this side of her face that it's, okay, there's a little bit of light coming through, and that's due to bouncing off all the walls on the floor. But generally speaking, this side of her face is dark. What we can do to illuminate it, if we want to counteract, if we don't have a big diffusion layer that's going to diffuse this harsh sunlight, what we can do is try and even the shadows up to kind of balance out that harsh light. And what we can use, like I touched upon earlier, is the reflector. These again are really, really cheap. Now, if I just, what I'm going to do is reflect essentially, straight on, not at an angle. So if the sunlight is coming from over here, I'm going to reflect straight on the sunlight and bounce it back onto her face. So if we watch her face now, and I put the reflector up, we can see we've got a bit more light on this side of her face. Put it down, dark. Put it up, lit. And then you can adjust the degrees. If I now move away, that reflection is going to get weaker and weaker. So you may not want it too bright like this, or it may be in your frame. So you just, again, play with it. You've got angles, you've got depth, you've got distance. Now, Fee, if you walk with me as well towards me, so side step to your left. This is also something that can modify harsh light. So, if we keep the camera on Fee's face, not the fixed one, we should notice that the amount of light now hitting her face has decreased a little bit. Fee, if you go as close to the window as possible. Now, if we see on that side of the face, she's got strong sunlight. Now come to me here. Now it's much softer, right? So the distance, go back to your original position, please. The distance between which your subject is to the light will dictate the quality of that light as well. So I'm not wanting to confuse you at all. What I'm trying to encourage you to do is go and play, go and experiment, go and observe, and this is how you really learn how to observe what light is doing. So the last thing with modification, and I'm going to keep going on about it, is diffusion. We talked about it earlier. We may not have a panel, like imagine we're not in the studio. We can also pick up diffusion layers. Now you can buy these, there's just fabric. You can buy these anywhere, and you can buy them in panels that you're able to hold. So if you have an assistant and you have a friend who wants to help out, and you've got harsh sunlight and it's the only time of day and it's the only location you can use, these are invaluable. So I'm going to demonstrate here. If I'm going to put this, again, we're just going to watch the light on Fee's face, and I'm just going to diffuse the light. Diffused, not diffused. It's literally as simple as that, guys. So this is not in the kit list, but it is an accessory I highly, highly recommend. It's not even an accessory. You could use a piece of white clothing. You could use, here in Bali, we use just white sarongs, or you can actually go and buy a proper diffusion panel. If you're going to buy a softbox, it comes with diffusion, and we're going to talk about that in a couple of modules' time when we look at softboxes and how we use them. But for now, if you're using natural light, highly recommend you get one of these. Okay, so now we've had a look at natural light. I want to talk about artificial light in photography and the uses of it. Artificial light opens up a world of endless possibilities for us as photographers, allowing us to sculpt, shape, and illuminate our subjects in unique and captivating ways. From studio setups like this to on-location shoots, artificial light offers unparalleled control and flexibility, empowering us to unleash any creativity and bring our vision to life. So let's delve into the realm of artificial light and explore its boundless potential that, for me, is one of my favorites. So first of all, Let's talk about the types of artificial lighting. There are two main types of light sources. You can have continuous lighting and strobe lighting. Continuous lighting sources such as LED panels, tungsten bulbs, your standard table lamps, or an LED photography light like this provide constant and steady illumination. For me in the studio, this are my go-to because they offer consistent lighting conditions for precise control over exposure and composition. I can always see the light and where it's falling. I can shape it as I look at it, and that saves time, allows more creativity, and is generally easier for us to use. Continuous lights allow us more freedom and ease within a studio setting, but they are almost impossible to use outside the studio and are often more expensive, use more energy, and are usually less powerful. Okay, so here in the studio, we have a continuous light shining on Fee, our model again for the day, and we can do anything with this light. So the light allows us to adjust the power, so the intensity of the light. It allows us to adjust the color temperature of the light. We can have it cooler, a bit more blue. We can have it warmer, a little bit more golden. It also, of course, allows us to move the light. We can move it laterally, vertically, and we can tilt it as well. So we have a whole array of variations that we can use with not only the artificial light factor, but also the continuous light factor. And as you can see, we're looking at her face now, there's light on it. So what I can do is now start thinking about either we're changing the light, or I can move around, think about composition, expressions, and things like that. So it is constant, it's continuous. So it allows us as photographers to see the light as it actually happens. So in this case, I can move this continuous light. If we just look at Fee's face, we can move this continuous light. And as we move it, we can see how the light falls on her face. And that's just laterally. If I want to go vertically up and down, we can see how that moves. We can also just play and experiment as we go. If I want to tilt, I can tilt. And as I'm doing all this, I can see the effects of it as I do it, which is hugely, hugely beneficial for obvious reasons. Okay, so that's continuous lighting. Now, strobe or flash lighting, on the other hand, is off until you press the shutter button, and then it emits brief bursts of intense light, allowing us as photographers to freeze motion and capture crisp, well-lit images. Strobe lights come in various forms, including what's called monolights, speed lights, and other names, which I don't really want you to worry about just yet. The most favored way of using strobe lights or flashes are off camera. So you'll have a remote trigger that would sit on top of the camera like this and send a signal to the light itself, allowing you to then move the light wherever you like without worrying about your own position at all. Strobes are usually more powerful, so can be used to overpower ambient light if maybe you're in a situation where you have too much ambient light or it's just too strong. They are also more energy efficient and can be used in pretty much all situations, whether you're outside, in the studio, low light or bright light. And they're usually quite portable and light, so you can take them away with you and take them outside the comfort of your own home or studio. Okay, so really quick demonstration. I have a flash, off-camera flash. It's not on the camera. We can move it. We can attach a light stand to it. We can attach softboxes to it. Obviously, I haven't done any of that just for the purposes of showing you. Now, this won't flash until I press the shutter button. This is triggered by what's called a trigger, a remote trigger that sits on top of the camera on what's called your hot shoe, where your flash and the electronic signal communicates from your camera to the trigger, and then the trigger to the flash, so that when you press the shutter button on your camera, you will get the flash. So if I was to point this camera at anything, take a shot, you'll see that this flashes. Okay, it's as simple as that. One important thing to think about, though, with strobe lights is getting your exposure right with the strobe light off. Remember, the strobe only flashes when you press the shutter button. A lot of flashlights include a function called TTL, and that's essentially an automatic function that sets the light power according to the settings of your ambient light and your camera settings. I don't want you to worry about that. We want full control. Unfortunately, with strobes, you'll have to just take some test shots and adjust the power of the light accordingly to get it where you want it, because you can't see the result of your lighting power and placement until you take a shot and the strobe goes off. There's definitely something to bear in mind and to practice and take into consideration. If you have a strobe or flashlight already, then great. But if you don't, then try not to worry about what type to get if you're considering it. However, do try and get one that can be triggered remotely if you can, as it will allow you much more versatility and play. You'll see in my kit setups that I want you to just get any light for now, preferably though with a softbox, and we're going to talk about those types of things right now. Okay, so now we've looked at the main two types of artificial sources of lighting. We also want to talk about something very, very important, and I've mentioned it many a time already, and that's modifiers. Light modifiers such as softboxes, umbrellas, and reflectors can be used to shape and diffuse artificial light, creating soft, flattering illumination or adding dramatic highlights and shadows to your subjects. We've already talked about the quality of light, and generally speaking, you always want the option with portraits especially to have as soft a light as possible. You can always make it harder if you wish. So in that case, let's take a look at some of the types of modifiers you might want and how they affect the light on, say, a subject's face. Okay, so to demonstrate this, I've just reduced this light drastically, so just to at least keep us illuminated. But what I want to do is take you through what a light looks like without any modification, right? So this is a continuous light as well. I'm going to put it on, try not to blind Fee. Now, you can see if I put my hand here, I'll shine it on Fee's face. This is about as hard light as you're going to get, other than maybe a flashlight or a headlamp or an iPhone flashlight or something like that. It's a very direct light. It's a very narrow source of light. It's a very small source of light, all of which combine to create hard light, okay? We talked about hard and soft light. We're going to talk about them even more later. But this is what a light comes as when you buy a light. Now you have to modify the shape and the intensity and the quality of this light with modifiers and diffusers and reflectors and umbrellas and all of the other gadgets and stuff out there. I don't want you to think too much about the types of modifiers. You'll be able to work with any type of modifier, and you should be able to. And only once you get to an advanced level, you can really start playing with the nuances and the intricacies of the different types of modifiers and how they shape light. For now, you need any type of diffusion, any type of modifier. Get a basic softbox, create one yourself. I used to make them myself and just fit them around your light. From here, we can go up a tiny little stage. So now this is what's called a snood or a cone. And all this does is reshape the light. I'm not sure how well you can see it on camera, but as it's a circular shape, you now get a circle of light, essentially. It doesn't necessarily soften the light. It does a little bit. It's not quite as pinpointy, but you see on Fee's face here, it's still very, very harsh, but it's modified. Now we can go one step further, and using the same snood or cone, we can add a layer of diffusion. Now you can see already that is providing a much, much softer light because there is a light source having to be spread out and scattered through a layer of diffusion. So that's a good start. It's probably your first step to getting softer light, whatever source you use. Okay, so we can go up a level further, and now we've put it on a stand, but it's exactly the same light with a much larger softbox, 2 layers of diffusion. So now the light is spreading out a lot. So the bigger the softbox you have, i.e. the wider the diameter, the more the light is going to spread out. Therefore, the softer the light you're going to have. Now, if you're after really, really soft light, you can get 1.3, 1.5, even 1.7 meter wide softboxes. Now, they're not very practical unless you have a huge studio. And if you're only shooting one person, it could be a little bit cumbersome and light can be going somewhere you don't really want it to go. So there's kind of a happy medium. This one I use is just under 1 meter wide. And for me in the studio, it's perfect. On location, I take kind of similar size softbox away because, you're often inside somewhere, or you don't want to be carrying around a huge softbox, right? And getting it through airline check-in and all that kind of stuff. So there is a kind of happy medium. I love the light from this continuous light and this softbox. There are many, many manufacturers out there. I'm not going to go through them. Again, this is not an equipment first course, but I want to show you kind of this as a basic setup. This is a basic modifier, a basic softbox, and all that you need. They're not that expensive. You can find very cheap options. I've listed them in the kit list. And what I want you to look at and focus on now is how it's affected the light on Fee's face. We've already talked about the natural light and modifying that, so I'm not going to reiterate too much of that. It's exactly the same principle. You have a light source and you're diffusing it. You're putting a layer of fabrication, a layer of diffusion onto the front of the light, just like we did with the blinds in the window light. And that allows a much softer light on Fee's face. You can go even further, right? You can put extra layers of diffusion on. So what we're going to do now is I'm going to put this light up to full. I'm going to record a photo here on Fee's face. Boom. And then I'm going to add another layer of diffusion. So if you bear with me, come back in a minute. Okay, so now what we've added, and I'll show you this on camera, I'll move the light a little bit. We've added just another layer of fabric, okay, over the already diffused light. I've just clamped it. I do this all the time in the field when we want soft light, because if you have quite a powerful light, you can push through those layers of diffusion so you can get good, well-exposed photos with soft light. So if we look at the light now on Fee's face, I'll get the light back to position it was in and take a photo here. Now we can see with the comparison of both those photos, it is quite subtle, but there is a definite difference between the first one and the second one. First one is absolutely fine. Like no one's going to complain about that. But if you want that even softer, more flattering, more intimate look, this is one way you can do it, add diffusion. Now, second way you can do it is distance of the light to the subject. And we're going to talk about that in the next lesson, how you can get softer light or how you can get harsher light using whatever source you have. My favorite thing about artificial light is the extra creativity you can achieve with it in a controlled fashion. And once you're able to start getting used to seeing the basic variants and factors of light, I really want you to start thinking about sculpting light and shaping it. Sculpting light is super important. I want you to get to a point where you are comfortable changing your lighting, moving things, trying different angles, strengths, and softness of the light. So experiment with different lighting angles and intensities to sculpt and shape your subjects. I want you to practice directional lighting to highlight contours, textures, and facial features, adding that depth and adding that dimension to your portraits. So here we go. I'll give you a little bit of an example when we're talking about directional lighting and modifying and sculpting that light to get to a point where the face is looking at least full of expression, full of mood, full of depth, and full of complexity. So we're going to start with a one light setup. We're going to start with the basic light with a basic softbox. I'm just going to ask Fee to sit here. We've already got the light set up at a 45-degree angle. We can change this, obviously, depending on what we want to go for. As I talked about earlier, it's good to start at a place that you're familiar with. And if you're not familiar with anything, just start with the light and subject in a position that you can come back to all the time, every time you do this. So you want that familiarity and you want a template. You want some kind of known entity that you can start with and work from there. And this is mine. This is in my studio. This is with the same backdrop I always use, unless we use something different. But I'll always start with this backdrop. And I'll always start with this stool with the same height. I'll always start with this lighting position, either on this side or this side, but exactly the same angle, same height. And so I can immediately get this lighting on someone's face. Now that might not be the lighting that I want on that day or what they want or what type of mood or expression or look or anything that constitutes art or artistic elements, which we're going to talk about later, that may not be what we want. But in order to start things off for the day, for your shoot, for your practice, it's a great idea to start at the same position and start with something you know that you can get straight away. This allows you to have the subject feel a little bit more at ease, allows you to have a little bit more ease when you're moving things around and thinking of so many different things. Going back to the same place with your light and getting a look, it may not be this one, but getting a look that you like straight away every time is paramount. So for me, I like this look in terms of the light. I like a little bit of light on the shadow side of the face and obviously the angle of light on the lit side. What we now want to think about is how we can adjust the light and the shadows to sculpt a different look or to sculpt the specific features of that person's face. Now, we'll talk about this when we do the studio session, but you have to put their interests in mind as well. They may have a specific side of face that they like. They may not like certain features about their face. I know what Fee doesn't like about her face, but I'm not going to share it. So you have to kind of be sensitive to that. That aside, we're just going to talk technically now on how to get real depth out of someone's face in various different ways. So what we're going to do is start and do a couple of setups. The first setup is this. It's kind of my favorite, like I said. We'll just take a shot here. I didn't take you through the initial kind of setup of the light. Took me less than a minute because it's just putting a light on a stand, turning it on. I put it 100% brightness because then I know what I'm dealing with. And setting it at 45 degrees to the subject. And when I say 45 degrees, so if this is obviously straight ahead, 0 degrees, and to Fee's right at 90 degrees, we're going to bisect that, right? We're going to make it 45 degrees laterally. And then we're going to put it at a height, and we're going to change this, but a rough height that allows us to angle the light down at about 45 degrees to get the most amount of light on her face. So we've got 45 degrees laterally. We've got, I don't know, a few steps in front. And so we have a 45-degree angle vertically as well. And we just take a shot. Let's see what it's like. This can be our template. This can be our basic shot that we can always refer back to. Okay, so looking at this shot, it's well exposed, it's balanced. If we look at her eyes, and we're going to zoom in on her eyes on the screen for you, on that photo you can see the reflection of this shape of softbox. Now, the reason why this shape of modifier, this shape of softbox is so popular with portraits is because you get this circle in the model's eyes. And so it brings out the luminosity of their eyes and makes it much more attractive. Now, if I move this light, let's say I move it all the way up, and then I angle it down so that it still lights her face in about the same amount of exposure. And I take a shot there. Not much change. That blew up in my face, didn't it? Try that again. If I take a shot here, now her face is pretty much has the same amount of exposure on it. But if we zoom in on her eyes now, she's got more shadows in her eyes and we don't see those catch lights. So this immediately changes the mood. It means, I don't know, it looks a little bit flat. She looks miserable. She's not miserable, but that's how light can dictate a mood, right? So you have these shadows in the eyes and, we want to focus on those eyes. We want to bring life out of those eyes. So just by changing the height of the light, it didn't change anything else, didn't change anything on the camera, didn't change actually the amount of light hitting her face, just change the angle of it. So we're going to bring that back down. Now we've sculpted her face negatively, really, in that respect. So when I talk about sculpting is how those highlights and shadows interplay with each other to bring a three-dimensional look to a certain part of their features on their face, right? Or their body, or in the environment, or a landscape, or whatever you're shooting. So now if I start to move this light a little bit further in front, maybe, let's get a little bit more front lighting, which is, I don't need to explain what that means. And we take a shot here. I haven't changed any camera settings. I haven't changed any light settings. I haven't moved the light further away. I've just moved the angle of it. Now, we've got a little bit of softbox that's crept into the frame, but that doesn't matter. If we look at the photo of Fee there, it's a little bit more illuminated because we've got more of the light shining on the front of her face, but we have less shadows. So we've got less depth. We've got maybe a little bit more lightness, excuse the pun, but a little bit more brightness to the mood. It's a little bit more airy-fairy. It's a little bit more cute. It's a little bit more like fashion photography. So we've got much more front light. It allows much more of the texture to be seen on the face. It allows much more of the detail to be seen on the face. And it just creates a different mood, right? So we're sculpting the face just literally by moving the light a little bit in front. We haven't done anything else. We haven't changed the height. We haven't changed the angle. So with simple changes like that, you can quite drastically change the aesthetic, but also change the feeling and the emotion of the shot. Okay, let's move away from that because we don't like it. What about side lighting? If I'm going to really sculpt someone's face, how about we make it very two-dimensional, right? So this can be used for very dramatic, very moody, artistic, creative shots. Move the light around, take a shot, and we can see that we have this really, really cool, contrasty side lighting, which, again, all we're trying to do is create different effects on the face. So we've seen how easy it is to sculpt and shape light just by using one light source, in this case, one simple artificial light setup. I'm not going to take you through all of the endless possibilities to use this type of setup to sculpt and shape light, both technically speaking and on an artistic expression level. For mood and atmosphere, we want to play also with color temperature, intensity, and contrast to set the tone and narrative of your images from vibrant and dynamic to moody and introspective. You can do this, as we've seen, purely through lighting. For example, with color, you can shoot at different times of day if you're using natural light. And if you're not, you should be able to change the temperature of your strobe or continuous light. Or if you're using a lamp, say, you can use color gels or colored bulbs. For the intensity of your light, you can turn the light up or down, shoot at different times of day if you're using natural light, move the subject further away, etc., etc. And contrast will come with depth of shadows and highlights from your type of natural light, position of the subject, other ambient lighting, type of lighting technique, and we'll talk about this. Before we move on, I just wanted to cover a couple of practical tips when working with artificial light. Now, you've got to understand the light quality, and therefore you've got to familiarize yourself with the characteristics of different artificial light sources and modifiers, including their color temperature, obviously the softness, and the directionality. So just practice with them and see what you like. And this is really how you find your style. And that's why I'm not going to go through all of the possibilities you can with one light setup, how to move it, what angles you want, what type of lighting on the face you can sculpt and shape, because that's going to be down to you. I want you to experiment with your light and your subject. I want you to see what works, and I want you to see what you like. This is how you not only get better at photography, but this is how you develop your style, what you think you're good at, and how you fit into the photography genre, such as portraits. The second tip I wanted to touch upon, which I do quite a lot, is balancing exposure, especially when you're using both ambient light and artificial light. This is really difficult, but important when using more than one light source, e.g. the sun with artificial light when taking a portrait. First of all, expose for the ambient light and don't worry about the key light in the subject's face. I'm going to show you this in a minute. Don't even turn your artificial light on yet, because the ambient light is something you can't change. So you need to expose for that to get it nicely balanced. The artificial light then is something you can adjust in order to get the correct exposure and feel on the subject that you want. So once you have the scene, composition, and exposure for the ambient light set, then turn on your flash and do a test shot at any setting for the light. Adjust then as necessary from there to get something that's not too obvious. Too many times I see people overlighting a subject, so it looks kind of porcelain, fake, and in my opinion, pretty tacky. You can achieve a balanced exposure by adjusting your camera settings, flash power, and light modifiers to achieve that desired lighting effect. This is extremely important if using both artificial and natural light, and we're gonna have a look at that right now. Okay, so when it comes to balancing ambient light against artificial light, and I don't want to get too ahead of ourselves now, but it's really cool to learn how to balance the two things at the same time. Now, I talk about one light setups all the time, and this is probably the last time we're going to talk about two lights. So you can see in the picture that I've got on the screen is that we have background light. The sun is setting behind Fee, and as such, Fee's back is face to the light, right? So we want a way to illuminate Fee's face, unless of course we want a silhouette, which is absolutely fine. I love shooting silhouettes. In this case, we want to demonstrate how to illuminate both Fee's face in a nice sculpted way, but also capture the details and golden hues and light of the background and of the sunset. So we don't have an amazing background here. We have lovely light, but imagine we're on a beach or we're in the mountains and we want to capture a beautiful landscape as much as the subject and the environment in the foreground. So the way we can do that is a technique that I use all the time and that I'm kind of known for in my photography. We just supplement the ambient light with artificial light in the foreground. But before we even think about artificial light, we want to expose our camera and our image for the background light and the ambient light. Otherwise, and as you can see on the screen here, if I go to my camera, if we try and expose for Fee's face, i.e. make Fee's face balanced and well lit, we can see the background is now pure white. We call that just blown out, right? It's just overexposed. So what we want to do is get to a point where, and you can obviously use your shutter speed, ISO, aperture. I'm just got a wheel here. I'm using shutter speed because it's the easiest and quickest to do. Now, all I'm doing is exposing for the background light. So I can see probably about there is kind of a nice light. I'd say in the top corner that's overexposed because that's the sun. So you have to be a bit careful. Probably go there. It's a nice kind of light, maybe there. Okay. So now obviously we have Fee's face in darkness. All you're going to do, whether you have a strobe or continuous light, is in this case, we have a continuous light. I'm just going to demonstrate with the continuous light. Usually in the field, I'd use my strobe. You would focus on Fee and take a test shot, okay? Now, I have the luxury of this continuous light of being able to adjust brightness straight away. With your strobe lights, and we'll show this in the studio when we do a proper shoot, when you have your trigger on your camera, you should be able to adjust the power of the light remotely, or you have to walk over to the light and adjust it there. So now I'm looking at Fee's face, and I'm going to adjust the light accordingly where I get a nice balanced exposure on her face as much as the ambient lighting behind her. Now the sun is setting, so it's getting darker as I speak. Now, if I overexpose her face, or I'm not overexposed, I apologize, but if I put the power of the light up too much, it's going to look a little bit, it's just going to look a little bit silly in my opinion. It looks a little bit fake. Fake is okay because we are staging this and we're in a studio and technically it is fake, but we don't want the image to look too fake because it just doesn't look fine arty, it doesn't look high quality, it doesn't look too professional. So what I like to do is I just call it a little punch of light. So imagine this is with a strobe. Now that looks on Fee's face like she's getting lit by a sun or sunrise or a little bit of reflection somewhere. So I would be okay with that. I think the whole scene needs a little bit more light. So I would expose it a little bit more. And then if my focus worked properly, we'd take a nice shot. So immediately, like this, again, is my go-to. It's a 45-degree angle of artificial light to the subject. We've got background light, which is now becoming a beautiful sunset. Wish you could see it. And my go-to is work straight away. I've got a nice kind of, we're going to talk about specific techniques of lighting soon, but we had a nice Rembrandt triangle on the side of her face. And we had the depth, we had nice soft shadows on. If we look at the photo, we've got nice soft shadows on her face, as well as a small bit of light. So not underexposed, but not too bright where it looks a little bit tacky, a little bit porcelain. So that's how I do it. Again, experiment. You can play with this to your heart's content, especially if you have a continuous light. And especially if you're in the middle of the day and you know you've got hours of sunlight that you can play with. Again, just experiment, practice, and have fun with it. I want to recap and dive a bit deeper into hard light and soft light and exactly how we want to use them. Remember, we talked earlier about the fact that light is not merely a tool for illumination. Of course, we need it to primarily expose a scene. But after that, we want to think about it as a storyteller, capable of shaping narratives, evoking emotions, and setting the mood with our photography. One of the key distinctions in the language of light is between soft and hard light, and they each possess their own unique characteristics and, of course, creative potential. So let's start with soft light. Photographers, and especially portrait photographers, often rave about soft light. They seek it almost all of the time when taking photos of people because it's flattering and kind of just looks great to the eye. It bathes subjects in a diffused glow, creating images imbued with warmth, intimacy, and tranquility. It also easily wraps around subjects with a kind of gentle embrace, smoothing away harsh contrasts and shadows to reveal those subtle nuances and textures. Great metaphors that we want to think about with expressions and the artistic elements of our images, which will come later. Think of soft light as the storyteller's brush, painting your scene with delicate strokes of emotion and grace. So let's look at some of the characteristics for soft light, and then I'll show you an example using our model Phi. Soft light is diffused and gentle. It creates smooth transitions between highlights and shadows. It produces subtle, flattering illumination that minimizes harsh contrasts and reduces the appearance of texture. As I mentioned before as well, it's often associated with a sense of serenity and tranquility and warmth. So just bear that in mind when you're thinking and planning about your shoots. What it does, it wraps around subjects softly, so it creates a sense of depth and dimension without those harsh shadows and bright highlights. Soft light is ideal for scenes where a gentle, natural aesthetic is desired, perfect for classical portraiture. So let's get Phi in the hot seat and we'll go through an example of soft light when using Phi as a model and we're getting soft light on her face. Okay, so I've got my camera, I'm tethered, and we're going to talk about this in the studio role plays and shoot that we're going to do. But just for illustration purposes, so I can get it on screen for you and take photos so we can compare basically soft light, and when we talk about hard light, we can compare the two. At the moment, again, we've got this simple one light setup that we talked about earlier. We've got one light, one softbox, and I've added one layer of diffusion in addition to the softbox diffusion. So we've got pretty soft light, and as we can see on Phi's face, if I come around a little bit here, if you focus on Phi's face, and we've got soft light wrapping around her face. On the other side of her face here, we can see shadows, but they're very, very soft. They're they're subtle, but they're still there. So we have an indication of the depth of Phi's face, but still have, that softness and that fluffy feeling and that intimacy with soft light that we get. We've also positioned the light so we have some catch lights in her eyes, which also adds to the soft light effect. Now, if I take a shot here, can you just look at my camera for me, please? So I've taken a photo of her face and her shoulders, and she wants to look at the screen to see the photo, which we're going to talk about later. Now you see that what we're looking for, again, and I'm going to keep repeating this, is the gradations of highlights to shadows. Now, what we'll do when we get some harder light on is we'll just compare the differences so that I can indicate a little bit clearer to you. If we want to make this even softer, I would add another diffusion layer, which I'm not going to do now. Or what we can do is a number of things. Three main things that you can do to make your light even softer. One is diffusion, which we've talked about and I've shown you already. Another way to do it is to get closer with the light. Now that really, put my camera down, it really depends on your frame and your composition that you want. So you can't always do it. What happens if you just get this light closer? If you watch me pull this closer, you watch the live screen of Fee's face, what happens is we start to get this light into the composition, which we'll talk about when we're editing, because we can always crop that out, or worst case, a lot of photographers, they don't mind photoshopping this and blending it in with the background. We won't talk about that right now, but what I want to show you is the difference with exactly the same light, exactly the same level of diffusion. And we're going to get really close to her face, almost uncomfortably close for her. And if we take a photo here, yeah, thanks, Lee. Compare it against our first photo. Now, the differences are extremely subtle, but I'm going to point them out on screen for you and circle the areas which we want to be looking at. Now, if I move that light back, exactly the same angle, haven't changed the power of the light, we're going to get a slightly darker image because we've moved the light further away. So we might have to compensate for that exposure on our camera settings. I'm not going to, oh, maybe I will do that for you. Yeah, that would probably be about right. There we go. Now, automatically, you can see that the shadows are deeper and the highlights are brighter. And that's with exactly the same light. No other settings on the light changed. Fee hasn't moved. Fee's skin hasn't suddenly changed. We haven't done anything other than move the light either closer or further away. So, as I talked about in the early modules, when we're thinking about camera settings, not only do your camera settings interplay with each other, now when you have to think about light, and we'll get onto the model and posing and directing later, because that's just another variable, another factor you have to think about. When you're thinking about light, you have to have a very, very instinctive and clear understanding of how your camera works, how the camera settings can be affected, or the output can be affected without changing your camera settings if you're going to start moving lights around, powering up lights, powering down lights, fading lights out, feathering lights, so panning left and right, up and down, angular, moving face, moving the subject. This just comes with practice and experimentation. And I'm going to sound like a broken record again, but a lot of this can't really be taught to you. I mean, I'm trying my best, and we're going through a lot of the fundamentals and kind of the basics of explaining how light can really shape not only the illumination of a subject, but create mood, create atmosphere, create expression by using soft or hard light. But what you really have to understand is you need to go away and practice this. So once you have your equipment, once you're comfortable with your settings, and this is why the course was designed this way, when we get more of an understanding of the fundamental principles of light, as well as our camera settings, how to use them, now you put those two together and you can see how they interplay. And you experiment, and this is how you develop your own style. So just to recap about the distance, and without going into the maths and physics of it, please just remember that being closer to your source gives you softer light. And the further away you are gives you harder light. because the light rays spread out more gradually when you're closer and spread more rapidly when you're further away. When we think about storytelling in an image, soft light is often associated with moments of tenderness, intimacy, and introspection. If you have a vulnerable subject or a specific emotion you want to portray that is delicate or intimate, then soft light is perfect for you to portray these emotions before you even think about the subject's expression or posing or directing them in a way that you want. Okay, so let's talk about hard light. Hard light casts bold, defined shadows that carve shapes and contours with precision and clarity. It illuminates scenes with stark intensity, accentuating contrasts and creating dynamic interplays of light and shadow. I want you to think of hard light as the storyteller's chisel, carving narratives with bold strokes of drama and intensity. Practically speaking, hard light will come from an intense and narrow source, such as a flashlight, the direct midday sun, or spotlight, just to name a few. So let's look again at some of the characteristics for hard light, and then I'll get feedback in the chair and show you an example. Hard light is direct and intense, casting sharp, well-defined shadows with high contrast. It creates crisp, distinct edges and enhances the texture and details of surfaces. Hard light can be quite harsh and unforgiving, so a lot of models don't really like it that much because it accentuates imperfections and often emphasizes surface irregularities. It often produces dramatic and dynamic lighting effects, though, that command attention and create visual impact. Hard light is well suited for creating bold, graphic compositions and emphasizing form and structure. So without further ado, Fee's probably not going to like this type of lighting, but we're going to get her back in the hot seat and show exactly what hard light looks like on her face. Okay, so now we've removed the diffusion layer that I had clipped over the front of the softbox. And we've also added a grid. Now, this is just a fabric grid, kind of a lattice grid. And all that does is direct the light more, so it doesn't spread out as much. So this can help with giving you harder light, but it also can give you more assistance when you're trying to direct light and get more of that light onto your subject. This could be good when you don't want any light bouncing off surfaces. You could be outside in somewhere that has reflective surfaces, or you might have a background that you don't want any light on. You'd want to, make the background much darker, in which case a grid can really help with that. But in this instance, we're just showcasing how it can create more hard light. And you can probably already see from my face and from Fee's face, we've already got slightly harder light. I haven't moved the light, it's at the same angle. And what we can do actually even further is now I'm going to turn this light off and show even harsher light with a smaller light source. Okay, so I'm behind the light here and I'm shining this light, but with a much, much smaller, I guess you call it a softbox, but it's the snood. It's a little cone with the one layer of diffusion over, so it's not completely harsh and you can actually see the effects. We used this with Jerry earlier, and now I'm going to use it on Fee and put it in pretty much the same position as the light was. This one with the grid is now off, and we can see that we've got even harder light on Fee now. So if you look specifically at the shadows and compare them to the highlights are bright, the shadows are dark, but the most important difference is the gradient between the highlights and the shadows is very steep. So it goes from highlight to shadow very quickly rather than very gradually. Okay, so I'm going to do the same thing here. I'm going to take a photo of Fee with the light in the same position. And the same principle applies when it comes to the distance. So in this case, we want harder light, which means we're going to push the light back even more and we get that harder light. If we brought it forward, we'd get softer light. Now, the differences are very subtle, but they are there. So if I take a photo of Fee straight on, yeah, now we put that grid on. I see the background is very, very dark because we have that light spreading out less, which means the light is focused more on Fee's face, so it's harder, right? You're going to get these almost hot spots where parts of her face are going to look really too bright, and then other parts are going to look too dark. Okay, so now if we do what we did before, I'm going to move the light further away. Again, you're going to drop the exposure because you're obviously getting less light reaching the subject. And if I take a shot now on feet, we're going to see, if we inspect those images, we're going to see that there's subtle differences, but they're there. And we've moved the light a meter away. So again, before you start moving the angle and the power and the kind of lateral and vertical movements of the light, you want to think about what quality of light you really want. In this case, we wanted hard light. So we're going to just play with that distance as well as the power, as well as any diffusion or the opposite of diffusion, i.e. a grid in this case, and go from there. So that's one method to get harder light. Now, if you have a flat day, let's say with natural light, or you only have soft illumination inside or something, there are other ways you can also get harder light. We talked about distance. What about reflectors and the angle of the light and grids? All of those can combine together to give you much harder light. Okay, so we've looked at the distance and we've played with grids and the lack of diffusion. Another way you could get harder light is by changing the size of the light. Now, a lot of you out there, and when I was a beginner, I could only afford a small flashlight that would go either on top of the camera or an off-camera light. But if you can't afford a big, powerful light, or a big softbox, or a big octabox, or a big modifier, then you're going to have to work with a smaller light source. So just know that a smaller light source, because of the physics of it, will give you a harder light. And I showed you earlier, if I use this light, the actual light itself is exactly the same, but what we're talking about is now the size of the emanation of the light. So when that light leaves the source, i.e. the power unit that is creating that light, we want to know how big the spread of that light is. So even though these lights are exactly the same size, we've modified them to create essentially one small light and one big light. Now, that's not technically correct when I talk about the size of a light, because what I really mean is the size of the power unit. So imagine your iPhone flashlight. The size of that light is tiny. Compare that to one of these lights, or even the flash that you might have on your camera. The size is very different, right? So if you just play with those types of lighting, you can see that one is providing much harsher light than the other one. So not only think about distance of your light from the subject, think about diffusion, and if there's any diffusion you can take away. If you've got a softbox on and you want really harsh light, take the softbox off. If you've got a smaller light or you don't have a big light, then just bear that in mind, that the size of the light also affects the softness, or in this case, the hardness. So now we've kind of given you a practical example. Let's look at the effects of hard light on our images. Remember, hard light creates strong, defined shadows that add depth and dimension to a scene. And this is great when you want to create a sense of drama and intrigue. When hard light is cast on a face, you will notice very sharp contrast, deeper shadows and brighter highlights. So it can be used to highlight shape and structure, adding visual interest and complexity to compositions. Hard light is often associated with scenes of intensity, tension, and boldness, conveying a sense of energy and dynamism. So when you think about storytelling in your images, hard light can be used to evoke feelings of suspense, anticipation, and urgency, heightening that emotional impact of whatever narrative you're trying to say. So I want to show you now a very kind of more realistic scenario of using hard light in the studio. So we're going to get feedback, and I'm going to adjust the light and just give you an example of almost a silhouette type of image, which can be very powerful and very emotive when you take a photograph. So I just wanted to quickly show you a more practical example of using hard light. Now, we have the luxury of being in a very confined environment in the studio here. You may not have that, and I appreciate that. Use whatever you can. And if you can't kind of create this effect, then that's okay as well. I just wanted to show you how you can use hard light and harsher light to create some really cool effects and step away from the rules that you might think classical portraiture will have you doing. So I'm just going to turn the room lights off, and we can see as I keep talking that there is a hard light and a soft box, even though it's not that soft, hard light placed almost behind Fee, but instead of now 45 degrees in front of her, we've gone 45 degrees behind. So we're capturing almost a silhouette with a touch of light coming across her nose onto the other side of her cheek. And as we see when we take a photo, I'll just frame this. When we take a photo, we can create something that's visually quite striking. Fee, if you can lift your chin up, please, and look. Yeah. So now we're catching the light on her face, and it's just providing almost just the edges of her face. Take a shot there. And because it's not soft, you're getting really, really deep and harsh shadows. You can play with this till your heart's content. We can put Fee in different poses. We can have different styling. We can almost add different lights as well. So there's plenty of options that you can use with hard light. I don't want you to ever think as a portrait photographer, you can't use hard light. Hard light is something that will give you so much more versatility, so many different types of looks. And you can combine hard light with soft light as well, which we'll talk about in a minute. As photographers, our goal is not to choose between soft and hard light, but to understand how each type of light can be used to convey different emotions and tell different stories. You must experiment with both because you want the full array of arsenal at your disposal. And sometimes you won't even be given a choice, and therefore you need to adapt. Furthermore, you might want to use both in order to create more unique and compelling looks, as well as a specific set of emotions and narratives. For example, you might choose the soft light of a morning sunrise in the background and environment to express peace and tranquility, but use harder light for the subject and foreground to express intensity and difficulty of a human emotion, thereby telling the story and irony of hardship and humanity against the beautiful and enduring backdrop of nature. Okay, that's about it for hard light and soft light. You'll see as we go through and use light even more, you'll notice the differences, or certainly how I use hard light and soft light. And so hopefully you can gain a better understanding of why both are important to your workflow. Okay, so we haven't changed much with the light, and we're just using one light, and it is the main source of light because it's the only source of light. If we had other lights as well, we would choose a light that's going to provide the main part of illumination and call it the key light. So because I want us to really just focus on one light setups, we're going to have one light shining on Fee's face. This is the key light. Okay, so this is fill light example. I haven't done anything with the key light. It's still here, but we can see if we want to kind of lift and alleviate these shadows on this side of Fee's face, we can either use a reflector that we used before and I showed you before, or if we have another light source, it can be a little bit more versatile and a little bit more natural, such as this. I have another light. I have it very low setting. And if I just kind of come over here and shine it on this side of Fee's face, we're not taking away those shadows completely, but we're filling in those dark parts to make it, give it a bit of a more even illumination, make it softer in general. So that's fill light. Okay, so once we've kind of used the fill light, and even if we want to use the fill light, the key light, and then add another type of lighting technique, we can also do that. But in this practical example, I'm going to take the fill light that we've just used and literally move it around to the edge of the back of Fee's head. With women, this is quite good because if they have long hair, we can illuminate that hair, or you see here on the back of her neck and on her shoulder. Edge lighting and rim lighting is great for bringing the subject out of the background. So we can just also use it as fill light, edge light, and there's no hard definitions and hard angles you need to worry about. But this is where you can pretty much go from a fill light to a rim or edge light here. So you should be able to notice the edges of her head and her hair. I could even get closer here. Now we can go even further behind her and we get into backlighting. So backlighting would be more here if I would need more power, because what I'm doing now is I'm pushing this light against the key light. So the key light is going to win every time if it's more powerful, right? Usually the key light's going to be more powerful. So if I increase the power of this light so that I can get more of a backlit source, like here on her hair or on her head, and even if I put something behind her head here, now we can get kind of more of a halo effect, more of a silhouette effect. You probably don't want the light in the composition. You could even light it from underneath. You could light it from above. If I increase this even more, we get more of an effect. So you can play with this. Any type of light behind the source you can call backlighting. And again, this is great for adding silhouettes. So if I turned off the key light, I'm going to go very dark now. Or at least if I turn the key light a long way down, so at least you can still see me and still see Fee. But I'm now kind of overpowering this key light with my backlight. So now we have much more of a silhouette. I could do this. You get kind of a halo effect. I could go underneath to create a different mood. And even from an angle here. So you kind of have now edge lighting and backlighting mixed together. But usually backlighting will often be from above the subject. So you don't have the light in the frame in your composition. Often it will be from above the subject just to highlight a certain mood, highlight certain shadows, highlight certain parts of the head or the hair, okay? So that's backlighting. You can combine it with key lighting, fill lighting, reflectors, everything. So all to create different looks, different effects, get a little bit creative with your lighting. Okay, and the last one, of course, is side lighting, which I've shown you already, but I'll show you one more time. All you're going to do is think about placing the light in this plane that is going to be 90 degrees to the subject. Obviously, you can move it a little bit. It doesn't have to be 90 degrees. It depends on how big your light is, where you want that light being spread. And you can adjust it slightly to get the look that you want. And I'll show you that now. So if I was to put this 90 degrees to Fee, which is going to be, so I mean the center of the light is now 90 degrees to Fee's face. And usually that doesn't give like the perfect contrast highlight. Again, it depends on their facial features. In this case, we've still got a bit of light on the other side of Fee's face. So this is still side lighting. It's absolutely fantastic. I love it because it adds drama, real like moody photos. But if you wanted purely like darkness on this side and brightness on this side, you're just gonna play with the light. You're just gonna swivel it, if you can swivel it, or if you've got someone holding it, you can get someone holding it, and you just move it around until now you have complete shadow. So that's side lighting.
One of the most special ways to light a subject, let's take a human face in this example, is through what's called Rembrandt lighting. So what is this thing called Rembrandt lighting and where does it come from exactly? Well, Rembrandt, he has a full name, but I'm not going to attempt to pronounce it, was a 17th century Dutch painter who pioneered a specific way of lighting a face that adds depth, drama, and a touch of mystery to a portrait. He possessed an exceptional ability to render people in their various moods and dramatic guises. And as an artist, I've always tried to emulate it when it comes to both the technical and emotional side of capturing a portrait. His keen eye for interplay between light and shadow birthed what we now know as Rembrandt lighting. It gives realism and a three-dimensional look to a face, one that stands out from the screen. So let's look at the technicalities of this. But before we go further, what will you need exactly? Well, a camera and a lens, obviously. And in the studio, I favor my Canon R5 and 50mm 1.2 lens. The body's quick and friendly to me, and the lens is so sharp with the best background blur I've come across to date. I would also recommend a confined space where you're able to have one light source. This could be natural light through a window or an artificial light. And today, for the purposes of this exercise, I will use a single continuous light with a softbox. We could talk for hours on your different lighting options, but just message me or DM me if you want some advice. For now though, all you need is some constant source of light, and I do recommend artificial light so you have more control as you practice. Okay, so here we have my beautiful test subject who's also my wife. So she's used to sitting in these chairs either in the studio or on location. What I'm going to do first is show you my light without a softbox, so it's easier for you to notice the light and shadows on Fee's face. And I'm going to invite you to watch what happens to the light on her face as I move this light in a 180-degree arc. So if I take this light and pull Fee, but I'm actually just going to shine it straight on the side of her face here. So now I have the light at exactly a 90-degree angle to her face. And we call this side lighting for obvious reasons. And you'll notice on the right side of her face, on the far side, there's no light. It's all shadow. Basically because the light is purely coming from this side, right? It makes sense. Watch the light now on her face as I move around in front of her to the other side. So if I start coming around here, the shadows on the other side of her face start to become light. As I come around here, even more, until the front, right in front of her, gonna burn her retinas. But we see that all of her face now is in light, which is okay for some people. For me, I like shadows, depth, and for this exercise specifically, when we're talking about Rembrandt lighting, what we want to look for, as I've already shown in some of the examples on screen already, is the triangle of light on the far side of the face. So you can see here on the right-hand side of her face, I'm going to point to it if I can, here beneath her eye, you can see a little triangle of light. Now it's very harsh because it's a harsh light. There's no softness coming from it. But you can see it. You can play with this angle and you can find the shadow on the other side of her nose will move and move as you play with that angle. So we're looking for a little triangle on the side of her face. This will be more prominent or look nicer when we get the softbox on. So we'll get the softbox on now, and I'll talk about the positioning of the light with two different options so you can get this look. So now we have the softbox on the light. So it's a little bit more pleasing for everyone, mostly Fee, because she doesn't have bright light shining in her face. All that does is diffuse the light, so it means it gets softer on the face. So the difference between light and shadow isn't as harsh. So we don't have harsh lighting, we have soft lighting. So what I've done is also angle it vertically. Now this is another topic, another kind of video altogether, but a good place for you guys to start and use as a template is to angle the light vertically at 45 degrees. 45-degree angle gives some nice shadows under the chin and maybe under the nose and around the nooks and crannies of the face. And we want that, right? We want a little bit of drama, we want that little bit of three-dimensional look. So that's a great place to start. Now, to get Rembrandt lighting, there's two ways to do it. It depends on what you want from the background. Now, if you have a very dark background, maybe you want to just get a bit of light coming off of that, so that it separates the subject from the background, and again adds value to that three-dimensional look, gets that subject coming out of the photo a little bit more. If you do not want any light shining on the background, then I will use the first method, which we'll talk about in a second. That may be when you are outside and you don't need the background overexposed, or you just don't have a very nice background and you want to kind of make it a little bit more dramatic with a darker background. So we'll look at that first. And keeping your softbox, we can just keep things as simple as possible. So keeping your light basically as a side light, as it is now, if you look at Fee's face, Fee look forward, all of the light, actually, not quite, at a 90-degree angle to her face, all of the light is now on the left-hand side of her face, and the right-hand side is in shadow, right? So always try and start from scratch, kind of reset everything, go back to a simple place that you can start. Now, all I'm going to do, and this is to move light away from the background a little bit, but still get the Rembrandt lighting, is to walk this light in a straight ahead, straight towards you or your camera, just a couple of paces. Let's try 1, 2, there. Now you'd think this light is shining, away from Fee, away from your subject, which is true, but you're still getting edges of lights that are hitting her face. Now again, most of the light's on her left-hand side, but you can see now a little peak of light coming through on the right-hand side. And that's where the natural form of the face will shape for you and create for you a little triangle, or roughly a triangle shape, which is the Rembrandt triangle that we're looking for. So you can play with this, just watch the light on her face as I move up or forward and back. It depends on how dramatic and how small you want that triangle to be. So that's method 1. If I go back to the start with the side lighting, method 2 is a little bit more difficult to remember because it involves actually swiveling the light and moving it laterally. And so again, if we just go back to where we were, a couple of steps forward, and now angle the light at a 45-degree lateral angle to her, so that still most of the light is centered on the left-hand side of her face, and a little bit of light is spilling past that nose onto the right-hand side of her face. Now you can see with the background is much more lit. You see, there's just a different look. You still have that Rembrandt lighting, but it's just a different look and a feel. So it completely depends on what you want to go for, or what you are given, right? If you're on a shoot and you're confined with space, or the background is awful and you don't want it, then you're probably going to use the first method. If it's different, or if you have space to move around like this and you have a cool background like this with texture and stuff that you want to include in the shot, then you'll probably use this method. I prefer this method just because I find that there's more light. Obviously, you're not getting an edge of the light, so the light is going to be a bit hotter, a bit harsher, but you just counteract that with the level of the light and your exposure settings. And really, you can just play around. It's much easier to keep the light here and then swivel the light as you need it, like this. And you can see even just by doing this, it gives you different effects as well. So as with anything, all you need to do, practice, practice, practice. So a couple of points just to finish with that you might be asking. If you don't have a continuous light, you could use the model light on your strobe. Or if you don't have a model light and only a smaller strobe, then you could just use the trial and error method after taking a shot. So it'd take a little bit more time, but take a shot, strobe goes off, check the Rembrandt lighting. But if you understand the theory of it and the basics, it shouldn't take you too long to get to a point where you kind of know exactly where it is every time. And I'm sure the purists of you out there are asking about natural light, which obviously is amazing. And if you use natural light and want to use natural light, you just have to be conscious of obviously the weather, clouds, sun going down, and because the light is fixed, right? You can't move the sun. Then you'll have to move the subject according to how the light is hitting the face and which angle the light is coming from. So it's just something to bear in mind. All that being said, I hope you enjoyed this video. Hope you got some value from it. Obviously, reach out to me if you have any further questions. And good luck with nailing the Rembrandt lighting. I can't wait to see some of the photos that you create from it. Thank you.